Guys, we're starting with the presidential debate. Please settle down. We have two parts to this debate. For the first part, the floor is open. Kishore, बैठ जा यार. हाँ? ठीक है. For the first part, guys! For the first part, the floor is open for everyone. You can come here and share any experiences, anything you have to say about the tenures you've seen in DebSoc over the past 1, 2, 3, 4 years, however many years you've been here. Anything you would like to add? The floor is open. Anyone from the first year to the fourth year, you can just raise your hands if anyone wants to come. कोई तो बोल लो यार आके. आजा. I wish I got that last year. But this is much more relaxing than last year. I thought I'd have something to say. Is why I had a lot of things in mind, but I don't know. They're just man nahi bolne on kar raha, I guess. But just one important thing, I think both of them have worked incredibly hard, over this past 1-2 semesters, whatever. Both of them are trying to do something better for the SOC in their own ways. They've gone to multiple people. They've worked very hard. दोनों मेरे पास ही बहुत बार आए हैं, and I'm pretty sure both of them would make a good secchi. So I think today it's just important that we are mindful of that. We don't attack them unnecessarily, even though we feel कि हमें ये करना चाहिए. I think all of us have a lot of problems with the SOC, and I think this is a unique way जहाँ पे सब लोग होते हैं. People can share their ideas, and if people have structural problems, then they can come to light, and obviously they who will be at the helm of it next year can answer that. So I guess it's important to ask things that we feel are relevant instead of just फालतू में कुछ भी फेंकना, I guess. And just to be respectful, because obviously there are people जो हम सबके लिए कुछ better करना चाहते हैं, I guess. So yeah, that's all. किसी और को बोलना है? Anyone else? First year, second year, third year, fourth year. तलन कुछ बोलना है? तो कुछ बोल भी ले फिर बैठ जा. सब वही बातें करते हैं. मैं क्या नहीं यार बैठ मत यार. Does anyone want to say something?
This is far more intimidating than giving any normal debating speech. But I just wanted to say thank you. Prior to IIT and prior to DebSoc in general, मैं काफी introverted and used to stay away from such socializing events and all that. And even जब भी कोई चीज करती थी तो उसका कि career पे क्या effect होगा and all that. But DebSoc and debate in general have become something that I do just out of कि अच्छा लगने लग गया मेरे को, and मजा आता है आप लोगों से बात करने में, especially seniors and all that late night talks and आपके years की जो crazy stories होती हैं that have been really nice to see, to hear from you and to look forward to that. कभी हम भी ऐसे experience करेंगे and share these experience to our freshers. And just thank you in general to creating such an inclusive community that I really look forward to coming to at every workshop and every event, even though it can there are insane amount of delays and other things that prevent me from coming here. Thank you for all.
Anyone from the fourth year would want to come and say something? Anyone from the fourth year? किसी को बोलना है? आ जाओ शुभांकर.
Real Seki.
मतलब I'm an exchange student for those of you who don't know me. So यहाँ आने से पहले I was काफी nervous. मतलब exchange semester was not my idea. My parents forced me into it, and I wasn't sure कि friends मिलेंगे कि नहीं. But honestly, I found more friends यहाँ के DepSoc में in one semester than back home in the 2 years I was there. So just thank everyone for welcoming me and making it a great experience.
Back home, do you mean US or Bihar?
In case Harivan wants to say something, we have one more, like someone, like one more person to come.
Last year भी मैं I think I was in this position. सबसे पहले मेरा नाम में बोल दिया हर्षद झा बोल, and I think I started off with joke on Popli.
Once again.
नहीं वो perspective में होगा team name से. Like, but to be very serious, there's one thing that DepSoc has taught me more than anything. That is how toxic relationships work. I mean, I have interacted with a plethora of people on tour of stalls, and like, as a bachcha, the first idea that was sold to me was, "Yaar, DepSoc is a society, community hai. We're all close knit. Everyone feels welcome, very inclusive society." But over past 2 years, I think that idea has been largely skewed over and fucked over in more ways more than I can list. And I think there at this point what DepSoc has become is certain number of people coming and doing whatever shit they want to do, and बाकी सब मार चुदवा देते हैं फिर. क्या? And either ways, I think there's majority of people are given a lot to the SOC just because virtue that they like the society, they like the place, they like debating, even fucking they felt it is their obligation to do so. But I think largely they were never valued in the SOC, be it from our year, be it from +1, be it from -1. I think that is something that needs to change at this point of time. I think it is time we move forward. We come out of this sort of echo chamber that exists of like 5-6 people in each and every year, and actually start to move towards a place which we preach like. And I hope whoever becomes the next Seki is able to better the SOC in that particular way, and it is not just empty words.
Perfect. With that, I'll describe Kishore. Aja.
Fine. So, like, it feels like it's starting a speech, right? I'll give it. ऐसा लगता है I'm going to give a 3-1, but like, ठीक है. So like, I don't normally talk to a lot of people. I guess I'm quite introverted too, even in the SOC also. Even after coming here, I won't say I'm not. But like, I'll talk about these two and like this year in general. I think when I came into this year in RepC, the first interaction of what I saw about RepC and like the managing part of DepSoc came from presidential debate when I heard these two getting belted by seniors. तब मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था. I just came for fun कि ये हो रहा है और like मजे आ गया. But like afterwards I like saw what he implemented, what he talked about after that. Like मुझे थोड़ा समझ में आ गया कि what happens in DepSoc. And then I saw about our year RepC. Like a lot of people have done things at a lot of points. A lot of people have disappointed a lot of him and like all of us. I'm also.
Does that include you?
Yes, obviously. But like in the end, I feel like coming to a little bit of these people, I think that these people did put in a lot of work. They like I've spent times with both of them together. I've spent times with each of them alone. I felt like a lot of they have different ideas of what they want in SOC, and they're willing to like do stuff for that. And thirdly, like now for like this is mostly for freshers. The first year you come in, you don't really understand like what's happening here. Just come कि देख रहे कुछ और कुछ हो रहा है मजे आ रहा है. But like after listening like 1 year and like, hearing what the seniors asked, like I've understood that like this is the first place where you understand that what people want in DevSoc. It's a place where everyone, even people who are not active the entire year, they come here and they bring out what they want to see in DevSoc. They tell you DevSoc should be about this. They necessarily like talk to candidates, even they like probably grilling these candidates. It's about like telling them what they want the SOC and how the SOC should be. Like it's the most like basic way where they call out for like anything happening in DevSoc and like how DevSoc should go on. With that, I want like tell you guys like do listen to this and like for you guys also do like listen to what they're asking and seniors are like I want to उनका गान मार दो मुझे देखना है. Shout out to the FC, particularly conveners. A lot of you guys have done a lot more. It's kind of a sign off also, so like right,
I think that's a good note to start the second part of the presidential debate. So this is how it's going to work. We're going to have a toss wherein we'll decide who's going to go first and who's going to go second. Each speech is going to consist of an 8-minute speech by the candidates, followed by two questions and one cross question each by each candidate. Post that, we'll open the floor to questions from all of you, starting with the first year, then the second year, then the third year, and then the fourth year. Any doubts regarding how the structure is going to work?
We speech there.
क्या? मैंने दे लिया last year.
We don't have a limit on question.
क्या?
We don't have a limit on question.
मतलब we would want to keep it मतलब in the interest of like time, we would want to ensure that both the candidates essentially get the same amount of time. So the time limit that's roughly been decided is 2 hours per candidate. So well, that's the maximum. If you want to, so, if we have lesser questions, we can stop earlier as well. हाँ? यार ये 4 घंटे तो ज़्यादा ही है. हाँ, guys, please. So without, if there are no doubts, without any further delay, let's start with the toss. नहीं यार, coin toss.
OC choice dance पहन के करो.
सिक्का है भी नहीं.
रिग्ड है. दोनों टेल्स है. मैंने देखा है दोनों टेल्स.
ओए Udin is calling. Heads. Second. Heads. So Ronit is going first. 8-minute speech. 2 questions that you can have. 1 cross question each. Best of luck. क्या? Chairs हैं और वहाँ पे लिट का भी होने वाला है, तो we cannot bring like indefinite chairs.
हाँ सही होगा यार.
यार वो थोड़ा डिसबैलेंस्ड है.
फिर आ जाओ, आपका फोन देना टाइमर के लिए किसका.
वो can one of you time and tap out at 8. एक बंदा टाइम कर लो and tap him out at 8 minutes.
ये ले चाहिए. हाँ चाहिए.
Opposite side of the table. और क्या मेरे ओपिनियन है तो मैंने हमेशा राष्ट्रीय ग्रुप की
Cool. Guys,
गाइस स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं प्लीज कीप इट डाउन हर आशीष
guys, I'll start on a self count of 3, 2, 1. First, I'll start by telling you all about myself and why I wish to go for Seki. I think when I first started debating, I'd assumed that I'd be really good at it, but I was completely wrong. People of my year, my seniors would remember this. I used to give like really bad speeches and get carried throughout all of my initial debates. But I don't think that the SOC ever gave up on me. My peers were patient enough to actually include me. My seniors took it a step further and helped me actually grow, not just as a debater, but as a person. I formed close connections with a lot of seniors. They became really instrumental and helped me through every aspect of my life. And this is an experience that I want to create for everyone within the SOC. When I became a part of the team, I was still not one of the best, nor was I the most prominent member. But then came our first years, who added an immense value to my college experience. The fact that they came up to me with their problems, debating or otherwise, had late conversations with me, helped me find my place in this college. DevSoc became the only community that I was attached to, and the only place I came through all the ups and downs in my life. This is the kind of experience that I wish to give each and everyone who is within our SOC. And I believe that since I've already formed a deep bond with the incoming team, I can take that responsibility. I think being a leader was very central to my role as a representative. And what my seniors did for me is something that I really wanted to give to my juniors as well. I put an active effort to take workshops for freshers within my hostel, other hostels, spend time with them, and try to gauge their views on the SOC. Because I loved doing that and it was of utmost importance to me. I will try to replicate that as Seki, and I feel that the way DevSoc functions is reliant on the team to some extent as they do all the work, organize everything. And if I'm able to better gel with the team, I form more interpersonal connections and make them feel more comfortable and gel more within the team as well. I think that this is something that's like really important and something that I'll be able to do better, and that would make me probably a good Seki. Then coming to like what are the new initiatives and the initiatives that I want to go ahead and probably improve. The problem that exists currently is that we have like a very less culture of impromptu debates existing within the SOC, and these things probably do not occur at greater frequency. Even if they do happen, they happen in some like external groups or like of groups of externals. So for that, I want to go ahead and create an internal mock group, which serves as a mechanism for people to go ahead and debate impromptu when they actually go ahead and want to. I think this also serves as a precedent for future generations who come to the SOC, because now they know that you can actually go ahead and debate on your own and set up internal mocks on your own. And there's a culture of impromptu debates existing on like the second years or the rep sheet for you to go ahead and have. The thing that I want to do is that I want to mock weeks rather than cross mock nights. To the SOC who probably feel daunting to actually go ahead and give like large 7-minute speeches, but they still want to go ahead and share their ideas on particular motions. And this is something that can bring them to the SOC, and we act as more inclusive for them. But also, second thing, I think there are like a lot of theme motions on which we do not do case preps, because like in relations, economics, etc. Because we as a SOC probably do not have the in those kinds of motion to such a large degree. So rather than probably just leaving these kinds of
themes all aside, I want to have external people come ahead and take offline workshops and case prep sessions on these kinds of motions, so that freshers know how to go ahead and tackle these motions in the long run, rather than just being scared every time they go ahead and face such motions. Next thing, I think quality of judging is probably something that is of big contention. Two ways that I want to solve it. I think a large variety of debating that exists within the SOC, wherein you have like different themes or different kinds of motions, AP, BP. But I think that judging is majorly just two kinds, like AP judging and BP judging. I think I want to go ahead and have like more variety of judging workshops, wherein you go ahead and tackle nuances of judging, like how do you judge two parallel frames, when do you go ahead and credit BP extensions, and all of those sort of things. I think we do very less judging workshops in general, and I think when you go ahead and do these judging workshops, your basics are cleared, and the probability of you probably having like better verdicts increases. But second thing, I want to have like greater judge waivers, rather than having more team waivers, and to have greater judge waivers, so that you incentivize more people to go to externals and go ahead and judge. Third thing, I want to formalize inter-IT selection process, wherein edge availability is a very big problem, because probably there are like multiple people who are actually taking part in it. So having edges available, especially in that odd sem when a lot of seniors have their placement prep going on, is a problem. So rather than so that's why you do not have multiple debates. But I think there's a need for like multiple debates to happen, so that you have like more data points, so it's a fairer selection process. So rather than depending upon edges within the SOC, you probably have these in an online format with external edges judging this, which probably have like greater credibility, but also they do not have like any like other motive. And also the outgoing panel can go ahead and select the coach or advisor to go ahead and accompany the inter-IT team. Next thing that I want to do is that league challenge debates. I think league challenge debates are like way too much. There are like 10 rounds. Rather than having 10 rounds, I just want to have 5 rounds, so that at least everyone is able to come once. But I also want to introduce fresher challenge debates in the second semester, so that freshers can still go ahead and tackle BP. And this will probably be in the BP format. And this is probably easier for REPSI to go ahead and organize rather than an entire tournament, because you do this at staggered intervals of 3 hours each, which can last over multiple weeks. So you still like touch BP for freshers, and they can still learn BP earlier, but also you do not have the burden of another tournament. Next thing I want to do is Macanza as a motion making comp, wherein you have it the conventional debate format, wherein 2 people make a motion, go ahead and present govern obviously in the conventional debate format. I think the current mechanism of congratulating people who break at comps is a message that comes on DevBacha. I think that's not the most efficient. Rather than that, I think we should just go ahead and put up a story on our DevSoc account congratulating, because that just feels more rewarding, because you are also touching people outside the SOC, and for the first year, second years, this is like special, and they want a lot of people to know, so it's like more rewarding for them. I think with debating, I think community is also like really important, and I think community also comes with debating or after debate. But also there are 3 things that I want to go ahead and enhance community. I want to have like more non-drinking events, because drinking events are like exclusionary for people who probably don't drink. In addition to movie nights, I want to have like simple dinners with REPSI, so that there can be some light drinking, but it's not a proper bhandi party, so that you have like multiple people who can probably opt in and still go ahead and have fun. Second thing I want to do, I want to have like turf days, wherein you can go ahead and play cricket or like some other sport on the turf. Then next thing, like SOC trip, I want to go, in addition to an outstation external, I want to have a proper trip in the second semester, which is like different from like an outstation external, because it's like a proper trip. Thank you.
Right, so guys, we're opening the floor for questions, firstly from the first years. So raise your hands if you want to ask him a question. Achha, after Uditas.
I think you talk about scrapping perspective. Perspective holds a unique value that it's only. I think in your SOP you talk about scrapping perspective. Perspective holds a unique value that it's the only non-competitive tournament that exists, because people form random teams, because only the incentive of NSSRs exists. Effectively, in your SOP, in your calendar, only competitive tournaments are going to exist. How do you then prevent this over-competitiveness from existing within the SOC?
I think perspective still gets competitive, because it's a tournament by the virtue of it being a tournament and people being competitive because they actually want to go ahead and win. I think it still gets competitive. Also, we are probably getting 4 NSSRs for an entire tournament, and the burden on REPSI is probably going to be really high, because you organize two internal qualifiers, then 6 in rounds, and then multiple out rounds. And I think like it's probably not worth it to burden Repsi so much, wherein they have to sacrifice other things for freshers, which probably look like case prep sessions, workshops, or even internal practice debates. So I don't think you probably go ahead and kill any. You're increasing competitiveness because you're like scrapping off a tournament. So there's less competitiveness because there's one less tournament existing within the calendar.
People form random teams in perspective because the only incentive that they have is of NSSRs. So anybody who randomly approaches them, they agree that I'm going to form a team with you. Secondly, I think within each and every year there exist certain factions that probably some people are looked upon as great debaters. I think then in competitions like Open BP and probably Inter, only these certain people form teams within themselves. They do not form teams with others. How do you prevent that?
I think that is like likely to happen, and I agree. In perspective, probably there are some people who go ahead and form random teams, but I still don't see like the benefit of it as if it comes at the cost of Repsi. I think you can still go ahead and form random teams when you're probably going to externals, or probably when seniors are graduating. You still go ahead and talk to them and be like, yeah, before you're graduating, can we do one external? And I don't see why they're like not likely to go ahead and agree with that in the very first place.
In your SOP, you also talk about how you'll formalize inter-ID selections. You'll probably get people from outside to like add these debates so that there's like no bias present. But also you want to like hire an advisor or a coach in order to like help the inter-ID team prep. But secondly, you also want like a second soft tip existing. But I think the budget is already constrained. You have to spend money on debutant. Each and every year, IITPD is clashing with 5 or 6 internal tournaments. How do you even get that money for these things to happen? If without any money, these things cannot happen.
The advisor that is going to be appointed by the outgoing panel is going to be within the SOC in the very first place, which probably means that the outgoing panel can decide probably on seniority or some other basis to go ahead and hire an advisor from within the SOC. But I think the second question of SOC trip, I'm not talking about I don't think I'm talking about a funded SOC trip. The SOC trip that I'm talking about is probably going to be at a nominal cost, but probably people will have to go ahead and chip in, just like other clubs do, like BSW, alumni relations, Beacon, etc. And this is the SOC trip that I'm talking about. So like there's no extra usage of money or in the budget that we already have.
Okay. Okay, opening the floor for questions from all of you, firstly from the first year. So raise your hands if any of you want to ask him a question. 1, 2. किसी और को पूछना है? 3. किसी और को नहीं पूछना? Cool, ठीक है, starting with you.
I as a fresher have learned more about debating than debating by spectating senior debates during tournaments or having discussions with these seniors in between rounds of these tournaments. So don't you think scrapping off of one tournament like perspective from the timeline and having internal mocks instead of these tournaments is not compensating enough, because the scale of these internal mocks would be much lesser, and I won't get venues like spectating senior debates in these internal mocks also.
Cool. I think you have like a lot of other senior debates happening in intra. You have debates happening in Ampro-Am. But also, second thing, I think you can still go ahead and interact with seniors in these case prep sessions, which are going to be taken by seniors or by external people. And I don't think, for freshers who probably are like extremely willing who are not qualified and still go ahead and come and add perspective, I think this is smaller in number. But if you go ahead and have case prep workshops, which are probably open to all, I don't think like there's like that big of a barrier that is existing in the very first place, which means it serves as an equalizer for almost all freshers and there's like no barrier for them to come for these case prep workshops or even internal debates. So at least there's like a more holistic development of more freshers that is happening if you go ahead and scrap off perspective. Because simply if you have perspective, there are going to be things that are going to be sacrificed because the second sem is like insanely cluttered.
Okay, next. Yes.
Do you not think one of the primary incentives of people to participate in that stock is to participate in anyways the number of people who go to externals will be less, and usually influence of the stock is based on such comps as people do not feel much motivation to participate. Initially, don't feel much motivation to participate in case of sessions have random practice mocks with people they may not have hung out with before. But while on the other side, there exists a possibility of getting appreciation and contribution for a person. So, and that exposure, this can be an incentive for people which exists purely by concept perspective. This is now removed and people no longer have the incentive now. So, would you not think that the improvement will be less?
Simply put it, yes, during comms there's like an inflow of freshers, but if you step up perspective and if you're having fresher challenge debates, that's still another mechanism of inflow of freshers, because now you divide hostels into groups of 2, and like you have 6 teams of fresher challenge debates existing, and there are challenge debates between these freshers in BP format. So matlab, through this mechanism also you're still having an inflow of freshers, but you still don't have, but there's still the likelihood of more freshers participating in challenge debates is more, because simply number of teams that are going to be there or number of rounds are going to be more. So matlab, you still don't have any exclusivity of only the teams that are qualifying for perspective or qualifying for a comp are the only ones that are going ahead and debating. It just is like a better equalizer for freshers, and you still get to go ahead and debate, still have like more participation, still have other comps like Ampro and Intra where you get participation.
And more sort. Yes.
So in the onset, what happens is that freshers from they are introduced to debating competition, and it's like gradually they're increasing and they're starting to learn. And in the second sem, even sem, what happens is that there are multiple competitions that are available. So for those who have not participated in either, like if there is a person in the first year and then he wants to join that sort in second year, how are you planning to bridge the gap between that he hasn't participated in much competitions and neither he's practiced much initial days of
I think in the current structure also you always have like multiple intro to AP or multiple re-intro to AP, or like intro and re-intro to BP workshops existing. So if someone who's probably missed out in the first sem can go ahead and still go ahead and take part in the second sem. But also you're just removing perspective. You still have Vacanza, Ampro, Intra, and even fresher challenge debates existing. And fresher challenge debates are going to be like clubbing of hostels, which means like reps are still going to be involved in this. So you still have like reps or like conveners who can go ahead and motivate their freshers to still go ahead and join the SOC. And you have like multiple, like you have like intro, re-intro workshops still existing as an avenue for people who want to go ahead and learn in the second sem as well.
Okay. Since there were no more fresher questions, moving on to second year, can you all raise your hands if you want to ask a question? Anyone else? Yeah. We'll move on to third year then. Okay. Yub, Abdul, Tara, Kishore, Shashwat, Sahu. हाँ अब्दुल गिन लिया ठीक है स्टार्टिंग विद साहू यहाँ से कर रहे हैं ना ऑर्डर में अच्छा ठीक है यूब से स्टार्ट करो
regarding your point on internal mock groups, A, who is on these groups? B, if everyone's on this group, why is this different from DevPacha? And if it's not everyone, why is it a select group of people forming?
Cool, simple. Internal mock group is a mechanism. It's like open to everyone. It's probably created 2 to 3 months after DevPacha is created, and then you send the link out to freshers as well. So probably the number of people who are joining this group is going to be lesser than DevPacha, because probably people who have like debated. When you create DevPacha, you probably have like 400, 500 freshers joining. But in this internal mock group, just like DevSoc announcement, lesser number of people are going to be joining. So it's still like a large group, but how is it different from DevPacha? I think probably when DevPacha was created, its motive could have been that you want to facilitate internal mocks. But I think DevPacha has become the source of like spam or probably bakchodi and all of those sort of things. So I think it's like important for you to go ahead and differentiate two different groups so that you facilitate more impromptu debates, because I think there are some external groups that are like really active before an external where people go ahead and debate. And I think that all of that can still go ahead and come into this internal mock group mechanism. Internal at least are incentivized to go ahead and debate more at their own will, at least pre-comms or pre-internal comms, when they probably want to get in touch more with debating. And you can go ahead and stop this spam by simply going ahead and telling, just like how Mixi mein it works, ki, yaar, if there's a spam happening, just ask them to go ahead and shift it to DevPacha. So you stop it from devolving into a DevPacha. It's simply just separating the two mechanisms that exist. In the same way like DevSoc announcements exist. Like probably DevPacha also has like a lot of announcements, but DevSoc announcements it still exists because you still have like consolidated announcements. So you just separate out DevPacha's use of like facilitating internal mocks into another internal mock group.
I can pick this up later.
We can have one cross per second year, so if you have a cross, you can go right now.
I can pick this up later.
Okay, Abdul.
About your point of Vacanza being a motivating cause, will freshers also be allowed in this motivating cause?
Yeah, man.
Then do you think they have sufficient experience to make then how would you judge?
Simply put it, yes, freshers will be allowed. Second thing, you have, just like how Vacanza works, you have, it's always a new format. So you have a workshop explaining to freshers and in general people about how this is going to work. Also, you can go ahead and use the same like weight that motions were judged this year. You already have like a set criteria existing, and you can give that to the CAs, and they can still go ahead and judge this. And I think freshers might not have the expertise to create like really good motions, but there are still novice breaks that exist in Vacanza, and like they can still go ahead and use their creativity to at least come up with like creative motions in Vacanza, which can probably go ahead and facilitate like a greater participation, and that's like probably the end goal of Vacanza.
Abdul, any cross? Who was next?
You talked about formalization of IIT selection, and you said that you want to get like badges from outside. That's fine, but like there are people in third year, there are people in fourth year. Last year, some third year went. Those people went again this year. There were some third years who missed out this year. So like those logistics always end up like coming in the way of like placements, other commitments, etc. So how are you going to like ensure that maybe people who were unable to attend this year, who want to attend next year, or have the expectation to do that, are not able to go, and like what is the procedure? Like I get you formalize it at external access, but a formalization constitutes something more, a procedure probably.
Cool. Simple procedure. The same thing that happened this year. You have a Google form that is released earlier on in the semester, probably like August, wherein people can go ahead and fill their teams, whichever with whom they want to go for inter-IT. And then you have shootouts between the two teams, 3 teams, or 4 teams in a round robin format. And you can have like you try to have like multiple debates. So that's why you need like as availability then becomes a problem, because you want like greater number of data points between the 2 teams. So that's why I want to have like external edges and have this in a mock format, because otherwise edge availability hinders for greater number of debates between the multiple teams existing.
So do you think it's a good idea that people make teams themselves and then they compete, so then I can only select one team? Don't you think it's better that if there are like 10 really good debaters across third fourth year, I want to 5 best rather than the people who choose to team up?
I think it's better to have like them forming teams, because I don't think if you pair up 3 best debaters and if they have like worse chemistry, that team is probably going to work. If we're sending a team to inter-IT, the goal of the inter-IT is to probably go ahead and perform well. If you have like 3 really good debaters, which are chosen probably second discretion or panel discretion, there can be contentions about like biases existing, but 2, it's like not short that the people who are selected can like work well together. So I think people should have the freedom to go ahead and choose their own teams to actually go ahead, and if they want to go ahead and participate in inter-IT.
Who was next?
Yeah, case preps, like on case preps already happened, like what a session happened in first sem and third. Second sem, we like usually give chance like these freshers like practice or like get to external practice internal form. This is what perspective does, what Android does. When you remove one form, there are a lot of people who are like, if you're preparing a bit more cases, a lot of people going there, and people are already like attended with first sem case prep. For them to improve is probably debating what they need, why they think that.
Simply, I don't think we have like a lot of case prep sessions happening. I think we have like very less themed case prep workshops that happen. I think the idea is that for freshers, the most important thing for them to learn is case prep, because that is something that they're weak at. I think going ahead and debating and giving speeches can go ahead and improve, but I think the fundamental problem within freshers is that they're like weak at case prep. They cannot think in the right direction, and I think that's why you need to go ahead and facilitate case or have more case prep sessions and on like different themes every time, so that they can know how to tackle like multitude of motions and they know what case lines they want to think. And in the second sem, you still have like fresher challenge debates and like other internal practice debates existing, so they still get to practice. And also it's like peak external season, so some freshers can still go ahead and opt into externals who are like really passionate and really think that debating more is probably going to improve me more in the long term.
Any cross?
So you're saying that you can improve the things by these freshers or that by giving them more feedback. But comms also have the idea of like bringing in more, because people who don't come to cases might come for these comms. So when you're doing this, why do you think it's fine to like probably like you less new freshers coming from the perspective?
I think comms bringing in new people it might be true for qualifiers, but I don't see how they go ahead and participate in those comps if they're completely new in the very first place. So rather than probably them going ahead and participating in qualifiers and not qualifying because they're like completely new, you at least have like some things which you can wherein you can include everyone. And you're just taking away one comp. You're not just destroying all comps. You still have like 2 other comps existing, and the freshers can still go ahead and practice in other mechanisms or fresher challenge debates. So probably more inclusive rather than like just a perspective PD happening.
We had Sriram left.
Just like
That's a Shashwat.
so
Shashwat again.
the ups I get from your entire SOP is like more workshops, more case preps, more specialized workshops, especially, right? The problem with that is in whatever capacity we have tried that, freshers tend to find that boring and not as interesting as like like turnout is less freshers show up, but B, after the workshop they also find it boring and then probably don't come in next time. So how do you ensure that that does not happen? But two, also if the solution to the moving perspective is having more Pacha debates, the quality of Pacha debates tend to be lesser. So don't you think freshers learn faster and they actually go ahead and debate with second, third years instead of just among them?
I think might be true that probably they learn better if they go ahead and debate with second, third years, but you still have like other mechanisms for them to debate with second, third years, which looks like the internal mock group wherein they can participate within mocks which are happening with like third and fourth years, or probably even second years, wherein if there are less people, so they can go ahead and participate with that. But I think on boring case prep sessions, I think we've had like more workshops rather than case prep sessions. I think if you have like workshops when you're teaching stuff, that those things tend to get boring, like probably BP, intro to BP, intro to AP, all of that sort of thing. I think, when you have case prep sessions, which are probably going to be really interactive and where people are actually thinking of their cases and discussing it with people, I think they can still be interactive. And yes, I think for a lot of freshers, I think debating with freshers is also still a good learning opportunity, because they know that this freshers, like they know where do they need to improve, and you still have like seniors themselves judging the freshers. So still feedback can be given to those freshers.
So they're still going to have a lot of workshops, right?
The workshops that I'm planning to have, the judging workshops, are mainly targeted towards second years, where I don't think freshers have like judging workshops where they're AP judging or BP judging, but I don't think it's like right to teach them like nuances of judging. I think nuances of judging is something that is important uniquely for second years, because I think second years are the ones who are judging most at internal comps in like greater numbers, and this is something that they've learned in the first year. How do you probably have like do basic judging, but probably when they try to end up judging like more senior debates, they probably have to come across some nuances which probably are not tackled. So I think these nuances of judging workshops probably for second and like other seniors, these are not targeted that much towards freshers in the very first place.
Yeah, I mean, you started your SOP by saying you want to increase inclusivity, right? Then you go on and say you will increase debating culture, more workshops, more debates, and you will just keep it open. So now it's inclusive and everyone can do it. Like, understand that's not how it works, right? If your whole idea is you're going to make mocks on a separate group and it'll be on open group, like 4 months later on, like some people join DevSoc, they won't have access to this group and they won't be able to join debates. Like right now, very recently we put some debates on DevPacha. Some people who probably didn't come throughout the year ended up putting the names of them. They just wouldn't like know that the group link that was sent like 4 months ago and have access to that. Even like when you talk about more meritocratic selection, you're just like saying, okay, we're open to more teams and whoever wins this like battle between people, like again, just like making it more debating and more open source means like there are more chance for factions along the team if you have this sort of selection. So like, how do you ensure inclusivity? Not by just saying I'm increasing debating culture and like making it open source.
Simple. How do you first go ahead and ensure that people who join the group late can still go ahead and join the the internal mock group? I think you simply put the link in the description of the group, so that even if someone's joining that Pacha late or someone's getting active late, they can still go ahead and join that group. But second thing, how do you ensure inclusivity when you have like some things that are open, like something that are open? I think case prep workshops are still not open. Case prep workshops is still you ensuring or seniors coming ahead and taking workshops for freshers or discussing cases with freshers. So it's not such an open structure existing. But the idea behind the internal mock group is that it facilitates like greater frequencies. But the idea is that when there are already factions in which like debating happens in like particular mock in a particular external group, you just want to shift all of that to that internal mock group, so that there's like everyone at least has access everyone has access to it. And I think by increasing probably these kinds of debates, I don't think we're increasing competitive debating. I think competitive debating is the reason for toxicity within the SOC, which means like if any kind of fun that we do also probably comes after debating. I mean, one of the major things for fun is like night mess culture. I don't think like if you put a message saying on Devpacha saying that chalo night mess chalte, anyone goes ahead and comes. I think only after those case prep sessions, only after debates, etc., do people actually go ahead and to go to the night mess, and that's how we get community through debating. I think it's competitive debating that's actually problematic. And coming to that inter-IT point, I think inter-IT is something that is still prestigious for us as a SOC, wherein the main goal of inter-IT is not just sending a team for like fun. I think the main goal of inter-IT needs to be that we need to go ahead and win. And I think for that, I think it's the best way to do that is probably send a team that is probably best or most in touch with debating. Because I think we have like a lot of avenues for fun debating existing, but I don't see why we need to make inter-IT like a mechanism in which we just want to send people to go ahead and have fun. I think that still needs to be competitive because that's still an external in which we are participating and representing our institute.
Okay, moving on to the third year. In the third year, we'll have one round complete and then we'll have one round back with again cross question allowed with each question that you're asking. So starting with the third year from this side. Pani is here.
This side here.
Wait, Kishore, where
ठीक है यार. Firstly, I think just pointing this out, I don't think you have sonaud your SOP to a lot of people in this SOC. And my first question is very simple. तूने सब लोगों को नहीं ठीक है. My first question is very simple. तूने सब लोगों को SOP नहीं सुनाई है. Personally तूने मुझे भी reach out करा, but ठीक है. I won't say that's your fault because I was busy as well. But there are people जिनको तूने reach out भी नहीं करा. ठीक है. Once you become SECI, तेरी responsibility है कि ये सारे लोग भी SOC का part हो, irrespective of whatever the problems you might have with them. अगर तूने SOP नहीं सुना रहा है, why would I believe कि तू इन लोगों को वापस SOC में लाएगा?
I think मतलब yes, it's my fault मैंने SOPs नहीं सुना पाया. But I think the electorate that you need to go ahead and cover is also probably large, wherein you try to go ahead and cover most people, and like that's my fault कि मैं उन्हें SOP नहीं सुना पाया. But I think you still have mechanisms for them to bring them back to the SOC, which probably looks like A, first of all, reaching out on your own, but B, if it does not work, reaching out through their junior reps or junior conveners who are probably close to them, but C, also through their friends, or D, also through the seniors. So I don't see why.
Sorry to interrupt you. I don't want you to debate me on this. It is a very simple question, and you trust me. You do not want me to point out the patterns of who you have not sonaud your SOP to, right? At that point, you know that there is a set of people.
Stop, man. I think this is an SOP question. If you ask questions on this SOP, please don't have those interactions for this.
Sure, I'll end that. I get your answer when you debate me कि तू उन लोगों को बुला लेगा. Fine. The question that I have for your SOP and specifically for your SOP is very simple. यार तूने मेरे को 2-3 different बार ये बोला कि तू मतलब मैंने सुनी नहीं, but I saw the notes that Ashmi gave me. So correct me if I'm wrong over there. तू इंटर-IT में जजिंग को बायस हटाने के लिए एक्सटर्नल लोग बुलाना चाहता है. बैड जजिंग तो ठीक है, उसमें तो तू इंटरनल ठीक कर रहा है. एंड तू बोल रहा है कि थीम्ड वर्कशॉप्स में भी तो एक्सटर्नल लोग बुलाना चाहता है. यार इसमें आई ओनली सी वन स्मॉल प्रॉब्लम कि यार मतलब सी आई डोंट थिंक दिस SOC is really meant for us to be the best possible debaters. I think very few people actually only care about debating over here, which is ठीक है, which is also fair. But at the same time मुझे लग रहा है कि तू यार SOC के लोगों से जो कराने वाला कल्चर होता है ना, उसे टेक अवे कर रहा है. फॉर एग्जांपल जब अभी हम वर्कशॉप्स कराते हैं, वी आस्क आवर सीनियर्स टू गो एंड टेक दीस वर्कशॉप्स, एंड मतलब हम जजिंग कराने के लिए अपने सीनियर्स को बुलाते हैं. इज अनदर वे ऑफ लाइक वेलकमिंग देम बैक इनटू द कम्युनिटी. So don't you think you're missing out a bit on the community aspect of this?
I think these are like smaller avenues or specific avenues wherein I want external people to come in, which means I do not want all workshops to be taken by external people. These are probably specific workshops which we just don't tackle as a SOC in the very first place, like if international relations, economics, etc. I think a lot of the external people are probably majoring in these fields as well, and these are like some things that require a lot of spec knowledge. So that's why you need these people can probably provide like better insights. But probably other case prep workshops which probably look like narrative motions, relationships, religion, philosophy, all of these are still taken by seniors. Intro to AP, intro to BP, like intro to AP judging, intro to BP judging, all of these are still taken by seniors. And you still call seniors to go ahead and judge at every, at like all comps, or probably in practice debates, or probably in challenge debates, etc. The only thing that I'm not having like seniors to go ahead and judge, because it reduces the data points, because probably you'll have like a lot of fourth years that will need to judge, and at that point like a lot of them will still have their placement prep going on, which is why it reduces the data points between the teams, and there can always be contentions on probably biases that exist within the SOC. So rather than having all of this process, I think that's why I want to have like external judges only for inter-IIT qualifiers, or even for like some externals. Some case पर.
While I do get the point, and basically you're just telling me कि हाँ external जज की जरूरत पड़ जाती है, seniors को फिर बुलाएंगे. First dilution तो हो ही रहा है, ठीक है. तो seniors को कम बुलाएगा, क्योंकि पहले तो juniors के लिए बुलाया था, नहीं बुलाया, अब नहीं बुलाएगा, ठीक है. थोड़ा हद तक कम हो रहा है. Secondly, I circle this back. Where will you draw the line? तू कह रहा है कि कोई बंदा IR में मेजर कर रहा होगा, if not IR, let's say economics में मेजर कर रहा है, उसे ज़्यादा पता होगा, ठीक है. Narrative motion के बारे में तो उसे तो फिर लगेगा कि बेंच वो external debater है, वो बहुत बढ़िया है, उसको आता होगा. तो where will you draw the line? Where you decide कि ये चीज़ हम internally संभाल सकते हैं, और इस चीज़ के लिए हमें external help की जरूरत है.
I think where we draw the line is on themes or case prep workshops which just don't happen at all, like international relations, economics, principles, and I think these things are like very less tackled within the SOC. And at least since I have come as a fresher, only one principles workshop that has actually happened, or some things that seem daunting to a lot of seniors as well, or some things that just don't come in our internal comps. I think these kinds of things are something that I want external people to do, because we still go ahead and interact with our seniors. We're still learning debating from our seniors, and we still have like mechanism to interact with our seniors. But also there needs to be like some other flavor of debating also to exist for like probably freshers, second years, or even third years who probably want to get better at these motions.
Yeah, so your idea of I want to have more non-alcoholic parties, I want to go to turf, all of these things. This is something that I saw in Rahul's SOP, Arshiya's SOP, Subhankar's, Oakley's, mine, and Ashmit's. Still, this thing happens to like a very small extent. Like, I don't know why it doesn't happen. Everybody pitches this idea. Everybody thinks it's a good idea. But still, it just ends up not happening every year. Why do you think that is the case? And why do you think you will be able to change that?
I think why is this the case is because I don't think we go ahead and implement these kinds of things from the very start of the tenure. Wherein, I think at the very start of the tenure, there are a lot of people who probably don't drink in the SOC. And probably when you still don't have, from the very start of the tenure, when you have like, it's easier for you to go ahead and execute plans. And from the very start of the tenure, if you go ahead and start having these kinds of dinner parties or like turf nights or something, then probably later in the tenure, when you actually start realizing that there's like a problem within RepC between bonding because of probably bhandi parties and people feeling excluded, at that point people are just not willing to come anymore because they've never seen it happen, or they just don't know ki will it be fun, because they think yaar groups ban gaye, probably main aunga to fir I still will feel excluded. So if you go ahead and start this from like as soon as tenure starts, probably pre-open BP or like pre-minors, wherein like number of people that are coming are probably going to be more, but also the drinking culture has still not increased to such a large degree. I think there's still a chance for this to get executed to a better degree. And I think every Seki has probably gone ahead and like bettered this over time. Like Ashmit introduced movie nights, and probably, you probably have like more mechanisms existing. I think if you go ahead and have like if you have like one mechanism that can go ahead and cater to a large number of people, but it still does not cater to some other people. So that's why they do not seem that effective. So rather than just sticking to one mechanism, I want to have like more mechanisms which can also be decided by RepC, by consensus, or what their preferences actually are.
Yeah, all right. Just a clarification on that. So these dinners or movie nights, etc., are these going to involve only RepC, or are these also going to involve like third and fourth years?
I think movie nights can involve like seniors as well, because it's just happening in SAC. But I think dinners can be involved within RepC, but also turf days or something of that sort can also involve seniors, because a lot of seniors can still want to go ahead and come for these kinds of things.
Cool. So I guess just on that, I think a lot of seniors, probably from like my experience of how much I've interacted with them, I don't think they're as interested in like going ahead and watching movies, because it's still not as a social event. You go there and you're just watching a movie. You're probably not like interacting with people, etc. I think the concept of like probably eating and drinking and dancing and having fun are all like culturally linked to it being a party, which is why more people come there. So given that dinners and or turf probably will cost money, movies are something that people will find boring. Do you think the extent to which you want people to come to this and then bond is something that will happen?
I think even if seniors are not coming to such a large degree, I think Repsi still has like active incentive to come to these things, at least in the initial phases. Because I think the motivation within Repsi is high because they've just become the part of the team, but also they also want to go ahead and bond with each other or get to know each other well. So at least the probability of Repsi coming for these things is, even if there are like other barriers existing, is going to be high in the initial times. And if these things turn out to be fun, I think then probably there are going to be Repsi that still continue coming to this, and then just becomes like a particular like just like a thing that you always do at like probably timed intervals. Probably these intervals increase over time in the second semester, but at least earlier on you still provide them mechanisms till before like there are actual groups that go ahead and form. Ki, matlab, you provide them mechanisms to go ahead and interact with each other.
On your first idea of impromptu debates and creating internal mock groups, I have two questions. First, do you think that spamming on DevPacha is actually stopping internal mocks from happening? But secondly, you said you yourself weren't a good debater when you joined the SOC. Would you feel comfortable in initiating mocks in this group, or will you feel comfortable in a group that is outwardly just made for mocks? Will you be comfortable in front of better or good debaters in initiating these debates? But thirdly, if you're someone who has come late into this, these are all the same question, part of the same question. If I don't flag them, I can ask them the same.
Ask it as a clarification or a cross.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, internal mock, I think even if spam is not the one that is stopping them, I don't think there's a culture of impromptu debates existing, which probably freshers know about, which probably second years know about, because when they were first years, they always thought that debating is something that Repsi is only going to be doing. So probably the motive of DevPacha could have been that, but I think people view DevPacha as something that is different, as something that is probably for Bakchodi or fun. So probably the traction, even if there are internal mock groups or messages that come on DevPacha for like a mock, the traction that these messages get are probably lesser. When you have a separate mechanism existing, the traction that these messages can probably get is going to be greater. So at least on a comparative, the internal mock group is still going to be a better mechanism to facilitate impromptu debates, because I think then freshers are also able to witness this culture, and then when probably even if they're not as comfortable in their first year, probably when they go into the second year, they can still go ahead and opt into this. But also second thing, even if it feels daunting for a fresher to go ahead and initiate a mock on if they're like probably not good, if there's a mock that is happening that is initiated by some other fresher, they can still go ahead and participate. Because if someone is so scared that they just don't want to debate, I don't see why they'll come to internal practice debates as well. If they have internal practice debates wherein you make people go ahead and debate, if there's an impromptu mock that is happening in which like some fresher has put up a message, they're still likely to go ahead and join that, even if they're not confident enough to put a message on their own.
You talk about quality of judging is deteriorating within the SOC, and we need to improve that. For that, you conduct multiple workshops on nuances of judging. What is your feasibility on participation of second years in these workshops, considering that second years are mostly occupied and they have a lot of other commitments, and they are probably not all available at the same time to come to these workshops? But then also, if you are making judging also so competitive that you are now teaching judging so intensively, why do you think that animosity for judges within tournaments will then not increase for people attending or not attending these workshops?
I think when you teach, first question, feasibility. I think feasibility might be a problem wherein probably not all second years actually go ahead and opt into it, but probably you can still find times on Repsi wherein you're still as a Seki active on Repsi and trying to find which fits the time which fits most of the people, and then try to organize a workshop wherein most on the days in which most number of people are available. And these workshops wherein you're tackling some nuances, I don't think these are going to be very, very long workshops. So you can have like short and sweet workshops, and they can also be probably placed before some internal comp or something of that sort, so that at that point also the Repsi are probably free because they know कि यार मुझे judge करना है, and I also probably don't want to get heckled by seniors, so I really want to clarify these doubts. So if a Repsi is probably ready to go ahead and judge in an internal internal tournament, I think they still have an incentive to learn, to improve their judging, because they simply just don't want to get heckled by a senior. But second thing, on competitive judging, I don't think teaching people something increases the competitiveness of it. I think if you just leave judging as it is, you can still have people calling people like, oh, this guy is just not a good judge, or people going ahead and probably calling out other people, be it juniors, seniors, this person is probably not a good judge. But at least now you're providing them avenues which are simpler to opt in than just simply judge a lot of things, wherein they can still improve judging. And I don't think that it increased competitiveness in judging, because competitiveness in judging still exists, and it will exist between those probably few people who are like really active in judging, and they probably want to get like best judge, because probably it's something that is going to give them a lot of validation or something of that sort.
Second round,
वैसे तो like just calm down in general. I know it is an intensive atmosphere, but we are doing pretty good. ठीक है? My question is both a question and a sort of suggestion, I guess. But like scrapping of perspective, I think your reasoning related to Red Sea Road, etc. is fine. But one integral problem, which is a major problem, is that freshers really don't have a lot of exposure to tournaments, and that leads to problems twofold. So firstly, it is that they can't explore a lot of team combos. So this is part of a personal problem too, since we are a year that didn't have perspective, right? So I was only pretty much able to try out one team combo, which was me, Avish, and Karan in my first year, and I didn't really debate with anyone else and get that sort of experience. And secondly, the problem with doing less tournaments is not everyone can qualify, right? So I have a lot of fudge like just from Kumar just raging in my DMs because they can't qualify for intra or something like that. So when you place such important emphasis on just one tournament at the end of the year, that this is the only tournament that you're going to participate in, I think you're going to piss off a lot of people. Piss off me, but like disappoint a lot of people when like the breaking cap of that is very small. Not a lot of people will get across. So I would recommend that you at least do a tournament that is maybe for freshers only or something like that, so that you can like not have a logistical nightmare, but also like accommodate more people across the year, right? Because for us it's okay, like come tournament.
Okay. Fair. I think the point is fair that probably some people will get to like experience lesser team combinations, but I don't think like it happens to such a large extent, because when you're removing perspective, you also have fresher challenge debates that are existing in the second semester, wherein you're dividing all the 13 hostels into like 6 teams of 2 hostels clubbed together based on distribution at the end of first semester, and you can still have these in BP format, so that freshers are still able to debate, and get exposure of BPs or other debating. Fair enough. Probably they're still not able to that other hostel that is there. That I don't want to team up with someone from their hostel. I want to team up with someone from the other hostel. I think that problem still exists, but I don't think it's that severe of a problem than the problems that perspective brings, wherein it actually hinders the FC from organizing a lot of other things, because simply put it, perspective will have qualifiers 1 week, then in rounds, then out rounds, 2 weeks gone, and probably you still have FC which is tired when they take 1 more week off. So you have like 3 weeks of absolutely nothing happening, and then for the people other than the 20 freshers that actually go ahead and qualify for perspective, I think this is like really bad for them, those kinds of people as well. And I think there's peak external season, and I think if people genuinely want to go ahead and try teams and are so passionate about debating, and the only ones that are affected to such a large degree are the ones who are passionate about debating, because they are the ones who are probably in so much practice that they qualify or something of that sort, they can still go ahead and opt into externals. There are like multiple externals that still happen, and it also does not fatigue off freshers, wherein you have like you can always have problems like you want to finish off comps, you have like multiple comps happening in quick succession, so that it tires off freshers as well, just like it happened this year.
I think saying that Raghav mentioned, everyone wants more case prep, more case prep, more quality. You just saw this year a lot of workshops. If institute-based workshops I took one, a lot of people don't end up coming because obviously they have other priorities apart from debating. How do you ensure that these workshops do have some amount of traction, considering the stakes become a little bit more high for you, because you're doing it external now, it's like someone from external that comes. But I think the reason why people don't come to workshops is workshop की पहली बैट लिया 2 जाती है कि 2-3 घंटा ले लेता है
at the end of the day other priorities. So I don't think not a lot of people actually want to come to it.
So I think it's just not a workshop, I think it's a case prep session as well, wherein probably even if freshers are not aware of that person being such a good debater, they can still go ahead and come, because you go ahead and place these workshops at times wherein, you know, people are most likely to be free, which probably look like pre-TRISC or pre-RDV or some other specialized time, so that you can at least, the best thing that you can do to get more traction is like at least have like these workshops at times wherein like freshers are most likely to be free. But second thing, I think some freshers are still aware of the of how good debaters these are, because they've gone to externals, they've heard of these people, and so there's like so they can still go ahead and talk to other freshers about how good this person is, which can probably go ahead and, you know, have like more interest for these kinds of case prep sessions also.
I think my second question is more people management related. Prospects. Your FC team is composed of a lot of people who are either good in debating, who aspire to be good debaters. How do you ensure that they are also people who handle soft work, who do not prioritize their own debating over, say, fresher debating? Because it gets frustrating teaching fresher stuff, adding the debate section. What do you do to ensure that these people care for the soft and not necessarily?
I think, matlab, yes, probably people still can go ahead and debate on their own, but there are still going to be people who are going to be active with freshers and still want to go ahead and teach freshers because something that it's something that they like. But also as a secchi, you can still go ahead and, you know, tell them ki, matlab, you know, you can debate this week, but probably next week you need to go ahead and take a workshop, so that you still are able to like meet balances, and at no point do you try to like burden them with like probably multiple rounds of challenge debates or some other comp. And so the idea is ki you alleviate some amount of work for them in which looks like an organizing comps or challenge debates or something, so that at least that way they're able to debate on their own also, but they do not have to sacrifice on freshers practice debates or workshops. Because I think when you probably go ahead and force them into structural things which probably look like competitions wherein they have to come, I think the thing that probably takes a hit is probably some things that are more voluntary, or probably some things which do not have any structure to them, like probably practice debates or something. So if you go ahead and alleviate at least those kinds of some of those kinds of things, at least there's like greater probability of them coming to like these voluntary things which probably look like practice debates, etc.
I think a cross question on that. For example, maybe Democrat हुआ in October. Then उसके बाद November में you probably will do the external वाला, the inter-ID वाला thing. That is again a tournament in itself. How do you, like, this is where your calendar actually does get back, like this, where you are supposed to do this. How do you ensure that there is enough rep C for these two events?
I think in inter-IT, I don't think you require that many rep C, because I don't think rep C judge. Second thing, they don't need to probably book venues or something, because you're having this in an online mode. So it just becomes easier to manage. But third thing, the only thing that now they need to do, which can be facilitated by seniors, is probably finding external judges. So these inter-IT qualifiers do not actually become burdening for them. And this is something that only the people who are actually participating in them are going to be debating in this, and have external judges, and this is an online mode. So it's just about making it easier for them, so that at least for voluntary things, and they can probably pay more attention to freshers or the development of freshers.
I don't have a question. Just थोड़ा सा slow down. 4 मिनट चलने वाले.
अच्छा, sorry.
Yes, I have
Mahani? अच्छा, fourth, third year.
Questions. One more second. Are seeing more participation like from first and second year. Do you think the extension of motion making for freshers generally, because they are learning debating and actually having one more thing added to it, this would not make much sense because it should be more practice today?
I think with Vacanza, I think you're still seeing like lack of participation from freshers itself, because probably when you had turncoat, a lot of freshers just didn't want to debate on their own because they found it boring or probably daunting or something of that sort. If you have motion making comp, I think a lot of freshers still have like creative ideas, and creativity is something that is still instilled in the freshers, which means that they're at least able to present their creative ideas or motions, even if they're not able to present such good cases. But also you give them time to prep pehle se, so that they can go ahead with their teammate in how a CD works, that you probably know the motion pehle se, but now you have to create your own motion pehle se and then come and present it. So at least this motion making comp seems like less daunting to them in this regard, because now they can prepare their own speeches, and that is something that usually seems daunting to freshers. But they can also unleash their creativity through their creative ideas, through the motions.
Organizing less practice debate and everything. It's like your SPP is more like feeding them information than in general people debating and experimenting and learning that. Exactly where the trade-off is.
I think the trade-off with perspective is that you have like A, most case prep, B, fresher challenge debates, but C, also internal practice debates, because these are done at timed intervals, so that it does not tire off Rep C for an entire weekend wherein they get like a lot of load or backlog or load of their own personal work, academics, etc. So if you probably make them do this at like timed intervals, that way at least they're like probably going to be less tired, and you still have like practice debates happening. And also I don't think that you require a lot of Rep C for case prep sessions if they're like internal people going ahead and taking it, because I think this is going to be for freshers, which means you just need a few Rep C to probably go ahead and organize, who are probably in this case prep vertical, who are actually going ahead and organizing. And you can probably go ahead and bifurcate work between, like, let's say 7 people, 3 people handling one workshop and the 4 people handling the other workshop. So case prep sessions which are for freshers don't get that daunting. But if you have like external people coming and taking a case prep, I think the only logistics concerned with it are like LHC booking, and then and probably going ahead and contact them and calling them, which also do not take a lot of effort. But it's still going to be learning for them, because they still, people who want to debate still want to know how to tackle probably tougher motions, because they've never seen such case prep workshops in the very first place.
Or just one thing, can you make your answer a little bit more concise, because a lot of people are still left.
Yeah.
So it'll take a lot of time to.
Only one question, and it is basically about stepping off perspective. So the way I see it, you essentially want to increase interaction between seniors and freshers. I don't see what the incentive for seniors to come in, because I think tournaments are a space where seniors are incentivized to come in. But then B, when it comes to organizing a lot of workshops, etc., the problem is that INC feels like they are just doing labor in our presence. So I think tournaments are also different in the sense that, okay, INC is working, organizing those tournaments, but INC is also actively taking part in that, debating, etc. The very first reason why they became INC to begin with, right? So I think removing tournaments is like causing those issues. But then thirdly, I think the problem is that a lot of freshers are hesitant to go and like pay 500, 600 rupees to like go to an external and have that experience of a comp, right? And for those freshers, then I think perspective or in general more internal tournaments is like a good way of going ahead and kind of understanding how tournaments in general work and stuff like that. So that is there. And the only reason that you give me for stepping up perspective is you want to increase the participation from like new debaters, etc. I think first thing, second semester, where perspective actually takes place, in general that increase in participation is lower in like marginally. But secondly, I think people who are already part of the SOC want to learn more about debating, want to learn more advanced concepts about debating. Wherein I think INC now cannot just go ahead and like contribute that much to just quick skill development, and I think interaction with seniors there is much more important. So why don't you instead focus on the idea that people who not even qualify for perspective can at least do trainees, etc. And like incentivizing that instead, and this then overall like increases their capability as judges as well as the capability.
I think one of the major reasons why like you want to step up perspective is also to release load from Rep C, wherein at times they're like quite overworked. Because yes, it might seem fun that you are probably judging, but I think it's still a lot of manual labor where you're coming in the morning, you're still calling, you are organizing the qualifiers and then the out rounds. And I think that tires off Rep C to such a large degree. But probably Rep C also want to go to externals, and that is something that they're not able to do in their second year. But I think there are multiple mechanisms for first years to actually go ahead and interact with seniors. Probably yes, tournament is still a good mechanism. But I think if you still have fresher challenge debates, you still have seniors judging, not just like second years, judging those fresher challenge debates. But also, if it's that big of a problem, we can always like probably shift the structure of calendar to have like one AMP-Pro-Am round, and you still had AMP-Pro-Am before perspective still happening in January. So I think what perspective uniquely, I don't think perspective uniquely added anything to such a large extent, except for probably NSSR, and that's why I probably want to go ahead and scrap it off to release, to declutter the calendar. That at least the things that are able to happen, at least those things can happen really well, and you're able to execute whatever is happening to like a larger degree.
I think I have a follow-up on Srinika's question because that is the great problem I have. So before that, are you ready to letting go of the idea of scrapping of perspective if you're convinced enough that that is something that?
I think, if it is like really bad, wherein there's like genuinely AMP-Pro-Am is not able to probably pull in freshers or probably have like really good senior interaction, and we're able to actually fit perspective well into the calendar, and probably if you don't even have like challenge debates, only then can we go ahead and do perspective if like there's like not a lot of things clashing. Well, that can be decided, but like my major opinion is that I don't see like another unique value in perspective.
Yeah, so the problem I have with scrapping of perspective is that for me, after OpenVP, the first tournament I did was perspective and nothing VP, right? And I think there are only 3 tournaments for seniors as of now, especially for third and fourth years. The mechanisms that we propose are majorly fresher centric and something not for seniors. I don't see involvement of seniors going out in your case when you're stepping out perspective, because I think perspective number one, I think AMP-Pro-Am, most of the people play headings that is the base where people enjoy more often in perspective. So yes.
I think fair. I think if you have OpenVP and then you have AMP-Pro-Am wherein like seniors are not able to probably participate to such a large degree, I think there's still like externals wherein probably some seniors can go. But even if like most seniors don't want to go to externals, you still have like challenge debates existing in the first sem, which carried on to the second, to some degree to the second sem, wherein they can still go ahead and have like participate in those challenge debates and debate. But also, I think you still have like intra at the end. So I don't see such a unique value in perspective.
So I think this is getting repetitive because we have to establish one fact that internal tournaments is specifically something that carries unique value, because number one, have been doing, etc. People are continuously talking about it, and that is probably the only thing I'll block my calendar for, and not an external tournament, something I'll probably never go first, right? So I don't think what you claiming that there exists other mechanisms is actually relevant, because I don't see any other mechanism even summing up to actually getting to the contribution of an internal tournament.
I think this is going to take a second. I think that if you're having, I think that there might be some seniors who want to go ahead and debate in perspective because they probably block their calendar just like you said, but I still don't think that the number of those seniors are like to such a large degree, because I think a large number of people still came for those NSSRs, and you had such a large number of participation in perspective because of those NSSRs, which means next year when they know that like NSSRs are probably not going to exist, and this is probably in the even sem, and at that point you still have like other things going on, which means I don't think that the senior participation that you're talking about is going to be to such a large degree, because you still had AMP-Pro-Am, and that probably might not be the best experience for seniors, but they were still able to interact with like other seniors and get to and other friends, or you can probably push AMP-Pro-Am a little bit further.
Just one small follow-up. Next round of questions. First of all, I need to ask inter-IDB question today. First of all, IDB होने के बाद all of them will be tired, and उसके बाद you have so many workshops coming up. I don't understand the need to एक बाहर से और qualification करा रहा है, and what problem do you see in the current system for inter-IDB? Are everyone able to get good results irrespective of what you are trying to do?
I think we were still able to get like good results despite having like three mocks, but I think the amount of taxing that it was for probably, the people who are actually going to go ahead and debate in those qualifiers, or some of the reps who are actually going ahead and organizing, was more, because this was supposed to be an offline format, and every point wherein before every qualifier you need to call up all seniors. Most of the fourth years are busy with their placement prep. The third years who are probably debating cannot go ahead and judge these qualifiers. So I think edge availability was the main problem for like lesser number of debates happening. And if these are happening in an online mode wherein you have external edges which probably are more likely to go ahead and edge debates anyway, I don't see why it becomes a more daunting task for Repsi than probably calling every senior within the SOC in fourth year, ki yaar, judge kar lo, and then you can still have contentions on probably, on probably biases or something that can still exist.
I mean, मतलब जिस बंदे को जज करने जाना ही anyway दिखता है कि जो भी interested होंगे वो तो anyway आ ही जाएंगे. Why do you need an external judging करने?
I think जो judge करने जाते हैं, that is decided on basis of credits. So let's say even if there are two teams that are probably taking part in inter-IT qualifiers, I think even if the losing team के candidates have like good judge credits, they can also still go. So मतलब first team is decided and then judges are decided in inter-IT qualifiers. And I want to continue with the same system. So मतलब it's not like you fill your form as a team or you fill your form as a judge. You can still go if you lose as a team, but you still have like good judge credits. You can still go ahead and like go to inter-IT. So, even if you have like let's say 2 to 3 people going ahead and having wanting to go for judging, I think there are still going to be people who are probably not who are competing these inter-IT qualifiers, which are high stakes, who have problems with some kind of people or like some clashes that can still exist. So, to have like no kind of
you propose that you want to increase the number of paid script sessions that happen, especially for motions that are not like the understood by most people in this of like IR or what are these? So Ron said in his SOPT he wants to increase the number of paid script sessions that happen, especially in motions that are not popular within our campus community like IR or how do you tangibly do that when there are not enough people who have enough information about those motions and are not interested in actually doing those motions? Everyone just reads the IR, IR.
And before this answer, every answer please restricted to like 40 seconds.
Sorry. Simple. I think a lot of people just don't want to do these motions because they feel scared of these motions. When freshers still want to go ahead and learn, or second year still want to go ahead and learn these motions because they're probably still going to externals. And for these kinds of motions, exactly the problem that you identified, that there are people who are not really good at these motions within our SOC. So that's why I need external people to take case prep workshops on these specific motions, which probably our SOC does not tackle at all.
Any other question?
So let's have a realistic view of how events are look like, right? And that is where you try to snap off perspective. People think for FC group how काम होता है. Understand there are a lot of FC are already involved in like things like code वगैरह उनको sacrificial etc. And even third year, fourth year also largely involved in code वगैरह. And where you try to bring in the idea of like different case web sessions and like also existing. Then again. Freshers tournament, etc. So I think in terms of workload for etc., I think it becomes largely symmetric. And the tournament is still something people still have attachment to, like what Bharat said, right? Like the same thing. Still people have incentive of seniors coming and like debating, even taking time out, or like iron or whatever. But like a case web session या box होगा ना वो incentive है नहीं. So. And I think your major impact in your SOP lied in like starting your perspective and इस चीजों पे focus करना. So despite like the kind of impact you're trying to bring, वो symmetricize more है. So like what kind of change are you bringing?
I don't think that these kinds of things are like that daunting for Repsi as an entire tournament is. Because in an entire tournament, I think you give off an entire weekend and like particular more days for like out rounds and some more days for like qualifiers. Rather than that, if you have like challenge debates for freshers existing, wherein you probably have to come at staggered intervals of 3 hours every week or every 2 weeks, it's just a less daunting job for Repsi. But also organizing case prep sessions is probably, or case prep sessions or other workshops is still easier for the Repsi team, or even like more practice debates for juniors or more practice debates with seniors is like easier for Repsi because they still don't have to give an entire day or 2 entire days to probably the SOC, which a lot of people just don't want to, and so they just don't end up coming for these comps, or they just are like just come probably debate and then just leave, and people just don't come to AJ or something of that sort. And this is like a realistic problem that we face this year, and that is why I want to go ahead and like make sure that this does not end up happening next year, because then the load also ends up on like some people who, or probably a lot on the CAs or something of that sort.
ठीक है, simple for that. Even if I like, ठीक है, let's see if थोड़े दिन तो काम खत्म हो जाएगा. But if we talk about freshers and seniors, that's all senior involvement large as a whole reduce हो गया, because case per workshop probably the 4 or 5 people who will taking tournament में the 40-50 seniors who come, right? And also in terms of freshers के लिए एक tournament हो रहा है, there's a certain like they are debating a certain time and then other incentives, right? But I think like case per workshops होगी या फिर like other workshops होगी, उसमें एक तो time involvement भी ज़्यादा आ रहा है in terms of कि उतना मजा नहीं आ रहा कि workshops like inherently slightly boring, इसलिए turnout उतना ज़्यादा नहीं होता, and also become tiring for them considering they also are involved in like other clubs वगैरह या फिर explore कर रहे हैं बच्चे हैं. So how do you then tackle that?
I think this is exactly the problem that comes with perspective. That an entire weekend or 2 entire days debating is what actually becomes tiring, rather than in staggered amounts of time, wherein you're just having one debate in probably 1 week, wherein you're probably having street or some other event of drama, or some other comp, and that's why you probably have like freshers who probably opt out, and the BRC calendar itself is so stacked, which probably can reduce the incentive for freshers to come to perspective, because you still have like a lot of other things happening. So this way it becomes easier for freshers to opt into debates, because there are more practice debates, there are more challenge debates. But also I think case prep sessions are different from workshops inherently. I think we've had very few case prep sessions, but the few that we've had have gotten like a positive review from freshers, wherein they probably enjoyed because they got to interact with seniors. And I don't think it's always like necessary for like just one senior to take case prep. Like there are multiple freshers turning out. You can have 2 to 3 seniors also going ahead and taking case prep sessions in probably smaller circles, which can have like greater impact. We still have more senior involvement.
So regarding scrapping of perspective, so like even if it is giving 4 hours, to have to like try to revamp it to a 1 day event even, so that we can get those 4 hours. And secondly, have you tried talking to people like NSS, GSEC or Ashwin, what was the problem in this year, and you can try to like change it in your tenure?
I think the idea is if we're having perspective in 1 day, I don't see how we can finish off an entire tournament in 1 day. Then you're just having 2 debates wherein you're calling seniors to debate, and then you're giving 4 hours. I don't see the impact of the tournament as a whole, but you still have like,
can you please keep it down?
But you still have like a lot of people or Repsi working in that thing. But second thing, I think the reason why we're getting 4 hours, because any collaboration that NSS does with any kind of club is only going to be limited to like 4 hours, and that is like a hard stance that they've taken in the constitution. And that's why it's like unlikely that even if we're doing perspective for 1 day, we can still get those 4 hours. But I don't see the impact of probably just having perspective as a 1 day comp, where you can just have probably 2 rounds. I think better than that you have like other things.
Okay. We'll have one more round back. Hand raise करके and इसमें no cross question. किसको पूछना है? ठीक है. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ठीक है. Harshit.
Given your SOP is largely debating focused, like all your initiatives are like about improving debating quality and like even structurally and like for pressure as well, then how do you go ahead and retain the Repsi as a whole, who probably do not like prioritize debating as much like later down the line, probably events etc. Given that अभी इंटर के टाइम में बहुत ज़्यादा वीडियो आई इस चीज़ को लेके, and also how I think Kalin also pointed out कि you're unable to reach out to everyone and like as well. So how do you then go ahead and ensure the Repsi involvement in your player, right, and like senior team involvement, right?
I think how do you involve Repsi throughout this thing is when you have like smaller things that are happening at staggered intervals, the probability of more Repsi coming increases rather than like bigger things at like larger intervals. But also you have other mechanisms like non-Bandi parties, dinners, movie nights, or even turf days existing, which probably can be like more fun for Repsi. But I think the Repsi involvement that also exists in general is through like practice debates or through like work in general or through IITPD, and all of these things still exist. So I don't see why Repsi involvement goes down through like not having perspective.
Yeah, no follow-ups. Acha.
One follow that I had. Do you think the people in this room won't come to perspective if they are not influencers, given that this is
Ashmit ने like mid नहीं बताया था, but I think probably yes, some people still would, but I don't see why those people don't come to probably challenge debates or probably other internal mocks or probably take case prep sessions for freshers if you're calling like multiple seniors. Probably it might be reduced to some degree, but I don't see like the extent.
Arush.
Do you think a SECI's vision of where they want the SOC to be is an average of the vision of all the people in the SOC? And if you agree, why are you so adamant on not on scrapping perspective, considering everything?
I think I agree with this, that I think like the SECI's vision is just not his own vision. It's probably his like team's vision, but also seniors' vision as well. So, yes, if like majority consensus is that perspective should happen, and if we're able to still find like a right time for perspective, which means you still have it without NSS, but like at an earlier time where the burden on Repsi is probably going to be lesser, I think you can still go ahead and have perspective. And I'm like still open to the idea of like not scrapping it off. It's that big of a problem.
Abhinav.
I'm so sorry to bring up perspective once again. Let us clarify this deadlock that has been created here. What are you essentially establishing after scrapping of perspective? You are reducing 6 days of debating, 2 days of qualifiers, 2 week, 1 Saturday, Sunday, and 2 outcomes. 6 days in which at max you can create a delta of 3 workshops. Bharat has established the unique value of an internal tournament, and everybody has established why these workshops are boring and why if you want to conduct these workshops you can do much more than 3, where 3 would become a negligible number for the year. What do you then think you are thinking if
Cool. I think it's just not 6 days wherein you're giving 2 to 3 hours each. It's 6 days in which in 2 days you're probably giving 10 hours, and in internal qualifiers also you're giving like 3 hours, 4 hours, and probably in out rounds also you're still giving 3 to 4 hours. So I think the time that you're giving is probably going to be larger. It's not simply days, and that creates fatigue, that creates backlog. In probably the other commitments. So it's just not that you can have like 3 case prep workshops, but you can probably have like more internal debates. You can have probably more practice debates, or you have like more case prep sessions. So I don't think the impact is about just 6 days. I think it's about like those 6 days in which 3 days are probably involving 10 to 12 hours of the entire day in which reps are involved in like work regarding perspective, tabbing, etc.
Next, किसी और का है? ठीक है. Last question on the third year.
ठीक है. So let's say that most of us, or like in a hypothetical situation, most of us don't agree with any of the points that you brought up in your SOP. What do you think is then more important, to like establish what you thought was important in your SOP, to like bring in your ideas, or to like bring in the SOC's ideas? Again, just bumping to like what Arush said.
I think you take both into consideration. I just don't think the seniors have a say. I think even if the Repsi, I think Repsi should also have the future Repsi should also have a say on what they want to do, because probably they are the ones who are going to be working at the helm of the SOC, and if they probably feel that it's a problem in implementing it, I think you can give that as a weightage. And I think it's just not a simple thing that if the seniors are saying it, then you probably say yes, or you probably say no. But if like all seniors are completely against it, and if it's my vision, I'm still open to changing it. And even if like Repsi is saying that no, we want to have perspective, or we want to have something, and it's just that big of unanimous decision, I think I'm still open to probably changing. But if there's like some deadlocks, then you can still think of it.
Perfect. Moving on to 4th years. No as such limit to questions. We'll just after like the 2 hours end. That's like the ceiling that we have for Ronet. We can end it 2 hours also. नहीं वो मतलब I'll moderate that, मतलब everyone gets an opportunity. Starting from I think this side.
First, like, people have all questions, but first I need more clarification of
how will the internal mock group look like? Like, who will be leading it and what will it be? Mechanism for it.
Internal mock group is like a WhatsApp group in which it's created by SECI, adding Repsi. Repsi go ahead and add seniors of third and fourth year within the group, just like how DevPacha is done. And this is created a few months after DevPacha is created, because in the initial days you still want freshers to learn from you and have practice debates which are institutional. And then you make this link available to the public or available on DevPacha, and whoever wants to join, they can go ahead and join.
Yeah. So I guess I should really lead on a good point of view how a cluttering happens inside the SOC itself. First, ensuring that when a Pacha will come to me as a rep and ask me if he wants to do a mock, I will go and contact another rep and we will establish that sare Pache have equal opportunity here to go and participate in this mock group. When there is an impromptu plan going on, the cluttering will still happen more, because these three Pachas who are more in bonding will now not go and make other teams, which a Repsi would be more open to creating when he's himself controlling it directly. First thing go, and then these will be the people only who will be debating again and again in these mock groups, and other people will feel more intimidated who really wanted to enter, and only a rep can actually add this extra push to him ki aja debate kare. So how do you counter this, and how will you remove this cluttering in the first place?
I think how do you remove? First of all, how do you go ahead and just a second? How do you go ahead and remove cluttering? Is simple. I think you just don't do away with practice debates, wherein you still have institutional practice debates existing, which are conducted by Repsi, so that people who still feel going ahead and opting into a mock myself is daunting. So you still have these institute-wide practice debates which are supposed to happening in the same way, so that freshers who are like scared still can go ahead and opt into it. But I think the unique way when this internal mock group becomes active is probably pre-external comms or pre-internal comms. And at that point, probably freshers genuinely want to debate more, and they probably go ahead and come up to the Repsi saying, please have a practice debate. But I don't think Repsi, with the other work that they have the bandwidth to actually go ahead and cater to Facha's needs every time. So through this mechanism, even if you do not, maybe you can probably have reps probably put up a message on internal mock group ki, hey, my Fache probably want to debate. Is anyone willing to probably volunteer or something of that sort?
Just to into this, then will them Repsi for this before this count also push other freshers? This is more like you're trying to remove this institute-wide debate and adding this extra before this. So why not just keep again institute-wide debate? Other friends also have open way to come and debate with these.
I think keeping an institute-wide debate just before an internal comp is really tough, because you already have an internal comp coming. So as Repsi, you probably have to give 2 to 3 days for this internal comp. So probably you don't want to work so much or have institute-wide debates just before an internal comp, because probably that is still going to take up some of your time. So at least what you can do is probably push pressures and probably just organize a mock for them. And if probably there are some Repsi that are probably willing to go ahead and judge, they can still go ahead and judge whoever is free or something of that sort. Or it is also open to seniors, so there might be third or fourth years also who probably are free, who want to interact with freshers, who can still go ahead and do that.
Yes, my question is mostly on your bonding events and all that you plan. Right? So your main idea was speaking at the other events that we want to create, right? So just 2 things that you need to keep in mind. First of all, जो भी ऐसे डेप्थ ऑफ की टीम वगैरह में कनेक्शन होता है, दैट इज प्राइमरीली के साथ में काम करने वाला जो भी लगता है. So and also the points के मतलब इन सब का करेंटली प्रेसिडेंस तो नहीं है, मतलब अभी सॉफ्टवेयर नहीं होती हमारी. So at that point we would much rather prefer कि अगर मैं ट्रिप पे जा रहा हूँ, especially on my own budget अगर मैं जा रहा हूँ, तो I would prefer to go with my own friend group, which is probably outside that way. So मतलब given that the president's nahi hai, like PSW or some other things, how do you ensure that this is somewhat successful?
I think to have a successful SOC trip, I think if you probably pre-plan it, or probably 2 months before this SOC trip, if you start probably spreading these narratives ki we are going to have a SOC trip, let's have a SOC trip, probably keep yourself free, or you probably still start within Repsi forming some concrete plans, you still have probably Repsi saving dates or are excited ki haan SOC trip ho sakti hai. I don't think it is something that will be talked hawa mein ki haan SOC trip hogi. I think it's more about probably trying to have it more structured, or probably spreading these narratives ki haan hogi, and then you start thinking of ways to actually make it happen, probably a few days or a few months in advance, or like a 1 or 2 months in advance.
Yeah, that is the software, but other चीज के लिए for FCT also, like I said, कि मतलब शुरुआत में maybe एकदम completely first month में तो ठीक है, sure, मतलब they'll probably come to this ice breaking session के बाद. After like जो भी first and the end या उस टाइम के टाइम पीरियड पे more or less नहीं है कि या तो काम करने आते हैं कि साथ में बच्चों भी चल रही है, काम भी कर रहे हैं. अदरवाइज मतलब जैसे मूवी नाइट वगैरह लोग पे. Do you believe that these people will be covered? At least how would you describe it?
I think yes, probably most some people will be there who don't opt into it or just don't come because they might feel disconnected or they have like other commitments unke kuch aur dost hai sock ke baar or something. But still a large. So the idea is if you start this from like early on in the tenure, you have provided the mechanisms और ये चीज हो रखी है, तो उसका precedent exist करता है, rather than probably going ahead and having this later in the tenure, starting this later in the tenure, जब लोगों को लग रहा है कि यार मतलब ये हुआ नहीं है, अचानक से क्यों करोगे? So the idea is कि rather than probably when the problem starts arising कि bonding कम है, and then you have like mechanisms to solve these problems, you preemptively go ahead and start with these bonding mechanisms from the start, so that later on at least there's like greater number of people who thought कि यार मतलब उस दिन हम dinner गए थे, that was probably fun, or उस दिन turf गए थे, that was probably fun, so at least मैं इसके लिए आ जाता हूँ, even if I'm not coming for so much work. But the idea is कि मतलब people who are not coming are still not going to come for anything, and there are always some number of people who are going to exist like this.
I guess this has been highlighted enough, but just a small feedback on perspective to begin with. I guess the problem with perspective this year, like exclusively, was that a lot of time was spent in dealing with NSS in terms of negotiating kitne hours milne chahiye, and we were also in constant touch with us with respect to this. So I don't think the problem which you state of FC being cluttered with too much work is existing if you go ahead and plan the calendar in a better manner and have negotiations with NSS like prior, or even scrape off any tournament with NSS in the first place. So this is something which you can clearly do in your next tenure, and I don't think there is any reason for you to go ahead and scrap perspective in the first place. Because you going ahead and scrapping perspective implies that you have two less years from maybe your year or senior year, which is like problematic because in general the number of CAs per year is like a very little number of the people who are active. So giving lesser number of CAs is in general more people unhappy in the socket. I do not think you want to take up that. But like secondly, on the idea of your bonding which you stated in us, I guess the problem which is trying to solve is like, and which also Raghav pointed out, is that you are actually creating no impact from that, because you yourself said that the people who are going to like be aloof from these events, and the people who are probably, let's say, sitting at corner in some in the dinner table at some random dinner party, are still going to exist on your tenure as well. So I am clearly unsure as to then why are these mechanisms better than what have been existing, or like even important, because things like soft trips cost a lot of money, and people in general would not want to spend if they do not see any extra value being added.
I think probably yes, there are always going to be some people who are like completely excluded, but there are always like people in the middle ground who probably do still come, but they do not come for everything. So they feel some community, but they do not feel the entirety of community. I think the target is for those kinds of people, so that at least they start coming for like probably more number of events, or probably for more number of things in the SOC, so that from the start, if they're able to form like more number of friends, the incentive for them to probably stay at least longer, even if not till the end, just increases. So it's about creating some amount of delta, which like every sector tries to do, and it's just not about solving this problem as a whole, because in the end you cannot control people's friend groups, people's motivations, etc. I think the idea is just there needs to be more fun mechanisms which are like non-Bandi, because I think a lot of people do feel left out at Bandi parties, especially from like Ashmit's here and our here.
Second question, like on the internal crossmarks for the group, I still do not see why death culture cannot be an alternative, because irrespective of whatever you say that death culture is being funded or things like that, I guess Repsi going ahead and putting these messages on the group is like a lot of times a better alternative than these pressures directly going ahead and putting these messages on the group, because I feel that when some freshers have equal access to resources, like them being able to debate more in general over someone else, because they are not probably getting that they have this inertia because they feel that they are not good enough, which a Repsi can probably solve by pushing them to some practice rules. So I'm still unsure as to how this idea is helping any of these two problems.
I think this idea just does not tackle like fresher problems. I think it also tackles like senior problems, wherein at every point seniors are at some points dependent on Repsi also to actually go ahead and organize senior debates. So at least you're giving seniors a different mechanism wherein they can go ahead and organize debates on their own, which can probably incentivize other Repsi also to come ahead and participate in those debates, because you probably want to debate with probably a senior who's debating, you want to meet them, etc. But I think on freshers, there are always some freshers who probably are going to debate less or are scared or daunted. But I think for them also, you have institutional mechanisms existing. I don't think that we should probably go ahead and take away or I don't think that we should stop, just not have this mechanism if some people are going to debate probably more, because probably they can still have more mechanisms, they'll just go to more externals or something who are probably more interested in debating. I think when you have more internal debates existing, then probably their bonding with their own year, or with at least with their own year, can still increase. And there are some freshers who feel ki there's this debate happening, there are so many freshers and there are only freshers, I can still go ahead and take part. But because probably last week I was not free when that Insti-wide debate happened, but today probably I'm free, but there's no Insti-wide debate happening, let me just join this mock group. So I think there are definitely benefits for freshers, but I think there's also an added benefit for seniors existing.
Please keep answers concise.
Sorry.
So the broader problem, so a good thing about the recipe is it's really focused towards reps and familiars at first year. More or less सारी चीजें के ऊपर focused है. The problem that all of us unanimously see is कि तुमने third, fourth year पे focus नहीं करा है recipe. Perspective हटाना, उसका justification is कि Repsi के लिए खराब है perspective. But let's say कि कोई problem नहीं तूने पहले नहीं सोचा. How would you go about thinking about including seniors? It need not be something very procedural. What are the micro instances जहाँ पे SECI third or fourth year से interact करता है? Just मेरे को तेरा perspective जानना है.
I think SECI third or fourth year से interact when SECI goes ahead and asks Repsi or asks seniors to go ahead and take some case prep workshops, wherein rather than just having one single senior take a case prep workshop.
तुमने पूछा थर्ड फोर्थ ईयर से केस करने के लिए कंटिन्यूअसली उन्होंने मना किया. अब
I think then probably challenge debates या फिर probably mechanisms practice debates या फिर internal mocks or something. Challenge debate में कम ही आता है, but I think challenge debate में कम इसलिए आता है because there are greater number of rounds that are existing. तो फिर seniors are हाँ एक आधा कर लूँगा, but then if there are 10 rounds existing, you need to go ahead and fit those 10 rounds really, really perfectly, or you do not have a lot of leeway in moving those rounds where more people are
जो भी तुम आंसर दे रहे हो honestly थोड़ा ज़्यादा मतलब the way to think about this largely, जैसे तूने first और second year के लिए सोचा, the reason you were able to think of good ideas was because उस position में रह चुका है. Think of it like this, अब तू third year है, and up to let's say तेरा second year खत्म हो गया, तो fourth year है. How do you want the incoming SECI to include you, and कैसे करना चाहिए largely? Just think about that. एक minute ले ले and सोच लो.
तू SECI नहीं बना, मुझे खुद ही बना. आप हीरो कैसे?
I think inclusion, matlab, if there's some seniors who are like really active, simple mechanism of inclusion is giving them CAs. That's like the first mechanism. But second mechanism of including them is like through the parties or the fun events that we have. But I think the third mechanism is probably calling them for workshops, and fourth mechanism is like tournaments. I think these are like largely four mechanisms in which like seniors are probably included within the SOC.
Parties were already on alcoholic by 2021.
नहीं, the idea is कि you are नहीं, हाँ, ठीक है. No, the idea is कि I'm adding non-Bhandi parties in addition to the already parties that exist, and these non-Bhandi parties are probably more focused towards Repsi because a large number of people from Repsi don't drink, or some seniors also who don't drink. So I'm not replacing Bhandi parties with non-Bhandi parties. I'm just adding non-Bhandi events, and well, that's like a coin term. मतलब कुछ भी हो रहा होगा तो मन करता
Let's say someone like me or something. Anyone sitting
ईशान पोपड़ी का मन कर सकता है.
When have you seen the seniors most?
Take me for example.
Like
fourth year में कब आया?
IIT PD पहली बार.
Fourth year में बोला चिराग, मतलब seriously कर रहे मैं भी बोल सकता हूँ तेरे को जो तूने.
अरे
फोर्थ ईयर में IIT PD और मतलब ओनली बार पार्टी आफ्टर IIT PD. एंड आपको like internal tournaments में.
So then where do you see me coming the most? अगर कोई tournament के निकाल ही रहा है, then I have less tournament to come to in general, and I'm less interacting with the people in general. So then do you really think still you should go and scrap the perspective? Because fourth year focusing करवा रहा है, third focusing करवा.
I think मतलब fair. I think I'd be open to changing that idea. मतलब I'm not completely like.
First question is a one-word answer. You have to prioritize one of them. Would you prioritize community or would you prioritize debating as a skill? You can also answer both. One-word answer.
You can answer both as well.
You can answer both as well.
I think मतलब community. क्या? I think probably community or both.
One word answer.
Both.
Both. Okay. So, see, the overarching problem in your SOP in general is that you are forgetting that when you build the community, build the third fourth year as well. So, I'll tell you the reasons why you are going to miss out on a significant amount of community when you do this. First thing, you have internal problems. That is a problem because that's literally an echo chamber for people who are very focused on debating and good at debating. That creates a divide. The other divide is people who enjoy it. Let's say, for example, people like that who enjoy it and going to it. They'll come for that, but they'll not come for any internal mocks and they'll not come for any proper tournament. So, if only a tournament, internal tournament, that's the thing itself against that. And then the problem is you're not having these case prep sessions that you're going to have with seniors, which gives agency to seniors to come, teach freshers. You're also taking that away into a certain amount of externals. Inter-IIT judging also externals. So what we're basically doing is promoting two different societies. One where people have fun and one where people debate. You don't want two different societies that do two different jobs. You want one society that does the same thing.
Cool. I think first of all, on the internal mocks, I think echo chambers already exist, and rather than letting all these internal mocks happen on these echo chambers, you're bringing it to an open WhatsApp group जहाँ सब लोग हैं, rather than probably some some like external group जहाँ यहाँ already debating हो रही है. So probably at that point you're trying to break the echo chamber wherein you're trying to have like include most of the people and you're making it like accessible to everyone. Like the idea is that probably people who want to debate often still go ahead and debate often rather than it existing in like some of their own personal or close groups or close circles. You at least make this information available to most of the people. नहीं, the idea is कि the idea is at multiple times throughout this semester, a lot of externals के groups before the externals became really active in terms of debating, be it freshers or be it like senior groups. But the problem was that only those groups were active and वही बातें चल रही थी, which had like lesser number of people. So rather than it being constricted over there, you're having another mechanism जहाँ ये हो सकता है और ये पूरा खोल दिया like group सबको.
Instead of like creating another group for like talking about, yeah, बच्चा में main problem ये है कि मेरा spam हुआ है. Yeah, let's say for example people are aggressive. The thing is, if you have a group, especially for this, इसका पूरा purpose defeat होता है because it might contain more people. मतलब बहुत enjoy ना करें, बहुत लोग इसलिए ना. But the thing is, you have to promote in general people to come and debate in internal, at least in mocks. ठीक है? अब when you have internal mocks, that's for example that conveners and you ask me that मेरे दो बच्चों को debate करना है. Instead of that, if you have that is just people who are aggressively into debate, right? People जिन्हें debate करना है अपने left conveners में डरता है कि आओ to debate करते हैं जल्दी. That is good, but people who are like passively into debating, कि मतलब like अगर कोई मौका मिलता है I'm free today, I should debate now. उनके लिए वो information put up करना, उन्हें वो information देना. Better medium is different. And even if you think there is a lot of spam, at least to an extent that खाली रहता है, बच्चा तो वहाँ पे आराम से कर सकता है. बहुत ज़्यादा इसमें एक चीज़ डिस्कस नहीं कर सकता. और even if you think कि बहुत सारे ग्रुप बन जाते हैं, तो ये इस चीज़ का ध्यान रखना है कि वो ग्रुप ना बने और स्ट्रेट अप बोलो नहीं बच्चा. That does not require another group.
I think DevBacha has a real tendency to devolve into spam, and this has happened at multiple occasions, wherein people just put messages on DevBacha and then they just get lost within like a multitude of spam, and that's why they're not able to get immediate traction. Because you know when DevBacha ka notification hits you, that it can be any random thing. You're not expecting probably a mock or something. But if you know that an internal mock group ka notification hits you, it's likely to be क्या debate हो रही है. So if you want to debate that day, you're still likely to go ahead and open an internal mock group rather than a DevBacha.
Why not create an announcement for mock columns? Why create a group of it? Like this be the announcement for mocks क्या हो रहा है? Like make a mock announcement, add it to the dev announcement channel.
मतलब the idea is कि if you're making an announcement challenge, that's just like more work कि मतलब तुम एक बार mock लगवाओ, सब you handle the entire mock. But the idea is कि how do you have like a mock channel? If someone is putting up a message कि let's just debate today at like let's say 8 p.m, then probably people will go ahead and react. And if that probably doesn't happen on DevBacha because of the spam or the less traction that it gets. But if it comes on the internal mock group, people know that it's probably for this, and probably people are likely to go ahead and react. So if there's another, only then can you actually put up a message कि actually a mock हो रहा है, rather than it existing on DevSoc announcements.
What kind of number are you expecting to get the mock? How many people?
Like a large number, मतलब basically all see क्या like
60, 100, 200.
मतलब probably like north of like 150 200. मतलब
ऐसे तो मैं सही नहीं कर रहा इसमें putting this point in SOP ना कि मैं एक अलग से ग्रुप बनाऊंगा जहाँ पे मॉक होगा. भाई तो अलग से ग्रुप बना के जहाँ पे सिर्फ अल्कोहलिक्स हो गए, DevBacha के आज जाना है पार्टी करने चलते हैं, चलो आप ग्रुप पे डाल के पार्टी करने चलते हैं, यहाँ पे सिर्फ अल्कोहलिक्स हैं हम जा रहे हैं, नॉन अल्कोहलिक्स के अलग.
या आपको अपनी SOP में बोलना चाहिए.
You drink alcohol.
Well, the idea is that this internal mock group is open for everyone and you're adding seniors खुद से, so it's not an exclusive group. मतलब I don't see कि मतलब how is this exclusivity of alcohol or non-alcohol even like.
That is just an example. As basically saying that you are pushing debating as a narrative too strongly to certain. Exactly.
में प्रॉब्लम बता तो मेरा मेन क्वेश्चन था वो आई आस्क यू आफ्टरवर्ड्स डू यू नो अबाउट डेथ नाइट्स क्या कांसेप्ट है डेथ नाइट्स
हाँ
exactly that मतलब either there are only two cases where this mock group is going to work first there's going to be zero like या तो जीरो पॉजिटिव एंड जीरो नेगेटिव केस होने वाला है कि एक पेपर डेथ बच्चा बन जाएगा दूसरा या फिर सिर्फ वही लोग रहेंगे जो जिनको सिर्फ डिबेट करना है वही लोग फिर से टूर्नामेंट जा रहे होंगे वही लोग मॉक कर रहे होंगे एंड देन वही फिर एक्सक्लूसिविटी आ जाएगी
मतलब if this group is open and everyone knows कि इस पे message आ रहा है and people are joining this group, be it freshers or be it seniors, I don't see the exclusivity of Dev Nights. I think Dev Nights is a completely different concept where you just added better debaters.
रोने सिंपल क्वेश्चन तू खुद कह रहा था कि तू अच्छा डिबेटर नहीं था फर्स्ट ईयर में तेरे को खुद मतलब let's just take Shubhankar as an example, right? First, we all know the story that Shubhankar, you know, I was not a good debater first year and all of that stuff. वही तो उसी का एग्जांपल लेके चल रहे would you even join a group like that खुद से would you have joined a group like that in first year या फिर तुझे खुद कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था you would go for third to fourth year वाले सीनियर्स and you will lecture of debate करते हैं कर पाता
मतलब
वहाँ एक्सक्लूसिविटी आती है
मतलब मैं थर्ड टू फोर्थ ईयर को जाने की जरूरत नहीं है मतलब I would not be confident in putting up a message on that group but I would still be confident at least joining the group to know कि actually क्या हो रहा है
सब बस ज्वाइन करके बस वहां पे बोल रहे हैं
बच्चा से अलग कैसे
अच्छा
I just wrap it up ठीक है इसके बाद इसके आगे the idea is either you have too many members and it's a spam or you have too many members and it's a dull site or it's very little member and it's a negotiable
जस्ट बता दे स्पैम कैसे नहीं है ये रिहाइड्रेट करें
मतलब
spam कैसे नहीं या फिर
दो चीजें how is it not spam or how is it not dead first of all how is it not spam is that at any point if it probably devolves into spam or there are like multiple people messaging on or random stuff on that group you can simply just ask them to move to DevPacha because DevPacha still exists as a mechanism well I don't see why if there's some bakchodi going on that group why people can't just shift it to DevPacha but the second thing on like how does it not become dead I think people still do impromptu debates I think just everyone's not aware of these impromptu debates happening so simply people who are still going ahead and doing debates they're still putting up messages on this group which means everyone is aware so you still have traction but you at least have like a greater number of people who are probably free on that day but never knew ki debate ho rahi hai and they can still go ahead and opt into these debates so कोई भी डाल सकता है whoever is on this group can probably go ahead and put up a message if you're scared as a facha you can ask your rep also to put a message
I'll come to my main question ठीक है don't try to take it personally and जो भी मैं पूछने वाला I didn't take it personally तो मैंने कुछ offensive लिया ठीक है see I understand out of all these four years I might be the least who is like valid to question your SOP because मैं fourth year में नहीं है what I want to question is कि यार you say कि your SOP is basically community की है every view सब views ये है यहाँ पे मैंने सारे फोर्थ ईयर से बात करी है किस के पास जाके किस दो से कैंडिडेट्स ने SOP सुनाई है I can tell like 3 people यहाँ पे जिनको सुनी नहीं सुनाई फोर्थ ईयर in itself ठीक है why is that बहुत ज़्यादा let's just say important because जब मैं और शुभांकर गए थे ना बड़ी राहुल ने सबसे पहले बात बोली थी फोर्थ ईयर से सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है तो सबसे पहले कवर करें अगर कहीं पे भी येलो दिख गया कहीं पे भी रेड दिख गया फोर्थ ईयर का वहां पे मतलब सबसे पहले उनको जाके पूछना होता है ओपिनियन या कुछ भी इफ यू हैड कम टू मी रिगार्डिंग दिस मैं देखो डेथ नाइट्स वाली बात बताता मैं देखो ये सारी बातें बताता आई वांट टू नो व्हाई डिड यू गो टू ऑल द फोर्थ ईयर सिंपल
मतलब
because you're claiming your SOP to be the SOP, the views and all of that. And then justify why is whether is this that.
I tried to go to as many people as I could. I tried to cover as many people as I could. But I'm sorry that I left some people out. And that's all I can say. Yeah?
We'll cover everyone. Let's move to the next question.
It's very basic question, not like it's something that I found like a very genuine competitive topic. So for the past 3 years, I have seen that there is an increase in the number of clashes that people file in the tournaments against athletes. Some of
very trivial. Now, with this context in mind, you also know, and I think everyone who is sitting here knows that there is a problem that we face in calling AGIS, especially the senior ones, because they don't want to, or they are occupied with some other important stuff. Now, with these two things, how do you manage to ensure that there is credibility in the tournament? People are not openly calling out AGIS, and the decision taken by the AGIS is respected, and they actually do come for the tournament. Like like overall, the problem of AGIS is like getting better in your network.
I think first thing of like clashes, I think we can simply follow the equity policy of clashes that exist in external tournaments, wherein you cannot just allow any member to go ahead and clash another because probably they just don't like the verdict. If there's an actual personal issue or personal problem existing between two people, only then can you allow like clashes. But the second idea is, if probably things do get out of hand, I think the best solution is probably going ahead and immediately involving equity in the solution, and probably then equity finding a solution, or probably going ahead and having an apology, or whatever equity committee goes ahead and decides is the appropriate like course of action for the violation that a particular person has done. I think probably that's the way that you probably go ahead and reprimand people. Or like if they still don't, I think there needs to be like heavy reprimanding if probably there are multiple violations and they're probably not even listening to equity committee, which probably look like not allowing them to clashes or something.
Like, can you just give me some examples of what kind of heavy reprimanding you're talking about?
I think if it's that problematic that a person is committing like repeated offense of this, or probably a person is actually going ahead and not listening to equity, or probably not respecting equity, I think then the reprimanding can probably just look like barring them from the next internal tournament or something of that sort, so that at least there is some reprimanding, or it's like some precedent setting, or some creation of like deterrence for people who probably act in similar ways. But I think the first course of action is like equity making their decision on what is probably the best course of action.
Yeah, so just a short question on this. That I think your SOP does not cover a major problem that I have been facing. Even as a CA and even as a debater, I have found that a lot of the times the left-hand community has so much access to that and has scores and everything, and they end up being vindictive towards judging them or clashing.
Sorry, thoda so. They end up being
vindictive in judging them and clashing them, that they give me bad scores like as a speaker, or they give me bad scores as a judge, and not let them win or something like that. Or this is a major problem because when जिस भी FC को almost चाहे access to other one, या उसके पास पता होता था उसको आज के scores कितने दे रहे हैं उसको, और debaters in general going up and asking a question imagines कि यार मेरे scores बताओ, why do you think this is a close debate, and इस तरह के problems को solve करने में क्या
I think
for a great example, remember the Bill Welsh's of Charity. Tabbing was a major issue. Literally, people were fighting how did someone with an Tabby team have access to tabbing in the first place, or why did every other FC in the room can just go and check his as मेरे बंदा score दिया, ताकि then I can or I will then go and just question what मुझे complete दिया, and not listening to what I was really trying to tell him.
This is a major problem.
And bro, बहुत ज़्यादा magnitude पे इस problem का, like यहाँ पे तो अभी नहीं है, and I can see बहुत जल्दी ये escalate हो जाएगा.
हाँ, because ये मेरे को reps and interference ना हर चीज़ में होता है. This is a major problem. इसको कैसे tackle करेंगे?
I think first of all, if there is like tabby access, I think most of the leaks that happen is not simply because tabby leak हो जाता है, फिर tabby access या फिर sheet access leak हो जाता है. I think it's more of probably people going ahead and revealing these scores in public, which means AGIS themselves going ahead and telling ranges, or probably like debaters telling.
Let's say Kishore tabby team, ठीक है? You as a rep go and ask him कि इस वाले आदमी ने कितना score दिया, he leaks it. That is also a problem. And other thing is he gives his access. That is another problem. कि 5-10 लोग के टैबी टीम ने 5-6 लोगों को पता है और वो जाके 30 हो जाके बता दें. That is also a problem. इस तरह के प्रॉब्लम ज़्यादा मेजर है. आज पता है चल उसको तो कर सकते हैं कि नहीं बता. But this thing is a major problem.
I think probably that can also have some reprimanding, that if someone probably does this and it is found out, I think probably not putting them in the tabbing team in the future or like some other penalization can still exist, so that you create deterrence by creating examples out of people. That if someone, let's say person X is probably going ahead and leaking tabs, you just never put him in the tab team in the future, or something of that sort.
I have two questions. First, given I'm the only application of the Lajna, you did not come to me with a recipe, which is fine, I don't mind that. But also, like, people from your own. So, how do you plan on integrating these people and their views? Second question, you talked about the first answers.
I think the idea is ki yes, I'm like sorry for like not coming with my SOP to some people, but I think the idea is ki how do I go ahead and integrate them in the future? I think simply me reaching out to them to probably come back into the SOC, but probably even if that does not work, you have other mechanisms as their own Facha reps who own Facha who probably became reps can go ahead and contact them, or just some Fache who are probably close to them, so that at least for those kinds of those people they probably come. But even their own year, like let's say if person X has a friend who's probably coming back to the SOC, so through those friends or other seniors who they are close to, or these mechanisms can still be used to probably get them back to the SOC, rather than if me just reaching out doesn't work, you have like 3 to 4 alternate mechanisms wherein you can still actively try to get them back to the SOC.
Second question is, you mentioned case preps with the external people who are good at IR and economics and all that. So I think those are mostly going to be focused on first years. So 2 things on this. A, first years are just imprint debating, right? And case prep is something which depends a lot on like how smart the person is, how intrinsically they're able to think of things over 20 minutes. So are those info dumps going to be like sort of too much for them at a stage when they should be learning first how to present their cases? That is to say, focus should be more on like teaching them how to give speeches. So what do you think about that? And second, I mean, if you're going to do all of these external workshops, time utna hi hai, reps utni hai, then utne utna hi hai. So that's going to be at the cost of workshops from like your own third, 4th year seniors. And given like these workshops are sort of the only way these freshers, first years, can interact with these third, 4th year people, then how do you make sure that no community building still exists here, where these people are still able to hang out with their seniors, they go to nightmares with them after the workshop or whatever? Yeah.
I think first question on case prep. I don't think this case prep is just meant for first years. I think probably IR and other tough motions are probably meant for probably 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years also, who probably like 2nd years who are active in debating. Most of them, because they are repsy, they're the closest ones to the SOC, and they're like the ones who have an active incentive to come back to the SOC. But also 3rd years who probably want to get better, or other 4th years as well. I think these are open to everyone, and these are the ones that are most likely to attend them. But also these workshops that happen probably in the odd sem are probably not that important for freshers, or something that freshers they're not targeted towards freshers, because at that time you're teaching them basic analysis, basic arguments, and rebuttals, and all of that sort of things. So probably these themed case prep workshops that happen in the 2nd sem are the ones that target all 4 years, but the ones that happen in the odd sem are the ones that target repsy and 3rd and 4th years, that are done by external people. I don't think that I want to like have way too many external people workshops, but these are like fewer in number. So you, rather than probably having some other thode redundant workshops, you can still have these kinds of workshops wherein you are probably replacing it like 2 or 3 seniors are getting less case prep workshops, but you can probably go ahead and fit multiple seniors in one case prep workshop, so that like easier for freshers to actually interact with like multiple seniors.
Bunch of questions. First off, a follow-up on Trisha's, because you used to quickly to answer that. I'll explain to you how it works, right? So, like the basic principle being that nobody says to like my face as an equity panelist, कि हाँ हम नहीं करेंगे politics, या फिर से नहीं करेंगे. It just happens again, alright? So the issue essentially lies not in like the immediate problem-solving mechanism, but what happens in the future. Secondly, when you talk about clashes, right? Again, very real problem. But externally clashes, so literally when the ad and the team is from the same institute, that's a clash, right? So there need to be a lot more nuances for forming within institute clashes, which probably will need to be defined because they are so prevalent. And I think a better solution probably is like a mindset change. So like, how do you think you can implement that?
I think first of all, on like equity, I think fair enough that like if a person probably apologizes to equity and says that that person will not do it again, I think on multiple occurrences of the same instance, you can go ahead and reprimand that person. Wherein if that person probably does it twice and still and equity probably gives that person a final chance, then probably there can be some reprimanding so that you create precedent out of that person. But also the idea on probably class system, I think we can probably go ahead and formalize a class system so that you do a clash unless when it's like absolutely necessary. But I don't think like you can go ahead and clash a person probably because someone has made you lose like multiple debates or something of that sort. I think that is probably not that fair of a clash. So you just don't entertain those clashes. So you just entertain these clashes that you just curb this narrative.
So yeah, just like as a feedback, I guess on this particular thing, having like a formalized system is nice. Probably having the grid band delivery classes and having a sheet that can be passed from Tony to Tony. Second question, I think there's like a little bit of a problem-solution mismatch when you talk about perspective and like the burden on FC, because I think the burden is mainly because of like the work being concentrated on like a few people. And again, I feel like the FC was also blamed a lot because of like delays during the tournament. And while I'm not saying it was not their fault, it might have been. But I guess the problem is also because the work is concentrated on very few people. So how do you make sure that A, that doesn't happen, and B, if it does happen, how do you deal with those people? How do you make sure that they continue to work?
I think how do you make sure that it does not happen? I think to some degree it's most likely going to happen. But I think the thing that we can go ahead and do is like reduce the degree to which it happens, which means that first of all, most important thing, you do not clutter the calendar over a month, which probably looks like 3 tournaments within 4 weeks, because then the likelihood of it happening is probably going to be greater. But second thing, you just space it out well so that at least greater number of people are going ahead and are likely to come. But also see that you probably talk to them and ask them like, please do come on time, or like Repsi calling is important and we need multiple edges. I think it's as simple as probably taking more meets, or probably talking to them nicely, and still they don't listen. Probably take like you still like become more harsher, or you strict with your words, or so that at least that way they're likely to come.
Okay, I want to ask a follow-up on this. I guess the third question was just mostly about like senior inclusion. I think in addition to just like seniors being included in the SOC itself, I think it's important for like them to interact with freshers, right? And that's how freshers grow as well. When you go ahead and like reduce the number of challenge debates and you increase fresher debates and you increase first sector as well and all of those other things that you do, I think it reduces the interaction that the seniors are going to have with freshers. Even if I like as a 4th year or a 3rd year who is not that into debating that I'm probably going to experience, but I also want to debate, I am more likely to approach like a rep or a convener to go ahead and create this cross-form in the first place. So I think because of all of these reasons, that the interaction between a senior and a fresher will go down with all the things that you're saying. So how do you make sure that that is not happening?
I think through I don't see how it goes down through challenge debates, because challenge debates currently do not have any mechanism to include first years. So it's between 4th and 2nd years, and the 4th and 2nd years like have in general a lot of interaction, open BP and all of the other tournaments. But also I think when you have like other thing other than probably a tournament, when you have like challenge debates for freshers existing, you call senior edges to probably take those workshops, or probably if the interaction is probably dying down to that degree, you can probably have like a pro-am or an am-pro-am format in those challenge debates, so that like at least they get to at least seniors also have greater incentive to probably come forward for those challenge debates after am-pro-am. So at least that way you can probably have like greater 4th year and 1st year interaction other than the case prep session and all everything.
Yeah, but just to like very small follow-up on this, I think seniors are more likely to come and as also if there are other seniors participating. Probably a 4th year won't come to judge the 1st year debate anyway. So I think a 4th year is much more likely to judge the 1st year debate if it's happening in perspective as compared to if it's happening outside of that, because that's like an agile of for us.
I think this is a feedback integrated future.
Yeah.
So first thing is a large part of the SB session that involves voters, that it's not just one particular SB, but it's also largely feedback. So a lot of people like to give feedback for your teaching model. That's great. But the idea is that even if your ideas are fine, the specifics and mechanics of it can be molded. So assuming that you're open to it. If you're not, you can, because there's a good idea there. So I think that's the first thing I want to say. For example, just two feedbacks and then one question. First feedback is, let's say, your idea of creating a separate internal mock group. I think I like that idea where that's it, basically categorizing different things and basically streamlining the process of debating. That's a good idea. But I think there was some questions raised on it. I think the simple feedback is necessary, does not have to be a group to this simple announcement group, but just maybe more thought to be put into that. That's a decent idea of streamlining debating as an idea. I think more thought can be put into that. There is ample discussion on that. So that's the first thing we need to know. Second thing is on the idea of senior recruitment, but there's still good recruiting a stronger workshop first years and second years and all that. I think when you talk about bringing in external judges, I think that's a good idea because it puts time and probably incentivizes more people who are probably bored with these people to come in and attend the workshop. But I think the number of these workshops is something that I just need more clarity on whether it will be over and how many seniors will be there and how many these workshops or are more workshops will take by external people. I think if you're open to just very strict workshops happening like once every 6 months by external people and regular workshops happening by 40 people, I think that solves a lot of problems. So are you just open to that idea or are you focused on making it more external centric? That's the first question.
I think the idea is that I do not want to have all workshops by external people. I just want to have like a select few at like specific times, probably 2 to 3 or 2, 3 or max to max 4 workshops throughout the year taken by external people. I think 3 is like probably a good number, so that you're able to cover like tougher motions and case press, but you're also able to give majority of seniors those the opportunity to take other workshops and case press sessions.
That's fair. My second question is my last question. I think I really like your idea of introducing judging workshops and introducing bachelor judging. I think judging as a whole is a major problem of the SOC, which has been significantly exacerbated in recent times. And a lot of seniors feel it. And I think that is also linked to the idea of taxes and all that. I think I like that idea of having judging workshops and introducing judging early on to pressures, and introducing judging early on to pressures and to rebuild that idea. The only concern is that what I've noticed around in the lecturing and in India that there is a general lack of getting involved in that. It's not a personal act, but this is what I've experienced. People do not come up to act, people do not come up to take part in the report and the product, specifically junior. This is what I've noticed. And so that's a great idea and that definitely needs to be introduced, but just more thoughts and more discussion on what are some incentives that will make sure to introduce more people, because of this significant curve of second years wanting to get involved with there's nothing but of passion.
Cool. I think first of all, I think one of the reasons why second years probably are not that involved is other commitments, wherein they think that probably coming to the SOC for like an entire weekend takes up a large amount of that time, and that's why I wanted to actually declutter it to a larger degree, so that at least the tournaments that we are having greater second year participation, and we don't have to call so many second years to come up and add. But the second problem which I think is that a lot of people feel underconfident, wherein probably they haven't judged itna zyada throughout the year, because judging probably takes up a lot of time. And I think probably having judging workshops is an easier mechanism to probably go ahead and like clear out some of the doubts that people have in their mind. So at least that way, through judging workshops, you at least make people more confident about their judging, because now they are clear about some nuances of judging. So that can probably increase their incentive to come to judge more.
Simple question is a follow-up. Identify problems that exist in your education why people did not solve, even when senior were technically recording, why people did not want to act. Why was there a lack of credible acting? Why were people not able to act? Why they were not involved in acting? Identify what takes time that exist, because there are several that exist. Identify one. Just tell me that this is what I've seen in my case, this is what I've seen.
I think two problems with this that exist is a people just a lot of people probably don't have DevSoc as their first priority on a lot of weekends, wherein if they think that judging is they'll have to judge, then probably they think कि मतलब I won't be able to do something else, and that's why probably I will not come to judge, because then my entire day will go away and I'll just come to debate and then I'll leave after the round. I think this is one problem that exists. But the other problem is also कि just people being underconfident or not being that confident because they probably haven't practiced so much throughout the year, or probably people haven't debated so much throughout the year, which is why they probably are not really confident in probably judging seniors or even other people, which is why they just take the easy way out and just don't judge.
Here's what for example, I've been a part of the stock, actively been a part of the stock for 4 years. चार से के dinner के लिए 3 ऐसा कुछ नहीं. Nobody does jack shit about the recipes. The reason is until you understand the city, you don't really know क्या हो सकता है क्या नहीं हो सकता. The problem I have, and this is my question to you. I think a lot of discussion is going on the mechanisms. अगर तो एक चीज करनी है, if you want to achieve better judging or more cosmos, तो ये mechanisms से बहुत कुछ ना है, and repeatedly repeating the mechanisms. I think the mechanisms are irrelevant. What I really want to know, just a single question to you. What are the things that you want to change from Ashwin's thought? You've seen Ashwin's entire tenure. You've seen ये problem थी. You change it. Mechanism you can decide later on, honestly. Because if you advise with Amna Lupache or you have entire, you have a lot of time to get elected. What I really want to know concisely is क्या problem Ashwin के साथ थी, which you want to change. And plus again, be concise in that because you can't change everything. Right? There are a lot of things which will contradict it.
Cool. Three major things that I want to go ahead and change from Ashwin's tenure. Greater frequency of debates, so you have like more impromptu debates. Second thing, probably the judging quality, or increasing the judging quality within the SOC. But I think third, probably more crossmocks and more themed case prep sessions. I think this is like the three major things that I want to go ahead and change from Ashwin's tenure.
Right. Things are prioritizing at such, but I think again this is just general feedback. I think there are bigger issues which are not bigger issues. There are small issues but have a bigger impact on the stock and its functioning, which you haven't mentioned, and people just don't mention in this review. One is simply delays. I think a lot of problems with aging or people not participating or people dissociating is simply delays. The reason I don't age is because what time of that there's just so many delays. So I think identifying these problems and working on these problems is more essential to have a better stock in general, because if you can just run Ashwin's dev stock with just greater RFC participation and lesser delays, I think that's a successful tenure as a city. Even if you don't do the other things that you're talking about. So try to focus more on these things as well.
Now, a point is not majorly tackled. Your entire idea of social media. First is, I've seen 3 tenures, Rahul ka tenure talk, Shimon ka tenure talk, Ashwin ka talk. There was consistent lag in sending those big messages on group. In general, even all 3 of them were great cities. They did 2 rounds on time, they did all of the things they had to, but still there was lag. First, it completely depends on whom you counter karega, and first functionality जो exist करेगी will boil down to very less number of people. बाद में जाके जब people are not active in the SOC itself, how will you maintain this? Firstly. And secondly, are you only going to send breaking stories on social media, or it will be something else also?
I think, first of all, how do you tackle this? I think simply at the start of the tenure, the social media team just makes a simple template which can be edited within 2 minutes, so that at every point after there's a break, after someone that breaks at a comp, and there are execues in every external group, the Perseki just knows who's broken at a comp or what that person has done. So simply within the next 1 or 2 days, rather than consolidating and sending it later, you just within the next 1 or 2 days, you just put up a story so that you don't forget in the long run. So that this is an immediate reaction when it's like early on when you know that person has broken. But second thing, the idea on social media, I think I also want to make social media more active, probably going ahead and posting photos of probably our internal tournaments, which we sell to people as being extremely fun. Or second thing, probably movie nights or whatever, dinners or something that we as reps do, which so that there's like just more wholesome content on our social media than just probably IA, SA or these CA posters that exist during like tournaments. And like you also consolidate all the stories of achievements in a highlight wherein you write achievements 25, 26, so that it's all consolidated on the social media account.
But secondly, when I'm just putting breaking messages together, it is, are you not then decent, like creating an intimidation among freshers who are like not winning comps but just and they may stop doing that in the first place. How would you really counter this out there? Like because making messages are because
So, मतलब currently also लोग को congratulations तो जाता ही है काफी बार और people within freshers also अगर कोई break कर रहा है comp में तो other freshers also know about it. I don't see if someone is probably doing well why someone feels bad if the other person is doing well. I think the idea is you probably go ahead and congratulating someone doesn't necessarily mean that you're demeaning someone. Well, in that way, probably we should not even release novice breaks because novice breaks maybe there are some people that are probably not breaking or some people who are not qualifying for the comp as well.
Which gives us immediate feedback. When you're putting the big messages for various forms directly on social media, it is very different from putting on WhatsApp specifically. You can also add and stories or something of that form of the people have gone and what they have achieved.
Right.
Not only breaking, but also what they have learned from a common.
Fair enough. I think posting stories of people who just gone to the comps are fun, like nice photos of people who went to the comp is also a fair idea.
Just a simple question. Given the situation, in writing to selectively or calling external address for each unit, you are suggesting a round robin kind of format, which is like, say, I am assuming you're saying 2 teams, but I am assuming 6 teams. Given to second year to improve करना चाहता हूँ no second year, just third and fourth.
Third and fourth, जैसे every year होता है, third and fourth year ही होता है, and only third and fourth year.
Perfect. This is 2 hours 14 minutes by the clock. Same cap होगा on Udit. Let's break for 2 minutes. जिससे किसी को washroom जाना है, बाहर जाना है 2 मिनट के लिए, you can go out. हाँ, 2 minutes के cap के बाद let's reconvene.
दिखा भी सबको ऐसा भी कि कोई बच्चा है
Like 2 या 3 seconds.
2 या 3 मिनट्स को दिखाई
2 या 3 कौन है?
रिकॉर्ड हो रहा है
नहीं हो पाएगा छोड़ आगे जैसे ये जो पूरा डिस्कशन का मॉडल है ये सब वेब सॉल्व है क्योंकि you have this app and Discord server को like या कम्युनिटी बना लो जब दूसरे बंदे की बारी आती है
स्क्रैप कर रहे हैं
Cameo.
Guys! बैठ जाओ। यार अभी बैठ जाओ। ओए सुन लो। Before we start, 2 notes. 1, please, यार बैठ जाओ please settle down. Before we start, 2 notes. 1, please refrain from asking similar questions in the interest of time. Please listen to the questions that have been asked across all years and do not reiterate on the same kind of questioning. Second, please don't ask questions which are very sort of in a very aggressive tone or very deeply personal or very deeply offensive. Other than that, I expect all of you to ask questions with similar fervor as you asked with Ronit to ensure that this is like a fair judgment across like both of them. With that, let's start with it.
Does anybody have water?
मिल गया
Hello, I start.
कर दूंगा 3, 2, 1. This presidential debate means a lot to me. So I try and express myself in a manner that I've never done before. Because I think the SOC should know everything about me, good or bad, before they decide if they want to vote for me or not. So this is my story. I used to study in a boys' boarding school till class 10. And I don't know if a lot of people know this or have felt it, but I used to get bullied by like my classmates and seniors as well. Maybe it was because of the way that I talk, or maybe it was because of the way that I look. I did not have a lot of charisma, or I did not have a lot of confidence within myself. Even when I came to college, I was very introverted and I used to stay in my room. I did not interact with a lot of people just for the fear of them judging me when I used to express myself. I think then when I joined DepSoc, became a part of the DepSoc community, this was an eye-opening and entirely new experience for me. When I got into DepSoc, this community has made me realize the value that this community holds for me. It has made me feel comfortable about myself. It has made me feel that I can express myself, I can be who I am, who I want to in this community. And this is the thing that I value the most about DepSoc in itself. Obviously, I have been a proactive debater because I enjoy debating as an activity, and the SOC as a community is something that is valuable to me, and I plan to carry forward this culture as well. But I think then what I want to do explicitly is to ensure that in my tenure, more and more freshers who want to get into this society are becoming accommodative. We are becoming accommodative to them, and we are providing them with we are providing them despite any sort of insecurities that they might have. I think moving on to my initiatives then, the first thing that I want to do is marketing for IITPD and debutant. So I've talked to the coordinator of RDB and Trist. These are people who are like in my hostel, and we can get their help when we want to save money in IITPD and debutant. When we can get certain companies to sponsor our prize fund money, or just to when we not having to pay for the food that we are giving to their teams. I think then the benefits of this are three. One, admin is only going to sponsor one SOC trip for us. For the second SOC trip, we are going to need funds. And the only way that we can do this is by saving money in debutant and IITPD. Second, there is a lot of financial constraints for freshers in the first year. The only way that we can solve this is by ensuring that we are at least able to subsidize freshers' first external com. Third, I want to improve judging culture in the second year. So those members from the second year who are going forward in judging external competitions, I want to subsidize these things for them. I think in the fresher year itself, there's a lot of hesitancy attached to giving out OAs, and you're not comfortable at all. And there's a lack of incentive for you to supersede this hesitancy in the first year itself. The way I plan to solve this problem is to top 5 novice edges in all internal competitions after Open BP. The benefits of this are one, there's a motivation for freshers to give OAs where they're not expected to give out great OAs, because they know they can probably give out decent OAs, they can improve and they can become the top 5 novice edges. Two, this engagement for those freshers who are not qualified for the in-rounds. They can still come to the tournament and take part in an agile capacity. Three, you increase judging from the first year itself, and now more freshers are judging the more tournaments. The third initiative is theme-based workshops. I think the problem is freshers are confident in certain type of motions, but they're not comfortable in certain others. I plan to streamline this by introducing these theme-based workshops from October in the first year itself. The way it will happen is I'll call third and fourth year seniors, 3 or 4 senior per workshop. So you have per senior cluster of 8 and 10 freshers who are interacting with them. So these can be workshops for econ, IR, philo, politics, or any motions depending upon the freshers' interest or depending on what they actually find difficult as well. I think the benefits are one, it builds confidence because you're interacting in a smaller group, you're removing hesitancy in speaking out. Two, there's direct engagement with third and fourth year seniors for the fresher year, and this interaction further increases when you're going to night mess with them and having fun and doing bakchori with them. I think 4, I plan to restructure league debates. The problem this year is one, there's redundancy in 6 teams, due to which you have to literally drag members from the team to come and debate. I think league debates is still a good initiative, but there are some changes required for this. One, there is the number of teams should reduce from 6 to 4. This solves the problem of redundancy. 2, most rounds should be AMP round in nature. So the AMPs in the first semester are going to be like the second years. But 3, in some rounds you can have full senior debates. So the full senior debates depending upon the availability. So now the target is that you probably get these team debates done by the end of December. So in the next semester you're able to focus upon the freshers. I think the benefits are Repsi joins anybody who wants to become a Repsi Repsi convener does not do it for the logistical work. They want to improve debating or they want to just have interaction with seniors. I think this connects seniors and this like reinforces them with the seniors and they have a lot of fun with seniors. They also learn debating as well. I think freshers are also invited to spec these debates. So throughout the semester, they're exposed to high quality debates where they're also able to talk to the seniors after these debates as well. I think seniors stay connected to the SOC because now the SOC is regularly calling them for these league debates to come and like add these debates or take part in these debates as well. Fifth, I think the similar idea for vacanza like Ronit said, the only difference is like 1, I plan to have vacanza by the first week of January, and 2, this is like a motion making integration. I think first round will be on the basis of freshers as well as like second, third, and fourth years creating their own motions, and then we can have finals for the open and novice category in a conventional debate format. 3, I think in this first years are going to team up within themselves, second years are going to team up with second years, and 3, third, and fourth years are going to team up within themselves. I think the benefits of this are 1, it creates a creative outlet for freshers as well, where they're able to actually initiate their own ideas and form motions of them for them. But 2, I think this improves motion making as well because when you pitch those motions in a conventional debate, you probably have to think about the balance of these motions. I think moving on to the 6th initiative, I plan to have AMP by the 3rd week of January. I think the reason for this is it just gives the SOC more time for base level training too. Because I talked to a lot of seniors and they felt that AMP could have been shifted further in the timeline because freshers did not have a very basic know-how of debating. I think then it's important that we have it at a later time as well. I think then having AMP in the 3rd week helps the freshers also extract the maximum value from seniors as well. 7, I think I want to swap the schedule for intra and perspective. So now perspective is going to happen after the mid-sem break in March and intra is going to happen in February. But I also want to make perspective something that is fun for the seniors. A1, it's going to be a non-com. It's going to be the last com after ITBD that probably 4th years are taking part in. Second, I think the benefits of this are 1, Fache are able to do BP and they're able to improve in BP as well. But second, in perspective, you have random team ups and probably since this is the last one for seniors are getting approached by probably the juniors that I want to debate with you. And since this is the last one, the seniors will probably go to this less nostalgic factor that with. But 8, the 8th initiative is like formalized inter-ID selection. I think this immediately starts after debutant. I think why is this necessary in the first place? 1, it provides a fair access of opportunity to go and present IIT Delhi DepSoc to everyone. 2, but the way it will happen is a round robin league format. The motions are going to be created by a CA from the 4th year, and the judges are going to be 3rd and 4th year seniors who are probably not not taking part in this particular inter-ID selection. This happening. I think 3 finals between top 2 teams. We can get like external artists to judge this. And 4, ad selection will like happen on the basis of grades. But 5th, I think Fache can spec this debate. And in October, when you're actually introducing APD to freshers, they're getting exposed to high quality debates, and they're like,
Okay, so we begin with questions from Ronit.
First question. First question is that we still have marketing for IIT PD and debutant, but we're still not able to raise any money for marketing through marketing because it's like a very monotonous activity. You need to put in a lot of effort. Reps and conveners need to put in general a lot of effort, and still you're not able to raise money because RDB and Trist and all take away all the money. So, how do you think that this is going to be solved?
I think the reason why marketing for ITPD and development does not pay, I think we do it too late. It's like 1 or 1.5 months before the comp. Having an early mover advantage specifically into companies which want to release their CSR credits is something that gives us an advantage in itself. But the second way this team would be structured is that you have collaborations with people from the RDB core team and you get and you get help from them to get this marketing done. And then you use those people you talk to the G and DG sector, I want to get this marketing done, and you use them to like raise funds for debutant and ITBD. But thirdly, I think there is precedent for this. Marketing has already happened, like QC comes and admin does not give you a huge lot of BT for it. You can get your MOU signed in these certain ways, and I think this is the main reason why marketing can still work, and we can save money or increase the funds that we currently have.
First of all, I think IITPD marketing started in December itself, still was not successful. But second thing, I think when you go ahead and team up and with RD in the very first place, I don't think you're allowed to charge like large reg fees for the comp, which means that you have 700 rupees lesser from every participant which is coming in, which probably just results into the same thing, that you have 1 lakh of reg fees not coming in, but you have like probably 1 lakh in sponsors coming in. So how does it solve anything?
I don't think so that's true, because QC comms also charge reg fees for the comms that they're conducting within IT Delhi. Sure, it's not very huge, it's probably 100 or 200 rupees, but they still use that to like sponsor their trophies or give out prize money in itself. But I think even apart from that, there are multiple other avenues through which you can also do marketing. The same way that you probably do deal with Ideal in itself, you can also get those deals done with MUNs in itself. You can provide them a venue in the LNC and get those money in exchange for that. But thirdly, I think this RDV core team is like, even if like they're giving us less amount of money and we're like still having that reg fee, the idea is that even like a 20,000 or 25,000 that we are getting are like huge amounts of money for us in the first place.
Second question. I think your inter-IT selection process, when you say it's going to be formalized after October, if you're having it over multiple times, then probably you cannot have multiple debates, because agility is going to become a problem if there's placement process. If you're having it on a single weekend, don't you think it just gives an added burden on Rep-C, you're organizing this inter-IT qualifiers as well?
No, I don't think so too. Means depending upon what the Rep-C feel at that point of time, the way that this would work is that my assumption is this is going to be for 3rd and 4th years. So assumption is there are going to be 4 teams. So basically you have to conduct 6 rounds, because you want each and every team to debate with the other team at least twice, so that this is a fair chance. It's just not that you have a bad day and you're getting eliminated. But I don't think so it creates a huge burden for Rep-C, because in October the major duty that you have is to only conduct workshops for freshers, and these are logistical things. In general, these debates happening or Rep-C getting exposed to a formalized inter-IT selection where they're watching these competitive debates, they're seeing the seniors debate so well, and they're like A, getting motivation for it, but B, they're also like going and talking to the seniors. I think the way that these debates can happen is can be like dependent upon what is like the requirement at that time. It can happen like after debutant, you have a period of like 4 or 5 weeks. These debates can happen then as well, or depending upon like a free weekend or when a lot of seniors are available, these debates can happen there as well. But about judging, these can be 3rd or 4th year seniors who are not going to take part in this form, but also this we can, to eliminate any sort of bias existing, we can have a huge panel where some Rep-C are also judging these debates as well.
I think, just follow up. Okay, A, 4th years are having placement season, unlikely that they'll come to go ahead and judge, and 3rd years are probably going to be the ones that are going to be participating in the very first place. And third thing, I think inter-IT, which has so high stakes, probably seniors do not have a lot of trust on Rep-C, even if you have large panels to actually go ahead and judge. So how do you ensure that it is still a fair selection process, or like how do these happen like multiple times if you have like agility is such a major concern?
First of all, I don't think so. A majority of seniors have placements. There's like a small subset of seniors that have this in the first place itself, but I don't think so all 3rd year seniors have an incentive to like go forward and take part in this round. A lot of 3rd year seniors are also available, but also why I think that Rep-C being present in this panel is not going to be a big problem, because I also plan to like hold their aging workshops in the summer months, because the fresher year itself has not adds a lot of debates in the first year itself. They can still go and take part in these forms, but before Open BP you can have their advanced aging into the BP aging workshops. But I think even if you have a bigger panel, I don't think so. Well, I'm unsure that why is this fair? If you have to create a fair system, what we can also do is like if you have like one senior present in both the teams, you can have this like depending upon what the CS decide. Like this can be a discussion between the CS. We can have like for these debates a dialogue between the Rep-C who are in the panel and the chair who is present.
With that, opening the floor for questions from the first year, who all wants to ask? 1, 2. Anyone else? 3. No one else? Here.
Okay, so one of the problems that I faced is
Thoda loudly.
okay, one of the problems that I faced at Facha is that like I didn't get a team slot in so and so external form in which there is like a really large team. So further upon this, the incentive for a Facha like me to go to that contingent, go to that external form is like there's a large contingent and then I get to interact with more seniors. So why is your shift? Why the focus is like on reimbursing, like probably giving a 30-40% discount to Facha rather than like bringing in more seniors or probably like getting more slots?
First of all, I think slots are something that are not dependent upon at us. All this is something that we get from other colleges itself. But why I want to subsidize freshers in the first place itself is I think a lot of freshers have this deterrence that they do not want to go to external comms because 700 rupees in the first year is a huge amount of money for them. They do not know how exactly does this comp work, what is the kind of things that happen in this comp. But I think subsidizing like 300 or 400 rupees per fresher for the first comp at least, I think this is important because now freshers are going to these external competitions, they're interacting with seniors there, they're having good experiences there, which means there's like a good social experience that they have when they go to these debating externals. So now the deterrence to go to future comps is something that reduces. They're much more likely to go to these future comps and enjoy themselves there because some senior is going and they want to hang out with the senior, or they just like want to go out in a social event and have fun there, have fun debating there as well.
Next question.
So from what I get from your recipes, that all the mechanisms that exist right now are still existing about tournaments. You are just switching the like dates of each event. So along with, as it was clearly evident to me and others also in this semester that the timeline was very packed, tournaments were clashing. Along with this very packed timeline, you want to add more workshops, more notes for these freshers, which overburdens both Fache and Repsi. Don't you think this incentivizes them to come back to the SOC or be as committed to the SOC?
I don't think so. I'm adding a huge lot of burden because perspective is now a fun com that you can as freshers take part in. It's first of all mostly for it's like for freshers to have fun and enjoy BP, but like second, third, and fourth year still take part in it because it's the last com before they graduate from IT Delhi. But intra now happens in the first week of February. In intra, people do not team up randomly because it's like a highly competitive comp. Perspective is just one comp that now takes place in March, which is like for you to have fun debating, just interacting with seniors there. But I think these workshops are like evenly spaced out. If you have like vacanza in the first week of January and you have Ampram in the third week of January, there's like this period of 2 weeks where you can have internal mocks and workshops conducted for you depending upon when freshers are free. Then you have like after the Ampram a period of 2 weeks available in which you can again get these internal mocks and workshops conducted. I don't think so it's a huge burden for Repsi. It became a huge burden for Repsi this year because you had like four weeks, and in these 4 weeks there were like 3 weekends in which they had to work. One was perspective, one was ITPD, and one was like intra-PD itself, due to which they became reluctant to work and they did not come for intra-PD. Like it was mainly because of the BT that we got from NSS, otherwise even that would not have happened.
Please keep your answer short.
I feel as a fresher that
जोर से बोल ले आवाज
I feel as a fresher that a lot of us debated in the first year, but most of us will be transitioning in the second year with no formal PWAS. That could only result in most of us getting disengaged in debating or drifting away from.
मेरे को आवाज नहीं आ रही जोर से आगे आ जाओ आगे
As a fresher, I feel that most of us, a lot of us debated in the first year, but most of us would be transitioning into the second year with no formal PWAS. That would mean that it would result in most of us getting disengaged in debating or drifting away from themselves as a whole. So, how do you plan on meaningful engagement of these people in debating so that it doesn't lead to an insular or less diverse ecosystem?
I think the simple way for that is that if there are a lot of freshers who did not become reps or conveners and they're still willing to work for the SOC, they still want to like take part in logistical, like they still want to help logistically, or they will still want to organize these workshops. I think one way is that they're still like coming and helping the Repsi team organize these workshops. So they're like getting bonded with the team, they're making friends within the team, so they are like still coming to future debates as well. But secondly, I think even a lot of freshers who did not become reps and conveners, I think senior debates for second, third, and fourth year still happen. These people who are like still interested in debating, if they're so interested in debating, they're still going to come for these second, third, and fourth year debates, and they can still debate with seniors, because it's not necessary for you to like become a rep or convener. You can like still come for these debates. I think this inclusivity exists within the SOC. You're still like close to the seniors because you have debated a lot in the first year itself. I don't think so that's an issue. Depending upon voluntary basis, we can give freshers who are not part of the reps and conveners certain work that they may want to handle logistically just to remain attached to the SOC, just to stay a part of the SOC.
ठीक है, opening the floor for second year questions now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
My question is on marketing. My question is on marketing. I guess Ashwin के भी RDV core team interactions होंगे. So the thing that you're doing different basically is to ज़्यादा time के लिए marketing करना है. So इसमें two questions. One, given that marketing is इतना boring चीज कि like RDV के time में भी कभी आपकी marketing नहीं होती, how will you convince your rep team to do this boring task for such a long period of time? But secondly, they're just MC team. They don't know how to do marketing. They only guidance here. So even if they do it for such a long time, उससे impact.
I'm not like making the Repsi team do marketing. If someone from Repsi is interested to do this, sure they can do marketing. What I'm doing differently is that I'm contacting the GNDG of like BRC and telling that we need marketing to happen within our SOC and we need a team for us to be present. I think then the simple way is that this separate team, we are able to like get help from this separate team from the core marketing team, and their entire job is like to go forward and like market our event and get sponsors for this. But also I don't think so it's a huge burden for that team as well, because they only need to like find sponsors for like one event. This is like IIT PD or this is like debutant, and they only have to like do things like probably we do not have to pay a huge amount of money from our budget for the prize fund, or we do not have to pay for refreshments. I think this is the different thing that they are doing.
So I think I'm sure कि बस seniors से बात करना to like do marketing for RDV is something that probably happens regardless. But even if it doesn't happen, the problem is I don't understand why someone is a association in debating say will want to do this sort of marketing for you, considering that even Repsi team is not able to do it for you.
ठीक है, I think simple answer to that. I think if you're like taking their help, the simple idea is that you are like creating a separate, essentially a separate vertical or separate designation within DevSoc, and their entire job is to like go forward and market your entire society, and you can like get help from them. But also, I have done marketing in Literati. A lot of like people from RDN have also done marketing. You can also take their help to get this marketing done in the first place itself. So I think this is like a help that you can take from the core team, and this core team is like and this is like something that can happen like really easily. I don't think so it's such a big issue.
Your mechanism for improving judging culture in RDN is subsidizing judge externals, right? Like if I want to. And this is probably on top of debating externals, which I probably want to go already. Which means this is another weekend which you are pushing Repsi to go and out to debate. At the point where you're keeping rest of the schedule mostly the same, and you're also pushing them to go for more externals, that means more of my weekends are taken up by debating. Which means Repsi is not able to do their other practice, and this is something I've faced in this year as well. And but it'll probably be increased in your tenure. How will you handle the demotivation Repsi is?
I think apart from this, I am not forcing any Repsi that they have to go and debate. I think this is just an incentive for them. That probably debating is something that is important, because if debating improves from the second year or from the first year itself through like the various ways that I have told you, I think this improves the quality of our internal comms as well. Probably now you do not have to scramble for ads when you are conducting any sort of internal competition as well. But also the Repsi at each and every point of time, if they want to like not go and add these tournaments. It's like their free will to do this. But I think those reps who want to like add more of these external tournaments, we can like at least give them a subsidy. I think this subsidy is something that can still act as an incentive, because you now at some points of time within the reps you probably do not want to like just go to a comp and have fun. It's not necessary that you can go to a comp just as a debater and have fun, but you probably, if you just want to have fun, you go as an adge to this comp and you effectively have to pay less amount of registration fee. I think these things can like still happen as well.
Follow with this, you are like, suppose market doesn't happen in your tenure. This probably looks like having another kind of like ideal, which means you'll have another weekend of ideas and like probably more judging, which is more people thinking. How do you handle this?
My other mechanism or other contingency plan for this is to like get MUNs to give venues to MUNs. Each and every MUN that we have, they have their own OC. You do not need to spend a lot of manpower to get them to do work. Only like 2 or 3 people from the website team who are available are sufficient to get things done in itself. So even when just organizing one day MUNs for these events and getting money in exchange for it is something that is a huge amount of money. You effectively get like 25,000-30,000 rupees, which you can then use to like subsidize external comps or like sponsor the second dev trip as well. It's not an extra added burden for you, but also you can probably organize it after majors. You can talk to them, or you can target those sort of MUNs as well. I think this is something that can easily happen.
Next.
I have 2 questions from I had 2 questions from SUV. First thing, which I thought is the biggest problem with our RepC network, was that the RepCs eventually over this long time become demotivated. Which means if you as a secretary are not creating other avenues of the incentives for RepC to come and come into these tournaments as Federer have been calling tournaments, eventually the tournaments will degrade to some extent, even if you say adjust the timelines or something. So A, how are you ensuring the RepCs will stay motivated throughout the tenure, at least by whatever March you can do? And B, I think from the SOP I could get that you are adjusting timelines, you're shifting timelines, you're swapping comps so that last minute perspective हो जाएगा, if series would have last chance to debate करने. But then other than that adjusting timelines, what is the delta possible to bring the SOP which is impactful?
I think 2-3 things I'll tell you. One, I'm like offloading the calendar so that you do not become overburdened by activities. There is like a sufficient space of like 2 or 3 weeks between different activities. So I think this also answers your question that reps are not becoming overburdened by work, which means because they like still enjoy debating as an activity, this are like still connected to the song mainly because of the seniors, so they're like still showing up for these external comps. Because after like one comp, they're effectively getting a period of 2 or 3 weeks. But second thing that I explicitly do is like increase judging culture focus as well. I think this is important because it not only improves our debating, but B, I think respect for judges in internal comps is also a huge issue. I think there's like a lot of clashes happening within a SOC. I think what you can also do is like improve judging culture as well. But secondly, I don't think so like the clashes that happen within comps is like to some extent justified. There are like only certain reasons in which these clashes can happen in the first place itself. I think like something we can also do in my tenure is like talk to the equity, get a formulated policy in place as to what exactly the criteria that we need to define for clashes in internal tournaments. But thirdly, I'm trying to vouch for the community aspect. I think I'm not creating a tenure in which things are becoming overly competitive. You're having a lot of things in which people are having fun. Perspective is being kept because now it's a non-comp event. It happens after IITPD. IITPD is probably the most competitive comp that happens in the tenure. Perspective is now just a fun comp for freshers to learn VP, but now since the last comp of the seniors, probably like if you are in second year, you are going and teaming up with the senior just because you want to have fun with them, you just want to have this debating experience with them, and the senior is like this last comp is still going to do this. But I think secondly, having like case preps, having those bonding with seniors from the first year itself, because as first years they're probably close to their like +1 year, but they're probably not close to the +2 year or +3 year. I think calling these people to come for these workshops and having them interact with freshers is something that is like creating better experience for the freshers from the first year itself. But I think apart from this, you also have like more regular ramp-to-ramp debates. Vacanza is also something that is ultimately making it a fun comp where now it's essentially a team comp rather than you just like individually doing the turn good debate, etc.
Guys, one thing, I know 2 घंटे हो चुके हैं, but to ensure fairness, please everyone pay attention to what he's saying, especially first years. And secondly, please keep your answers short.
Next.
We talked about restructuring each debate. I think one thing that we faced in our university, like, first of all, there were like 6 teams. So, our partner team was like pretty random, and then we had like all people all over the time. Most of the time, it turned out the captain had to like do all the work. And then to Super, we were not able to complete all the rounds. If you said you want to restructure it, so there'll be like fewer captains. Like, why is that like something that's going to be better than what we've seen before? Because we've seen multiple structural debates in the year.
ठीक है, I think I'll tell you why is that so important, because in 4 teams now effectively in each team, if you have a team of 28 people, so per team you have 7 people from RepC being present there. A, it increases the number of RepC that are present, but B, it also increases the number of seniors that are present. On a fair assumption, if you have like 40 seniors from 3rd and 4th year present in DEPSA, or like who are active after like the RepC tenure ends, I think then per team you also have 10 seniors which are also present. I think then also, since these debates happen in a more ampler format, it's easier for you to get like 2 people from DEPSI to take part in these debates out of like 7 people being present in per team. But also between things, we can keep this league debates more interesting for seniors as well. You can also increase senior participation, because now these debates, when a lot of seniors are available, these debates can entirely be 3rd and 4th year debates. And now these debates can also be judged by the RepC team, so that they're able to improve their adjing skills, they're able to take back feedback from the adjing as well. But also the calendar for this will work. You probably have 2 rounds in August, 1 round in like September, depending upon like the availability of seniors and the RepC team as well. You can have like 1 or 2 rounds in October, and then you can have like 1 round in November if like majors are not too close, and then you can have like 2 rounds in online in December.
I think like just regarding
Louder.
regarding the switching around the schedule, right? The schedule put intra-PD and then perspective after. I think like this makes sense if you're just waiting this year. But from a fresher perspective, like the importance of the ordering like makes a lot of sense. Like if I say for me, like I joined DEPSOC very late and I just threw myself into perspective because like I really wouldn't have done it if it was intra-PD. And like one more thing is intra-PD, like in general not be that I got some experience in perspective and then I improved in some like amount of time. And then like intra is like more open towards like freshers, right? So like the impact of perspective being like one bridge to reaching intra for you to join late also doesn't happen. And also if you're then shifting Ampuran later, then this doesn't allow like Pache to also again like get some sort of like involvement, right? So how do you cater to Pache who like kind of join a bit later? Because I think there is like a significant amount of Pache.
I think the way that I want to cater to freshers who want to join the DEPSOC late are in the winter breaks or when January starts. The way that this can happen is that you ask the RepC team, you can take like reintroduction workshops, or you can conduct more case prep workshops where you can have these sort of discussions. But also I see that even if like intra is shifted to February, I do not see like how freshers cannot enter it, because probably before inter you also have a lot of internal mocks conducted. The only thing that I'm doing is I'm structuring the calendar in such a way that between each and every it's not a huge burden for RepC, but there are like a lot of internal mocks and case prep sessions which are like entry point for a lot of freshers to enter into debating conducted. So these become these entry points. So even if like you want to take part in inter before like these things happen, after like AMPRAM happens, there are like more internal mocks, more of these other things, more of these workshops that are conducted which you can like take part in, and as freshers can enter into the SWAT.
Just one last follow-up on that, like, like workshops and all is fine, right? Like actually getting into internal comms has some value, and then debating in internal comms is where Pache to work on. Like you by shifting intra-PD are then just putting one deadlock that the Paches finally go to till January and then they enter intra-PD, which means that Pache who grew till January are the only people who are able to do well in intra-PD, right? So like if you ask the whole Pache, at least from my Pache, this delta period till intra-PD from like the start of AMPRAM is when at least most of my Pache go along. You are just simply not learning this, so instead like creates this huge barrier for these like Pache to try to join debating. Because only the Pache who been at the start and through debating through these 6 months are going to like in some sense prepared for
I'll just take a like 30 seconds to answer. I don't think so. Like this is true because like a lot of freshers also improve a lot in December. They improve when January starts as well. But even in the fresher year itself, like I do not see a huge delta in like the different debating abilities that are present. So even if like one fresher who is actively interested in debating, he's like coming in January and to these different things, still taking part in SOC activities, and if he's like getting a chance to like take part in AMRAM, I think this fresher is like still improving a lot as well. So I think these entry points that exist in December, the entry points that due to resolution of the calendar exist in January, I think these things like still ensure that this fresher is able to take part in intra. But I think apart from that, I think other entry points exist that freshers can also like, even if they do not qualify, they can still take part in intra. They can probably add intra as well. They can still like become trainee adjunts, and they can still like become the top 5 novice adjunts, and then still talk to the seniors. I think talking to the want to remain in the SOC. I think these are the things that still intra provides to you in my SOP session. So I think this is like something that is ensuring freshers remain.
Any other second years?
I think account area fresher.
थोड़ा जोर से बोल लो
I think you want to talk about account fresher. Two things on that. One, when AMRAM happened, like how it happened in our tenure, it happened at a time before like perspective when this like interview happened. When like, there were like official breaks or like wins that these function had. I think that like the difference was largely stalled with a completely different common player. When it happens later on, after interview, then always the buyer that okay, this was
You are saying that AMRAM happens after interview.
like the AMRAM happens later on. The probably exists like there already some level of you want to make it happen later. There already exists like breaks happening. Some things are gone, external and getting breaks. There you some level of discrepancy. Do you think that like this will affect how seniors like you for sure like the when it happens in AMRAM itself? But and two, your idea like remuneration speaking that like a lot of these funds are getting more money back. I may take a lot of time like to give money and you are going to do it so each comment like right before the com. If let's say your problem is that first you have to pay 5 rupees to go for a com. If the only way your solution is that I will give the money 5 like 2-3 months afterwards, I still have to pay 5 rupees to give the more problem. Why do you think that?
Okay, I think first answering the second question, I think in terms of admin giving us beating, a simple solution to that is you can get advance payments done from the admin, and then you can send this payment to someone who's like from an external SOC, and then you can show this payment to the admin. And this, since this person is a friend of yours, this person can return you back the money. So you have liquidity present at all points of time. But also the second thing in terms of freshers not being able to find teammates, if that is true, what I want is that the Repsi team goes forward and asks in their like hostel groups that is some fresher interested to like take part in an external competition. You're also going to get subsidies for this. I think then I do not think so that it becomes such a huge barrier. I think the bigger barrier is probably you not being able to pay like 700 rupees for a singular comp because you do not know what sort of experience that is. Probably other comps are like comparatively cheaper. Probably like other clubs have comps like QC or like literary comps are like comparatively much. I think that is a bigger barrier that exists within DevSol. First question, kya tha? I forgot.
First question is that like when AMRAM when it happens much later, but they are inherently like, probably much like there exists like some level of difference. Like some percent for external have some rates, some don't have. Will this affect it? Like this might affect how seniors do them and how the pairing happens later on. Will this like fair?
मतलब no, I do not think so because seniors have all been a part of DevSoc. They have gone through the first test. They already know that performance in fresher years are highly subjective. Some fresher may probably not have gone to external, but this fresher is like capable enough. He has like done a lot of debates. He has like good debating abilities. I do not think so like this culture exists within our SOC that we are looking at breaks and judging freshers as well. But also like Repsi teams have like already like they know these freshers. They have gone and interacted with these freshers and they know how these freshers debate. So I don't think so that is a bias that is going to exist.
ठीक है, done with second year questions. Moving on to third year, starting from here.
ठीक है. So about marketing, I think firstly, I don't think the problem with marketing is that it happens late. That's why you're not able to do it. Because I think Ardian traced marketing way before their fests, and they're still not able to raise the money that they want to. They're like in significant losses this time. But I think secondly, if you take admin's help in marketing through RDV, then even if you charge some red fee, it goes through the admin. This is what happens with QC. I think the problem that exists in marketing, at least I feel that, is that people don't work as much. Given that this year Repsi already did not come to judge, which is so centric to DevSoc, why will they want to like
send so many mails, talk to clients, and like all of those stuff, given that it's a very high input, low output, boring thing?
Matlab, if the workload is not high for the Lepsi, if you probably have like 15 or 20 leads assigned for the Lepsi, and then just have to like mail it out during a period of time in the summer months when they're like relatively free, it's like a time commitment of probably 1 hour that they have to take, and they just have to like mail these things. They just have to talk to the company individuals. But I think before like getting them into marketing, it's important to make them realize the importance of marketing itself. If they're able to realize that probably marketing is something that raises more funds for a shop, it's something that can help us sponsor a second external trip, but also it can like provide subsidies to them to go to external competitions or like provide subsidies to freshers. I think then that incentive or that importance of marketing is something that can still happen as well.
Okay, a follow up to that. I think I agree with your idea that marketing has advantages, and I think Repsi will like rationally also know that. But I think Repsi also rationally knows that probably judging also has advantages or stuff like that, but they still don't do it because they just have other commitments or they just find it boring, or like even if it's at an instance it's more time consuming than let's say marketing, you still have to do it on like lesser number of days. So the time commitment roughly becomes the same. So given that it's more boring, why will they then want to do
it? Can you just like in short reiterate your question?
Alright, so like given that the work is boring, and given that even when people rationally realize that things are important, they don't do it, just like how I don't study, why will they then want to do such a boring job which takes like over a month, a large amount of their time?
Sure, I agree that it may be a boring job, but I do not agree with the idea that it takes a large amount of time, because just finding 20 leads and taking help from like the RDB core team, where they're telling you what are the sort of companies that you can target to sponsor debating events. Probably these can be companies which are similar to who sponsor MUNs in itself. Or the second way that you can also probably do marketing is take help from like external sources. You can tell them that probably you talk to a lot of companies and like 4 companies were interested in you. Probably the other 3 or 4 companies who were not interested because the timeline did not match, you can like gain those leads from them, and you can have like some sort of deal adjusted with them through which you can still get that money in the first place. But also I think 15 or 20 leads, working upon those 15 or 20 leads is like just like in per week, after like if regular meetings are held, if I'm the one who's managing them per week, I think per week you only have to do like 2 hours of time commitment to like have marketing done, because it's 20 leads, it's 20 mails and 20 people that you're doing.
Just a very small follow-up to that. Given that even if people put time, marketing is an activity that has a largely speculative output. Even if you put in a lot of hours, there is a chance because of any random reason that you might not find deals. So let's say in your tenure, people work, but for some reason you are not able to like get money. And because of, so then like how will you do the things in your recipe that are contingent on marketing, or will you like not do them at all?
Okay. I think with regards to not being able to find money, I think sure I agree with the idea. Probably since this is the first time that we are actually doing marketing, it may not be that successful. Probably we are not able to raise like 60 or 70,000 rupees. But I think there's like a knowledge deficit that exists within DevShop, because every year we try doing marketing, we have no knowledge about what sort of leads that we can actually target. I think then trying to actively target certain companies, talking to them, talking about their requirements is something that creates this knowledge resource for us as well, which makes things at least easier or simpler in the upcoming 10 years. But even if like marketing does not like is very successful, we are like still only able to raise like 10,000 or 15,000 rupees. I think the other way that we do probably get funds is like through giving venues to MUNs on the LHC campus, and these are like one-day MUNs with these MUNs having their own OC. I think through these having one per semester still gives us like 25,000, 30,000 rupees, and so those things in my OCP can still happen.
Cool. Second question, I think like there's something that I probably wanted to ask him too, but I thought it would come up somewhere after me. But the idea is that if his SOP is great and you become the SOP, you still implement it, and vice versa. So given that good SOPs in general or good things in general just happen, why should like why do you think you should become this secure? What is the USP that you then provide as Sandeep?
Sure. I think the specific USP that I have provided is like I have been like present from the SOC from the first year itself. But I think this SOC as something has given back a lot to me because in the first year itself I could have never imagined myself being in a such being like contesting for such a big leadership position. I think this SOC has opened up a lot of opportunities for me. It has like created my social life not only like within the SOC but outside the campus as well. I think thirdly, to some extent, it may happen that SOPs may not matter, but I think to some extent, if a particular candidate also has like a better SOP or he has thought about the SOC more, I think he has a better understanding of like slightly how the SOC functions as well. I think to some extent, sure, it's important that it's important that how does each candidate manage things, but I think SOP is also a factor in this as well. But I think why do I still think that even if like SOPs do not matter, still think that I can become a great techie because I realize the value that probably within the own Repsi team there are like certain people who are like probably not so outgoing because I have been that introverted person within DepSoc in the first year and the SOC has opened up itself to me. I think then going forward and like talking with these individuals and like making them feel welcome in the SOC is something that I can uniquely do and make that great bonds with them because the insecurities that they might have are the sort of insecurities that I had within myself in the first year itself. That is why I think this management that I have with me, this understanding of this introverted people because I have been that person is something that I think can help me become a good secretary.
Two questions from my end, one at a time. Firstly, becoming a BRCA Secretary, you are taking on business leadership role. Considering that there are some people who are sleeping in this room, there are some people who are using their phones, there are some people who are talking opposite. As someone who is going to take such a huge leadership position, how are you planning to then control the room? Because this is happening in your stage, and this is something that you need to justify.
Matlab, I think that if I'm like contesting for a leadership role, I think it's fair that the way that I handle the team is like if this laxity happens and if I see these things happening within my own team, first of all, talk to this team that why are like these things happening, why like you becoming lax in your work, try to understand their own perspective and try to understand their own point of view as well. I think this is important because this creates a communication between the BRC, the person who's like the secretary of the club and the team as well. But I think secondly, if there's like instances where the team is like not working according to their full capability, sure you will have to be strict sometimes. You'll have to like scold them for the laxity in work that they have done. But I think before that these things happen, it's important to understand their own perspective of view because then it helps you understand how does the Repsi team actually think about when like things happen in the tenure itself.
I think a small feedback on that is not a follow-up. If all that is true, then I want you to control this room in a better manner as well right now. But coming on to my second question, and this is going to be probably the same as what Chirag asked on it, which is there are a lot of things that you're going to figure out after you become a BRCA Secretary, and you probably don't know how BRCA as a board works completely, which is why you're confused in the ideas of marketing, which is fine. But what would you do which is going to be different from Ashwin's tenure right now?
Sure enough. I think one, I'm offloading the calendar such that in this year a lot of things got like not because of Ashwin, like just because of like NSSBT in general. I think in general as well, I think managing the calendar is also something that I am doing specifically in the second tenure because through this management, probably like not having the burden of like league debates being conducted in the second semester, you're also able to provide like more freshers opportunity to improve as debaters. But secondly, I think other things probably like calling up more seniors for case preps, and these are like not one singular senior. These are probably like 3 or 4 seniors who are coming and interacting with these freshers, who are like not only teaching them debating, but who are like also actively telling them stories about the SOC, who are like telling them how the SOC has been and how you can actually improve as debaters. Is like I'm also like doing something to increase fresher interaction from the first year itself because freshers are probably close with the +1 year. But I think through these different ways that I'm doing, I think freshers also become close to like their +3 and +2 and +3 years as well.
Any follow-up? Vic?
Like you just mentioned the point that I want clarification of. I think you talked about external subsidies for freshers? Like, is that something? So how are you going to go about this? Since probably to freshers, the prospect of going to any external college seems like a very good idea. They would all probably approach you. So how would you go about implementing this? Like, who to send, who not to send?
ठीक है. Sure, got the question. I think specifically for like providing subsidies to freshers for external competitions, I think it's for depending upon the number of freshers that are there, but it's for each and every fresher. Like the first point of focus would be that every new fresher at least gets to go to the first external competition at a subsidized rate. And then if there's like money left, and if there's like not enough money left, they can also cater to the second external competition. I think, but like just catering to the first external competition is like removing the deterrence that exists there. You have to pay like 700 rupees for a form. I think at least doing that for the first external competition is something that I'm still trying to do in my planning to do in my tenure as well.
Right. Like, I get that it's a very noble idea, but for the subsidy to be effective, it needs to be a bit large amount. Right? You can't just cut off the stock subsidy. And probably if you are giving them subsidy, you will have to select who's to subsidize because it's money to nahi hai. Like if 50 to 100 people want to go to DU for next year, because that's just an attractive idea. That's something that's simply not feasible. Because you can't give sufficient subsidy to each and every one. So either you end up creating an unequal situation where you are qualified or something to send people. Yeah, your subsidy ends up being ineffective. So I think there's a reason why subsidy is like for seniors mostly because these are people who are lesser in number A, and secondly who you can see there's a point to subsidizing them because they're vulnerable. But I think freshers it doesn't make sense about it because when the stalwarts maybe use people वैसे 3 लोग waste करते हैं, all of them get to know the subsidy thing. Maybe all of them are probably going to get
Sure, I think then from the starting of the tenure, planning the budget in a certain way that you're probably saving some money. Like you have like effectively 3 lakh money that you get from BRCF and probably like 50,000 from Ideal per semester. So you effectively have to manage 40 lakh of 4 lakh of money. I think then explicitly like saving 30,000 rupees for these freshers is something that you can like do at the starting of the tenure. I think then using that money for these fresher subsidies is important. I don't think so. Second, third, and fourth years have such a huge barrier because they've already gone to a lot of external competitions and they've already had nice experiences there. I think this barrier for first years is generally greater because they have not experienced this kind of social challenge or like social experience that probably a debating external provides to you. And since they have not experienced it at all, I think this barrier is something that is comparatively huge for them. And probably in first year itself, you probably get less money from your own. As you become like in second, third, or fourth year, the amount of money that you get from your home also increases. So that barrier is also something that is like solved because in first year you do not have that amount of money. कि मैं 700 रुपए देके external जा रहा हूँ. I think then at least doing that for the first external competition is something that is like still good for the freshers, and this huge deterrence for them like does not exist.
So like just one last follow-up word after the next podcast. So if any fresher at all approaches you for an external subsidy in their first year, would you tell them yes or if they have a team? Any fresher at all?
Yes. Guys, तुम्हारे tenure यार सुन लो, please. Like you have listened to Ronit, you मतलब please be respectful and please listen to me as well.
I think दोनों के SOPs are honestly pretty similar. Keep it as diplomatic as possible. I don't want any controversy out of this question. But why do you think you'll be a better
मतलब simple idea behind this. I think I am a better candidate because I've like thought of different ways that we can structurally improve the SOC. But I've also thought of ways in which we can not only make debating like sure debating being competitive is like good for people who like want to debate competitively. But I think the larger view of the SOC is like with regards to community, how you're able to improve debating in the community. I think currently a lot of problems exist in the SOC in terms of like you not being able to you like a lot of things are becoming more competitive. People there's like a lot of burden of pressures, a lot of burden on Repsi as well. I think these are some things that I'm also solving in my tenure. But I think explicitly I have the ability that I'm able to manage my time more effectively. I've been there for each and every event. I've been like dedicated to the socks in the first year itself, and I think just being a leader, I think realizing the value that the community of that the SOC has given back to me, I think realizing this importance is something that I think can make me a great tech in the first place. Because probably you need someone at this point of time who probably does not like want to debate competitively. He also just enjoys debating as a hobby. And secondly, I think he realizes the value that probably for each and every fresher, the value that DevSoc can bring in terms of not only improving their personality but also making them more outspoken or removing their awkwardness and shyness in the first place. And these are the things that happened with me in the first year. And since I realized this value, I think this is something that I can implement better in my tenure itself.
Please keep your answers short.
Sorry.
My second question is on your SP is mostly revolving around debating and debating initiatives. What is it that you can do to make that sort of more useful? I think Ron had great initiatives like say putting up a social media post wherever you go.
Putting up a
social media, putting up a social media post for freshers and breaks. I think that's a great initiative. Do you have?
Yeah, I have something to add to that. I think the idea about social media posts, I think this is like something that is not just limited to breaks. I think just going to a debating external and the cute contingent photos or the goofy photos that you click there, I think these are something that you can also put up on Instagram. But simple things, for example, like just having like perspective PD and like the OC is calling you up and like putting up these photos on Instagrams and like creating these having these things put up on Instagram is like something that creates positive perceptions amongst freshers. It creates visibility not only like within the SOC, but it also creates visibility amongst the community as well. But also this, I think certain social activities that you take, probably if you're going to a mid-tenure dinner with the Repsi team, I think these are the things that you can put up on your social media posts. I think these are the things that tell us about like DevSoc is not only about like just breaks, it's also about like going to like having fun with your own team, having fun with them and enjoying stuff as well.
Two questions. Like, first, in your SPs, they have points like having workshops in like smaller groups, which would require a lot of seniors at the same time. Secondly, the idea of league debates now being like judged by seniors and having them in Amsterdam format, which will again require seniors. Like, but then thirdly, having a CA, 4th-year CA for basically selection for inter, which again requires seniors. I think your SOP in general is very like senior heavy and like based on like presence of seniors in general, right? And I think it will collapse entirely if seniors do not show up, right? And there's nothing in the SOP that convinces me by any respect that not only is going to show up. So like, how do you cater to that?
ठीक है. I think talking about league debates in general, I don't think so. For league debates, you're always going to need a lot of seniors since these are in Ampera formats. So you can plan rounds according to when seniors are available. So the way it will happen is that before you want to plan a round, you can tell the Repsi that you can call up seniors on your own team and ask them for their availability. If like enough sufficient number of seniors are present, you can have this like 3rd and 4th year debates in itself. But also this, you can like these Ampuram debates, you effectively have like 2 Repsis and 1 senior in the team. I think out of like 10 seniors effectively in your own team, by finding 1 senior who is free for these league debates is something that is relatively easier. But also this, it's not necessary that the senior has to be the one who's adding this Ampuram debates. It can be someone from the Repsi team. If the senior wants to add, sure, he can add these debates as well. But I think talking about formalized inter-IT selections, sure, I think it's important like to ensure like fairness. I think we can like have this system like I think the CAs can be someone from 4th year who's like not taking part in it. I think we can easily find that senior who's like dedicated himself to the SOC and he's like willing to like put up those motions or like create those motions as well. I think I do not think so it's going to be like a huge VT, but also like for the formalized inter-IT selections, I think for the judging, you can always find 3rd and 4th year seniors who are like willing to come to debates where their own year is debating, just to interact with them, just to have fun with them. I think even if these debates are competitive, I think just to like hear these competitive debates, just to get, just like to have fun with them, they will still come back. And obviously, like Repsi can still add these debates. They can be a like big panel for these debates as well.
With lesser people will be able to hear you if you give such long answers because लंबा चलेगा लोग छोड़ के चले जाएंगे.
ठीक है, sorry.
Just quick follow-up on that. Like, firstly, you are saying that you can schedule based on senior availability, your SOP tells me that there are a lot of things that you have planned. So I'm unsure as to how this evaluation is actually going to work at this stage. But then you're entirely relying on seniors being interested in this talk and therefore they just show up like for this whenever you want.
Matlab, I think in fourth year, a lot of people like do get the PPOs, and they're like relatively free, and they still show up to the SOC because they like want to like get back into training. Probably in third year are comparatively more busy. I think these seniors are still present, but I think these seniors have like learned from their seniors in itself, and these seniors have like given them back a lot. I think they still have this incentive, or they still hold this belief that I want to like interact with my freshers before I'm graduating. I'm able to teach my freshers something. I'm able to form close bonds for them. I think simply for these reasons, seniors still show up in the third and fourth year in itself. I think, I think so. Like this can happen.
Cool. Second question then. Nothing on the idea of marketing again. Like, considering that people who have become RNC became RNC simply because they thought they'll probably teach debating to freshers, right? Or probably because they like debating and they like people want to continue being part of it. I think none of them have signed up to like the RNC to like go ahead and like talk to random people who are like not interested, who need to be like, convinced to give you money, etc. etc. And marketing is like a very, very, very boring job. That's something that you know, like you have been working with me at Rafi as well. Right? You were also equally frustrated as that. So insofar as that exists, and none of them basically signed up for it, and we actually signed up for it when we became marketing team for it. How are you going to make them work efficiently? Because to Abhi's question, you just answered that you will probably like subsidize everyone for your first one. Right? So that means you're running on this assumption that you get money out of that market. Whereas these are inexperienced people who do not sign up for marketing, will probably tokenistically work for it. How is it now? How is this going to be like this huge success in your term?
Matlab, I don't think so. Like, even if you're like within the REPC, the idea is that I'm not, even if like I'm the one who's handling the marketing work, or it's like someone from the third year who's handling the marketing work, it's like per person you're having like per 15 or 20 leads being assigned to them. Sure, I do get it, like they may not have signed up for this, but I think the idea is that this marketing is something that helps improve the SOC as well. I think there are like multiple things that you can do if you get more money, but also it's not a huge workload for them, because if it's like 15 leads per person, they do not have to like talk to a lot of companies. I think the main mailing messages, preparing the list of deliverables, is like something that I will have to do, because I will have to like talk to the admin, probably talk to the GenSec or the DGSec, and ask them like what are the constraints that are probably existing from the BRC side, from the RDB side. I think these are the major works that are doing. The only thing that they probably have to do is like mail these particular companies, and after mailing these particular companies, they have to like schedule a meeting, just have to talk to them one or two times, and then they can update whatever deliverables these companies are expecting in the sheet. And if then I think that one particular lead is something that is convertible, I will be the one who's like going forward and like handling this stuff and talking to the company.
Why do you think increasing the load of the RNC, like just a follow-up, why do you think increasing the load of the RNC then to such a huge degree is like a fair trade-off for you to like get some more money to probably fund some pressure?
Fair enough. I think it's this load, even if this load is something that exists upon the RNC, but it exists during the summer months, where in periods where they're like relatively free, they do not have like a lot of other like external load existing. Probably in summer months they're also debating as well. They are like having fun, like they're present at home itself. I don't think so it's a huge commitment that they are taking in the first place itself. But B, I think the idea is this money that you probably get from marketing is also something that is helping you in the SOC as well, because you as second years are probably getting certain subsidies if you want to like add external tournaments, but also like for the second SOC trip to happen, you probably need more money. In the first SOC trip, you are only able to send a certain amount of people, and not even the entire REPC team is able to go. I think for that second external trip, admin is never going to sponsor us for that second external trip. I think then getting that money and using that for the second external trip is something that is also impacting the REPC team, because now more people from the REPC are able to go to these debating externals, have fun with seniors there, and form close bonds with them. I think that is why this willingness for marketing will exist.
Cool. First, just very small clarification. And
clarify, right? How do you plan to shift mechanical given that it's literally BSP event has to happen then?
Well, from what I've heard is that literati is going to get cancelled. Sure, if literati does not.
Okay, fine. Then that was clear. Second, I have doubts on marketing, but that's not a question. That's that's like a feedback because I think both we are having a one-to-one conversation would be better dealing with this thing. I think marketing requires consistent alertness from the FC. Ask Ashmit the number of times he had to ask your team to just change the colors of the sheet, and you know that that constant alertness is something that is until unless you are very actively reaching out to them and making sure that the work is happening, that is not going to happen. I want to understand as a secchi, how do you, despite doing all the work, will be able to put in such a time investment into this work primarily, and why will you make this your priority anyways?
I think the way that this checks in which this you ensure that Repsi are doing your work. I think the way it can happen is within the summer months. Per week, you can have a meet with the Repsi and ask them that what are the sort of things that you have worked upon. I think these regular checks is something that ensures things will work.
I again want to assess you as a candidate, as a second candidate. Can you tell me your stance in situations where probably people are fighting in the depths of forums, or probably people are, as seniors, as staff, are misusing their power in probably changing the scores, allocations where there's a conflict of interest? In such cases, where is it, in two situations I mentioned, what is your stance?
So
you can take a minute of this. I mean, if you won't
I think for the first situation, when you talk about like infighting existing within DevSoc, if this is something that is creating a toxic culture, this is something that is hurting people, and this is something that is hurting people's sentiments, I think as the SECI, I will want to approach the equity committee and panel members and hold a hearing so that these people are able to talk to them and sort these things out. But I think the second question, Kiana?
Second one, seniors being capped, misusing their power.
I think those seniors which are like misusing the power as cap, I think they are undermining the credibility of the tournament. So I think it's fair that those seniors within the cap who are doing this, they're like removed from the CAs itself. I think this is something that is not fair for the tournament because a lot of people from the SOC are taking part in it.
Last question. I think I agree with Sriram on intra being important for freshers, but I also think, in addition to that, I think that intra is important for seniors as well. It has a closure value, it has an emotional value attached to it. There is a reason why intra teams are formed like 1 year before, even before the tenure starts, right? Simply because of the fact that people want to be a part of intra and not. I don't think 4th year seniors want perspective to this last tournament. I think they highly want intra to the last tournament. Are you open to changing this thing? That this shift of timeline of intra?
I think I'm open to like changing that shift of timeline. The only difference is that I think that if this shift in timeline happens, perspective is a comp that happens just for fun. I think what can happen is that now since this association of NSSRs is something that does not exist, I think competitive teams, if perspective happens in the first week of February, is something that is still going to exist because probably teams are now like, I'm not getting asked for it. Why not just like form a competitive team? I can like practice for intra because there are like teams who have this aspiration within the SOC that they want to win intra because intra holds this value that you're probably winning intra. You're like having this bragging rights present. But again, depending upon like discussion with the panel or like feedback from seniors as well, like open to change.
Okay, so largely I have the kind of question I wanted to ask largely to follow, but it's to follow. And one major problem with the SOP again is that firstly the type of impact that you're trying to reach are largely like insignificant. They're like symmetrical what the wrong is trying to bring, right? And when the only the delta you are sort of talking about is marketing. The problem with marketing in general is like you constantly talk about what's the 20, you're giving just 20 leads to each FCS and it's happening in summertime. Major like there are two problems with this. Firstly, even getting 20 leads is very difficult. Right? I worked in Expo वगैरह. Oakley was there. अपने वगैरह like बहुत लोग involved थे. Despite that, we had to reserve like 200, 300 like different people still with no leads happening. Right? And even after you get leads, there is no guarantee they will get involved. बहुत बार नहीं हो पाती है. Then for time. That you talk about it happening in summer break. Summer break में second year का फिर priority is to fucking work on the third year intern to get summer break sorry. So okay, then but again, I think what Chirag talked about, neither of you talk about the intrinsic problem that exists in DevSoc as a whole, right? When Bharat talks about problem existing between the SOC, classical, etc. And this is something that has happened to you personally as well, where there have been behavioral misconduct, etc. Where do you then go and take hard stances? Like, and if you talk about etc., like being very honest, people even after like even if you talk to people, I think that is already optimistic. There have been large messages going on, etc. People just ignore them. How they then and go like structurally make changes to that.
Sure, I think agree with you. Like just sending messages on Depacha is something I don't think so. It's like going to work. I agree that these are tokenistic in nature. I think if these sort of incidents happen, I think as Seki, it's important that I take a hard stance and I approach probably the junior or the senior with whom this happened. I think the senior has a genuine concern that these are the things that should not happen. I think then it's fair that you approach the equity committee and with the panel, and then the equity committee and the panel can decide on what are the sort of punishments that you can get. I think these can probably look like all your grades for that particular year getting cancelled or you getting banned from like internal events of DevSoc for a certain period of time. I think this is something that panelists probably experience and the equity committees possibly experience to deal with to understand how this sort of disrespect or how this sort of incident probably occurred. So I think as Seki, it's fair for me to take their head and understand perspectives from their point of view and then like make a decision about what is going to happen.
And I think you also talk about like senior involvement and student involvement as a whole, and like advisory panel. First of all, like just yes or no answer. Would you be willing to like implement this like to larger extent? Because you always take backlash about this.
What implement what?
The mechanism you are trying to push for like a deterrent mechanism. Will you be willing to like implement it at all points of time, given there will be obvious backlash and a problem breakout might happen?
So breakouts from just a clarification, breakouts within the senior year.
With you in senior year, like whatever, in the
Yeah, I do think that yes, I will be willing to implement it. I think these are the things that the panel members in their discussion are mechanisms that we can still implement, because I don't think so the current culture that is existing where a lot of people are clashing each other out just because someone is making them lose a lot of debates or you're going forward and bitching about certain people behind the backs is a good culture, because I think this is something that is destroying the community aspect of DevSoc. It is inherently making the SOC just more competitive and people are forgetting that for you to debate, it's like probably like you may want to debate competitively, but at the end of the day, it's just a hobby, it's just a pastime that you're probably doing. So I think yes, I will be willing to do that. I think I'm willing to like talk to the equity committee and form a framework for what are the sort of clashes that we need to look into, because clashes in external and clashes in internal are sure going to be very different.
And the second question is, we talk a lot about, we also talk about like the impact seniors for solving, etc. First of all, like, is it important that you bring in all seniors that exist across all years? And B, related to that, how do you then go ahead and like, implement that in the very first place? Not because workshop वगैरह भी एक limited set of seniors ही लेते हैं हमेशा, लेकिन there are 5-6 people, and tournaments में all tournaments are only the थोड़ा और seniors आ जाए, there are large number of people who do not come. So A, do you think they're important to include? Second, you like mechanism like dosti वगैरह की दोस्त आ जाओ does not fucking work. Simple individual. I have a lot of friends who are part of DevSoc but they are not actually मैं उनको कहता हूँ आ जाओ मैं भी आ रहा हूँ वगैरह, they don't come and they are not close to their like Repsi वगैरह like either ways. So then how do you tackle all this?
I think it's important like you target all seniors, because I agree that probably when you go in third and fourth year, your incentives in your life probably you have like your career to worry about are things that are going to change. But I think these seniors have given back a lot to the SOC. I think then the more number of seniors that you are targeting, the more appreciated that you're making them feel to come back to the SOC and come and debate with freshers and interact with freshers. I think then there's a higher likelihood that more seniors are going to stay back in the first place. I think second question, Yada.
Well, then how do you implement it? How do you implement that?
Sure. I think in my SOP, I've talked about like how case prep sessions are going to be like.
I remember that is what I think case of Kavara in OPM. That again, limited probably at max 10 seniors coming in, and those were people who are already active, who are already coming either ways. Right? That is big. Workshop में mostly वही seniors रहते हैं. Right? So that's something that I'm going to. अब तो बाकी seniors जो उनके बारे में बात कर रहा है, how do you tackle them?
I think probably like if you have like internal tournaments, you're like getting them called up from like people within the Repsi team who are close to them. They're telling them or they're pushing them to come like come and debate with them or like come and take part in these internal tournaments. I think these are simple things that you can do. But probably like there are like certain seniors who are like have done a lot of debating. These are like probably ones who are actively like taking workshops, who are like actively taking those into APD, adding these sort of workshops. I think then probably the other workshops that you can have, I think these workshops can like probably like case prep sessions or like just coming and debating in internal in league debates. I think in these seniors, I think probably these seniors come for these things more. But also like you can probably like push the Repsi that at certain points of time you invite other seniors who have like probably not taken NC level workshops to like conduct workshops in your hostels. So in your hostels, just collaborate with different hostels. I think this creates entry points for freshers to like come into depth of in the first year at different points of life. But it also makes the seniors feel appreciated and like just come into the soccer team.
ठीक है. Any other second year question or any other third year question?
Yeah, just
मेरे को भी है.
one thing, when did you mention that you will be taking help from RTD marketing team अलग से?
हाँ, I did mention.
So the idea is that when you take marketing team से अलग से help to use independence of ITPD or Deloitte for that matter, simply because of the fact that the prize money, the amount of money that you can use after ITPD for IAs etc. for prize money etc. everything gets now tackled by RTD, and secondly rest fee भी उन लोग ही invest fee भी उन लोग ही देखेंगे. So the problem then is that we can conduct these tournaments, especially with the rest fee, especially with whatever facilities we have, is because of the fact that we independently operate in the RTD and rest. So how do you tackle that particular problem?
And adding to that, like बेचना है price या नहीं is a decision that marketing team will take. Like in terms of priority of whether or not they want to print out your price. एक बार उन्होंने नहीं भेजा तो that's just a big definition thing.
So you're basically saying that if I take the help of the RDB marketing team, so all the expenses that now Depson does will be handled by them.
Yes. In fact, I'll give you an instance. Idea reached out to me for economics and sponsorship, and RDB as a distribution. Because they were like, yeah, either tell them to sponsor the entire event or we'll control the entire money. Because RDB has to have some incentive to help you out, right? It has already a lot of work.
I think fair enough. I think then like the simple idea is that like I have seniors who are close to within my own hostel, and these are like people from the core marketing team. The simple thing that you're doing is like getting leads from them. I think apart from that, when you like target these companies using Repsi, I think you can get MOU signed from the companies that the companies say that I'm explicitly going to like send funds for this particular types of event. So then there's like not a huge problem that you have with the VSC.
More important.
Raghav, regarding inter-IT, you said that you will have seniors judge those debates and you will have seniors CA those debates. Given that the like why you want to formalize those debates is just that they can become fairer, then isn't like it even better if you call like more credible judges or more credible CAs from outside? Let's say.
Well, I don't know like for like 6 rounds getting conducted, how are we like able to call like credible judges to see an entire tournament of 6 rounds for free? I think this is something that is going to require money. But I think not every third or fourth year senior has an incentive to go forward and like take part in the selection. I think there will exist some seniors who are going to be free. These seniors can probably see in this tournament and they can like still judge these debates. So I think that still happens. But I think this tournament, if this like if even if we're like able to call these credible judges and these tournaments happen in online format, I don't think so teams are willing to take part in it because like this is online, so this is like not more fun for them. I think the idea is that if this happens in a formalized structure in an offline format, a lot of uh, like it's more fun for them. You're able to arrange venues for them. It becomes more competitive as well.
Okay, so like just one follow, last thing from me. So like the inter IT selection thing, do you want to make it more fun so that more people participate, or do you want to make like the best structure possible so that the best team is able to like go?
I think I think the idea is that no senior wants to debate in an online format. Even if you're like getting credible judges, they are like not willing to do this. I think just the fact that it's an offline debate that happens, it's like something that is competitive for them. But at the same time, they're still wanting to compete competitively because they want to go to Inter-IT in the first place. I think this fact is something that makes this debate more fun for them. Even if you have like extremely credible judges, probably Lavanya is coming. I don't think so. This online experience is something that they want to opt into.
Uh, so thing is कि by the end of tenure is like some just very few 5-6 people who remain active and large लोग inactive हो जाते हैं ना. इसके बाद से workload वाली चीज़ भी है that is what affects it. It happened in your intermediate, it happened in RIT meeting and एक faction भी ये होता है कि they bitch about each other कि ये लोग तो debating ही करी जा रहे हैं या फिर they like आपके people की ये लोग आते हैं उनका साथ workload आ रहा है. So how do you resolve this in your tenure?
ठीक है, I think the main issue is like managing workload. I think this year intra-PD got fucked to a certain extent because you had like 4 weekends and like 3 weekends was like extremely busy. I think that was one of the main reasons that happened. But I think it's important that you notice that as a Seki that when certain people are starting to become inactive. So now you're able to call these, you are able to like call these individuals and you're just like able to talk one-on-one as a Seki with them and try to understand their point of view and their perspective as well. I think if this small connection or the small understanding of their problem is something that you can do and try to understand it, I think then these people you can like give them more smaller works at smaller periods of time due to which they're like still feeling appreciated for the work that they do and by the end they still remain active.
Cool. Is that we covered into the third year line of questioning, moving forward with fourth year, about 1 hour is left.
Before starting, I would like the second year of your
बोल दिया
because I feel कि हम तो जा रहे हैं इस बार हम एक प्रॉक्सी देखा हुआ इसमें डेट का थर्ड ईयर उसमें काम डिबेट करोगे बट इलेवन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं है यहाँ पे जो लिटरली इसको वोट डालने वाले
नहीं आई एग्री 2 बार कॉलिंग कर रहे हो वही कर रहे हो
so maybe we can wait for 5 minutes if you want to but I want कि जो भी हम पूछ रहे हैं आप बता रहे हैं इसको at least these guys are going to listen to this stuff.
Let's
So that they will be asking, what are the things that you really care about? What are the things that you really want to change? That's another
आंसर पहले से करें यार एनर्जी बहुत कम है रूम में डोंट आंसर एज इफ यू आस्किंग टू चिराग आंसर इफ यू आस्किंग टू योर इलेक्टोरेट
ठीक है क्या क्वेश्चन क्या था
Don't tell me how you going to do it. I don't care. But just tell me what are the things that you really care about and what are the changes that you really want to make in your life.
I think in general, I care about the community that DevSoc has given me. I think I keep coming back to DevSoc not because like I want to become an extremely great debater or I want to like go and have a lot of breaks. I think I mainly keep coming back because I like interacting with those seniors itself. I think to some extent, I feel right now things are becoming more competitive. People are like losing debates and they're like bitching about people that probably the verdict was wrong or some people did not give a good way. I think these are like wrong things that are happening because these are things that you inherently do not want to exist within the SOC. I think at each and every point of time, things that should ideally happen is that even if you have an extremely heated debate and even if there's like a lot of back and forth between the edges and the debates, people are so connected in the SOC that when they go out of the room, they're like just chill with it. They're like not going and openly bitching about these things. I think I see these things. I see like a lot of these things like happening more in DevSoc, and these are things that I feel very strongly about because like these are things that I do not want them to happen, because like I think these are like making things overly competitive, and these are like not destroying the community aspect to some extent.
So that's the thing. That's the one thing that you really care about. That's the one thing you want. But yes, it's yeah. So one just one question. Are you willing to take the? Are you willing to bite the bullet if I tell you कि just a hypothetical situation. In one world, there is competition with website. There are more people who are doing PPT. They want to do words. And on the other, reducing competitiveness very much here. So it's a software. Nobody goes to words. Nobody goes to PPT. Ideally, always straight activity. Is that a trade-off you're willing to take?
Matlab, I agree with the second idea. The idea is that in each and every year, there will always exist some people who are competitive in nature. So the idea is, as the secretary, you need to like make things slightly uncompetitive so that you are able to like reinforce the community aspect that DevSoc provides to you. I think this is like the main reason why we are in OpenSoc in the first place, so that people are like comfortable in coming to DevSoc, they're like bonding with the seniors more. I think this is like something that is more important to me. I think sure. I think if like you have a lot of competitiveness in itself, I think these are like very small, tight-knit groups that exist in DevSoc, which is not what I think for me DevSoc is about.
So you're willing to bite the bullet on nobody does good in externals, that's fine. As long as people are together as a community, right?
Yeah, to some extent, sure.
So why don't you name this like a time pass talk? Why do you want it to be the debating society of ITV? Why don't we just have a time pass group where people can come and play games? They can also debate, but they can also watch movies. So why is it called a debating soccer if debating is something that's not a priority to you? Or it's not just to you. I've been hearing this like for 7 years. 7 different SOPs that debating is something that we're really willing to bite a bullet on. Why do you think this is a debating society? Why don't you just join the literary society and become a lit soft?
Because I think through debating you unlock a lot of things. It's not only about the seniors, but B, you also gain confidence to speak out in front of a large group of people. C, you're also able to think about a lot of things that you initially did not thought about. You're able to analyze a lot of things. I think people who stay back in DevSoc, they also like stay back for the community as well. But I think I think B, they are like, they want to do these things. They want to like get into those case prep sessions. They want to think about these topics. They want to have those discussions. I think these are the things that people care about and they stay about as well. I think these are I think those people who stay back in DevSoc, they bond over these things more, according to me. I've been sure debating happens and like some people are competitive and they're like probably having those debates. I think these people are like going to happen like on either side, even if like a Seki is prioritizing competitiveness and he's not prioritizing competitiveness. I think when at one point you prioritize a lot of competitiveness, I think then things inherently, which I believe become like not very fun for a lot of people. Like those people who probably wanted to stay back in DevSoc just because they wanted to vibe with the seniors, or they just wanted to.
So you are saying, इसको follow अच्छा. So you are saying competitive people दोनों साइड पे exist करेंगे, तो उनको prioritize नहीं करना चाहिए. Chill करने वाले लोग भी दोनों साइड पे exist करेंगे, उनको भी prioritize करना.
I'll like take 30 seconds. I think sure, chill people are going to exist on either side, but I think debaters in general have a tendency to become overly competitive when it comes to debates. I think when these things happen, things take a bad turn for the community. I think then it's important that to some extent, as a Seki, you're able to prioritize the community aspect more, due to which like things do not get out of hand. Maybe like you maybe just consider it the nature of debaters to like become egoistic after debates, or like just become salty after debates. I think this is like something that is inherent about debating. I think then it's important that you prioritize the community aspect more, because you do not want these things to get out of hand in the first place.
One last question. Then how about that? So if there's a person called Abhi, so why Nanda and he's going to call it out. So how do you convince Abhi to not do it within the limits of an open source? Because the Abhi can say it was people were calling for things like the boycott, etc. So I put that personally an issue, because once you choose to be an open source now, the cause of it is not just cheap. Everybody thinks open source is good because everybody is included in it and we are inclusive. It also means you can't regulate people's behavior. Since it's an open source, you can't really tell a gain posts, otherwise you kick you out of what. So how exactly do you regulate this behavior?
Matlab, sure, it's an open source, agree with that idea, but I think it's an open sock for everyone. If like the judge is the one in the room who's like commanding the room, and the debater is someone who's like under that judge, and and the judge is the one who has the supreme authority in that room. I don't think so. At any point, you should as a debater have the ability to like disrespect this person who's like listening to the entire debate, which means that even if it's an open sock, it's fair on the secchi that if a certain amount of disrespect has happened, which is like comparatively huge, and a lot of people are now just talking bad about this person, and this is like not becoming an inclusive space for this person at all, like for this judge at all. I think then it's fair that an equity committee is set along with the panel, and then they decide what can happen. Sure, it's an open sock, but probably you can like still tell this person that probably what you did is wrong, and if this person is like not apologetic, or this person is like not accepting his mistake, I think things probably like a range of punishments, like not like allowing him to like do one tournament, or like not allowing him to like canceling all his credits that existed within this season. I think these are things that I think are fair. I think these are things that we need to take a hard stance on. I think if you do not take a hard
You
stance,
just call out people who engage in activities which are disrespectful to others.
The point is,
Failure version is discipline.
Switch the order of perspective, like the last question. So, I think the enthusiasm of FCD sort of decreases as soon as you set candidates over we can have it, right? So, how will you incentivize people to work in perspective at that point after Rita? Plus, I think, as pointed out by someone earlier, the freshers के लिए opportunities come with. So, perspective is going to be like a prime for freshers as well. For which again, you need a very active FC team to sort of convince me like and motivate them to come and participate in that. But given it's like the absolute end of the tenure, how is that going to materialize?
sure, I think perspective, keeping it at the end of the tenure. I think because it's like the last tournament for seniors, but because I think things not getting too hectic for you is something that also does not act as a de-incentive for Repsi as well. I think the idea is that IIT happens, then you have a break of like 1.5 weeks, then you have to conduct those qualifiers. I think sure to some extent Repsi in the second semester may get exhausted and like may not have like that much enthusiasm to work. I think simply like having incentives in the form that you're creating like more opportunities for them to interact with seniors. Like there are like more outings happening for them. I think those team bonding events that are happening more, but also like convincing them to come to these events, because like now you as the entire team are like conducting your final tournament. Probably like you're not going to be Repsi after this, and this is the last tournament that you can do this for Chori as well. I think then this is like an incentive still that's involved.
You know that it depends on like how is it different? Even India is the last tournament, right? Still, Repsi don't show up. I mean, all those factors will exist. The last tournament was seniors and etc. But India still has that club, so people go ahead and participate. And given perspective is going to be I guess it's going to be non-corporate. So उसमें वो hostel PRC wise काफी incentive नहीं होगा. So like yet again, how is it going to become important for freshers? And it's आपको बता देंगे कि the biggest tournament you go further participate. How are you going to incentivize first years to like make it look big enough for them to like be excited about?
I think freshers get taught BP after like just before inter or after inter, depending upon what the timeline is. I think then, since perspective is like the BP tournament that happens, they want to like have the experience of a BP tournament, because now you have externals coming up, and this to some extent these externals are like novice tournaments which happen in the BP format. I think these are like some freshers who want to take part in it, but also I think these freshers will take part in it because they get more BP experience from this. And now since BP is a new format that they are learning, I think this incentive for them to take part in perspective is something that still exists.
Let's see, you have to take a minute. To intra or group shift together. They are at the same time. But the thing is, for perspective now, they are not well prepared in BP. They're still not well prepared, but still the seniors can be. So it the last quarter will still come. Or second is the seniors will come, everyone will come, but they won't be active during perspective. Because like last one was currently, but अभी non-compete तो आगू ट्रेनिंग को मार्केट So what is willing to take? Do you want your freshers to be well versed in DP during perspective, or yeah, you want your seniors to be in perspective also actively and intros actively, and they should find intras or find out.
So in one situation, you are saying that if I swap the comms, in perspective seniors won't come, but in intra they'll come.
Yeah, the इंटर में anyway आने वाला मतलब it just defines कि इंट्रा लास्ट कॉम में करेंगे तो क्या फील कि इंट्रा मेरी एंड में करेंगे.
Nee, so when you talk about swapping and perspective happens in Feb, do seniors come to that? Like, is that your question?
Like the question is.
Nee, I got the question. I just wanted to know that कि seniors आते कि नहीं.
No, the problem is यहाँ पे कि
Freshers are not.
freshers को planning पड़ेगी, it was not just dependent BP at all. उनको literally because you have less time in general between Jan and Feb, after Amphora and before perspective happening, you have less time to introduce them to BP in general and BP कर ही नहीं है, so they are not at all prepared for BP happening यहाँ पे. So ध्यान देने के लिए फायदा नहीं होता. The perspective का जो मेरा main motive था भी कि freshers को BP आनी चाहिए अच्छे से, they will learn more. तो वो नहीं कि they don't know about BP today. That is part of it.
So एक और चीज just clarifying, when are you planning to do perspective? Like after FC, new FC is appointed, everything.
Before.
What is the build up to take?
Are still coming and freshers are like not उतना ज़्यादा prepared to perspective or in the BP com. But I think if a lot of seniors are coming for perspective in February, I'm ready to take the bullet that freshers are like perspective is like still remaining in February, because even if like a lot of freshers do not know a lot of BP at that point of time, just by having certain seniors in their rooms who are like able to give them good feedback and who are able to teach them like probably how to run extension and probably interact with the senior a lot more in these comms is something that is still going to help them improve in BP. So yeah, if seniors come for BP like perspective in February, I'm like going to agree to take that. I think so. Like probably in the first semester, I did not like critically speaking, did not put in that much effort to connect with freshers. I'll be very frank. I think this is something that I did not do, and maybe like I'm not going to make excuses. I was like studying. I had to increase my CG. I did not do this, but I think in second semester, like I tried to like interact more with freshers and try to get to know them and talk about their experiences. So yeah, that's my critical list.
I don't know how the efforts stand out, but let's say that they did not feel that close to you or they felt your way, or maybe more effort to have people in the first semester, as you said. And suppose you are selected as the second. So they are coming RNC team. So how do you ensure that they keep those people and whenever you call them for work, they come out of like close this field and I want to work for this job and not just out of an obligation or a competition.
Sure, I think these things can happen like through team bonding events. Sure, like if like in hypothetically if I become the second, I'm probably like not close to them as compared to Ronit. I think like just still going out and going like getting to know them, just like taking an active interest in their lives, interacting with them more. Probably like after meets, like going to more night messes or like just going out and having fun dinner outings with them. I think these are things that I will probably want to do before like open BP or any sort of thing happens, because I think this is something that ensures that I build a bond within the team first, and if this bond is built within the team, then I'm able to ensure that this team at least comes back to internal tournaments for me and they're able to do this work, even if like it's some other thing is happening for them, they're like still staying connected to me and they're like still coming to this work. I think before that tenure I will want to do these things first.
John, problem was entirely शुरुआत से energy was very low. बहुत सारी चीजों के बारे में we don't really understand exactly how it look like. So we'll go through like most of the things, and I just got बहुत short answers. कि what exactly does it look like? And मेरे question भी बहुत specific हो गई. First question, अश्मित के tenure में marketing December में शुरू हो गई for an event which was supposed to happen in March, which is IIT. तुम्हारे टेन्योर में क्या 1.5 months पहले शुरू की? Is this right or wrong?
So you mean to say like just after majors in November?
दिसंबर के पहले शुरू किया, दिसंबर के बाद शुरू?
दिसंबर के पहले.
पहले. ठीक है, तुम्हारी एसओपी में क्या-क्या चीजें हैं which are contingent on your marketing का पैसा?
Like subsidies for freshers. I think then the second soft trip. I think mainly the students.
Cool. So अगर ये पैसा नहीं आया तो you won't be able to subsidize or you won't be able to do a soft trip.
Sure, soft trip नहीं होगी, but probably like reducing price money, like to some extent in debutant, we can like still gain those subsidies.
Subsidize anyway कर दोगे, soft trip नहीं होगी.
Soft trip नहीं होगी.
So, because तुम मुझे जानना है इसमें, the subsidies need a lot of money in general. Are you willing to give up on the first soft trip also and save money वहाँ से ताकि you can push more freshers towards this? Yeah, you are willing to not give subsidy to all of because you have to be equal also in that scenario. If you're not able to give to every fresher available, then it's no use giving it to 5 or 10 in the start and then be unequal to everyone else. So what will you do in this scenario?
Sure, I think if it's not available for every fresher, it's unfair for them. So then I won't be giving subsidies for each and every one of them. But secondly, talking about the money problem, I think from the starting of the tenure, we are able to keep certain amount of money aside, like probably like 30,000 rupees. I think if you do the maths, it's like around 90 freshers can get subsidized in that amount of money. I think we can still use that money to like subsidize those freshers. I think first point क्या था? मैं भूल गया.
मतलब then will you give up on the first soft trip also subsidize all the because 2,000 से बहुत बड़ा amount है and we literally have seen हमारी year को हमें visa नहीं मिल रहा है literally हर काम किया and we used to literally crib over it and then we realized कि पैसे की मीटिंग है मतलब and we need money for conducting this comms in general and there is always a deficit which we need to pay from our end to make this comm happen in the first place. So there is in general a huge amount of money just can be bought. We will keep it aside. We can cut down on media. So there may be a condition where you need to be on the first option in the worst case possible. Then will you be willing to do this? Take a bullet कि हम नहीं जा रहे बाहर together just to ensure the pressures are more integrated.
If it's fair if I take 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's
I think if this is the situation that we are not able to like get like our money that we are like using for subsidies is like clashing with the money that we are using for soft trip, I think it's better that I like use this money for the soft trip instead, because I think team bonding remaining throughout the end of the year is what like ensures that things in the tenure become successful. I think if the team is constantly present at each and every case prep workshop or at each and every internal mock that happens, I think this team is able to pull in freshers as well. Even if like some fresher is not going to an external competition, they're like still coming because they're close with the seniors, they're close with the team for these internal mocks as well. I think then that is important.
तो सॉफ्ट ट्रिप के लिए बच्चे 4.5 घंटे मार्केटिंग करेंगे रेसिडेंट यूनिवर्सिटी में. क्या ये सारे बच्चे सॉफ्ट ट्रिप पे जाएंगे?
सारे सॉफ्ट ट्रिप में मतलब
रेसिडेंट यूनिवर्सिटी इज डूइंग मार्केटिंग फॉर 4.5 months ताकि सीनियर सॉफ्ट ट्रिप पे जाते हैं. इज दिस करेक्ट और नॉट?
नहीं मतलब there are like two if like we are able to raise money, so we are like able to get like 2 soft trips happening. I think then depending upon like senior availability and obviously like you want कि क्योंकि Repsi ने भी ये पैसा raise किया, so they go to this com. So like to some extent I want कि in both at least like each and every member of Repsi is able to go to this soft trip in like at least like they will at least once तो वो जा ही
ठीक है, वो एक बार है. I think on marketing, there is end marketing here. I think there is a gap between what this perception of what marketing looks like is and what just like you realize it's quite different. So I think you can look at that data. Marketing also छोड़ देते हैं.
But I guess just like to be fair, it would have been possible. पहले ही कर देंगे marketing. और ऐसा
I was stressed at lots of cheating, so I go press ऐसा नहीं कर सकता. If you take press ऐसा the number one problem will be तेरा price नहीं press लेगा, orders देगा ही. You will be fast. So ये सारी चीजें let's discuss that later on. We'll have a better discussion.
फर्स्ट जो भी है कि तेरा मार्केटिंग के कंटेंट चीजें हैं तो उस पे एटलीस्ट एक बैकअप तो रहता है.
But इसमें also have problems backup कि you going and collaborating with MNs brings in new cities no all together कि तुझे कैसे कराएगा बस वो भी clear नहीं है. So will because ideal is possible because there is someone still from our OC going and doing it, so we can still point out the depths of event to the admin की depths of हमारा इसमें कैसे ले रहे थे. How would you ensure कि MBA people it's still slippery, so we can skip this to a report.
Marketing वाला बात marketing and strategy. Second चीज best novice artist to start. Good idea. और novice artist होंगे फिर.
Novice aspects, yeah. They'll
So novice artist होंगे. क्या ये novice artist out-round judge करेंगे?
No. According to me.
अच्छा, so it's aspects है and they're not doing anything after the aspect.
Well, yeah, sure, they're not doing anything, but I think the appreciation that they get for like for becoming like the best 5 novice artists or just breaking is like a good.
मैं जल्दी अपना clarification से ले रहा हूँ उसके. अच्छा, three questions.
मतलब इसमें I want to know कि so considering कि जो भी postings आता है, we assign them trainee artists directly, and in general teams are very less incentive to go and score them on incentive them and say see then go and heckle the other artists हो रहा है. And in general trainee artists में बहुत ज़्यादा होता है, एक room के अंदर sometimes. So yeah, as a team I listen to 6 artists now constantly and give them scores. So how would you ensure कि उसको अच्छी डायरेक्ट हो या उनको incentive मिल रहा है उसको ज़्यादा.
ठीक है, sure enough. I think one to get like novice artists is proper feedback from like the teams as well, but also like in general if like teams are not interested, if teams are not interested at all, at least the chairs that are present in the room, they can stay back in the room. So if we can like try this out for one tournament, if you are seeing that novice artists ad scores are like becoming very random or if teams are not doing this, what we can have is like chairs sitting in the rooms, and chair is like the one who's like marking this judge on the basis of the OA that he's providing.
Got it. Are you okay to take the trade-off इससे delay ज़्यादा होंगे?
Because a lot of novice artists are coming.
मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा delay होगी और बहुत ज़्यादा voice होगी, delay से होगी.
Yeah, to some extent I agree, because like it's like increasing fresher participation, but it's also like reinforcing aging culture from the first year itself. So I think this is a good thing that can be implemented. Because I think training goes first, so after training is school.
Third चीज़ जो तूने बोली कि workshops in smaller groups, तो क्या इसमें assumption ले रही है कि बहुत सारे seniors मैं लेके आऊँगा, इसीलिए ये workshop smaller groups में हो पा रही है, या फिर you are saying कि नहीं मैं कुछ ही बच्चे allow करूँगा अगर एक senior है?
नहीं, my assumption is that seniors आ जाएंगे.
कैसे?
मतलब probably at some point of time a lot of seniors नहीं available है. So like either of two things can happen. We can like reschedule this, or even if it's like not getting rescheduled, the planning will obviously depend upon availability. So if availability is not present, we can reschedule it. Or if we have like like 2 seniors present and we are assuming like 40 freshers are coming, I think in initial stages, like in October in itself, or like probably even if this case prep is conducted in January itself, I think RepC are also capable enough that they are the ones who are like taking this workshop and they are just interacting with freshers and talking about the cases as well.
Spirit of doubt की तो बोल रहा है कि team engaged push कर रहा है, and RepC में वो नहीं है, there was नहीं अभी भी teams कर रहा है, so you need specific seniors for those team based itself. And मतलब something is more time ऐसे possible नहीं है कि 4 लोगों एक दिन ही हो जाएगी. Literally ऐसा वाली 2 दिन मैच अवेलेबल है, 2 दिन कुछ और मैच भी है. And how will you ensure कि because then you will never have ऐसे 5-6 seniors available on one single day until unless you tournament during. So मतलब how will you ensure कि ये हो रहा है? मेरे को दिख नहीं रहा है.
मतलब 5 I don't like, it's not like 5-6 seniors चाहिए. It's like you need 4 seniors. I think 4 seniors is like something that is like
मतलब चल afford भी होगा, लेकिन मैं तो वो तो से और दिन आ रहा है. मतलब it's very tough to get 2 seniors also on a random day or उस दिन free हो. मतलब the only reason we come to Toronto is we make ourselves free a weekend before and we are like regularly नहीं आ रहे. So at least we should go to Toronto and interact with freshers. So हमारा normal incentive है. But you also want us to come to these things constantly, ऐसे 4 हो. So it's not possible because नहीं आएगा. मतलब इतना assume कर रहा हूँ कि 4 लोगों को नहीं मिल रही. It's very rare कि वो 1 महीने में एक बार मिल जाएगी.
Fair enough. मतलब I think then even if like 2 seniors are present, I think what we can also do is like still make like 2 groups and have this case prep based workshops. But also apart from this, what you can also tell the reps is that probably you can conduct case preps in your like hostels or houses or collab with other houses and still do these case prep sessions. So now probably Rep C is like calling up a senior who has been their rep, they are close to within their own hostels, or probably some other reps from other hostels is calling them up as well. I think then if this can happen in smaller groups where there are like 2 hostels clubbed together and like 2 seniors from that hostel are coming to like take this workshop. I think then in smaller groups like some seniors like able to teach them debating, interact with those freshers as well. I think that can still happen as well.
Even I'm not still clear what does small means according to you. जैसे 40 will 20 बार अगर वो बड़ा ही हो गया but I can still go personally in front of at least 20 of the freshers and मतलब then you have to divide it into the group then कि पहले 20 दिन को आ रहे 20 दिन को आ रहे which seems more as a viable movement.
मतलब one day 20 freshers are coming and they are really 20 freshers.
It is something which feels more viable क्योंकि 40-25 मैं assume कर रहा हूँ तो hostel club में क्या रहने वाला
40 बच्चे at the hostel level and 2 seniors, so you're saying 20 seniors.
मतलब numbers की लिए मतलब this is very confusing at this point मतलब कैसे कुछ करेगा बस कितने available seniors corresponding to the I guess very ऐसे ऊपर से काउंट करना
हम स्कॉलर इंश्योर किस तरह का
इसमें एक मेरा स्टिल एक्टिविटी है कि तू कह रहा है कि मतलब इवन बेस्ट केस मान ले तेरे सीनियर्स की अवेलेबिलिटी अलाइन होती है at the end of the day this would mean less senior workshop in general right because मतलब कोई एक पर्टिकुलर सीनियर 4 वर्कशॉप लेने एक साथ में आएगा right तो अगर तू एक वर्कशॉप में 4 सीनियर को बुला रहा है that necessarily means कि तेरे कम वर्कशॉप में तो आएंगे और एटलीस्ट वर्कशॉप तो तेरा रेप्स ही रहेगा तो मतलब at this point मतलब what would you decide is better कि मतलब एक सीनियर लेके ढंग से वर्कशॉप मल्टीपल वर्कशॉप करो या this one
I think what I would decide is that we can mix it up. Probably like in October, workshops like PM, DPM, WIP, they can like still happen on industry level. Probably case prep workshops to some extent, you have like those 3 or 4 seniors taking it. But by the time like when January happens, freshers have done some sort of internal mocks. I think then if like there's like a lot of seniors are not free or they're like not willing to come and take this workshop, I think then we can shift to a mode because now freshers have comparatively got better well versed with debating. So now one senior can take a workshop amongst those freshers who are interested as well. I think it can be a mixed system as well.
Just to add on, I think I'm still not clear on how exactly are we planning to schedule the workshops because like I'm pretty sure that seniors will not have any accountability to come to these workshops. They can cancel last minute, let's say get 6 series, but 2 or 3 of them cancel last minute because like heavily dependent on their availability and it is also heavily dependent on the fact that people are actually willing to come. So I'm sure as to if this workshops will actually be held in the first place. How are you planning to deal with it?
So like if some senior, like if I got 4 seniors and some senior randomly cancels it, I think obviously like rescheduling will be a big problem because then freshers will feel that probably DevSoc events do not happen on time or they just do not happen like how they were planned in itself. I think then probably what can happen is that like with the amount of seniors that are available, we like still conduct this workshop, and if we have like such issues in the future, we can like then shift these workshops to where only a single senior is the one who's taking it.
वो तो स्मॉलर नावियों को भी चलेगा वर्कशॉप
हाँ I think.
ठीक है और लेकिन चलो एक चीज जो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है एंड में बोली थी पहले उसको आंसर करना है वी विल फॉर्मलाइज इंटरैक्टिव सिलेक्शन राउंड रॉबिन होगा यू आर एक्सपेक्टिंग 4 टीम्स 6 डिबेट होंगे एंड यू विल हैव 4th ईयर सीएस इसमें ठीक है पहले 4th ईयर सीएस होंगे बाद अगर 4th ईयर को इंटरैक्टिव में जाना है
If this is the case, then जो recent comps हुए हैं, we can like take motions from them. Probably like which seniors have not gone to. So these motions we can still use. Yeah.
ठीक है ये बता मान ले सेकी का सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ इंटरैक्टिव कंक्लूजन में
हाँ
तो वहाँ की लॉजिस्टिक्स जो कि बहुत डिफिकल्ट टू मैनेज होता है लाइक कंटेंशन मीटिंग विद डिफरेंट आईपीस या फिर कितनी किसकी पेनल्टी लगे एक्सेट्रा कौन मैनेज करेगा
I think the Seki, it's not necessary that the Seki goes as part of a team or as an adj. He can still go as a debate coach. I think if this selection is fair, then it's fair that the Seki is also not getting
So we're selecting also Seki is going as a debate coach.
Yeah.
ठीक. Makes sense. Is question question not?
Yeah, no, sir, I have one problem with this. But I honestly myself don't know anything about retention means and how these things work and it's very level. So I would expect second years to know this.
Maybe expect second year candidates to discuss this with people who are more with directly that talking about something which is related to interaction. So that is an expectation. ठीक है. Next thing is deep debates. इसमें तीन चीजें you suggested. पहली है कि 6 से 4 कर दोगे. दूसरी इसकी आंकड़ा ज्यादा होंगे और तीसरी इसकी सीनियर आर्टिस्ट ज्यादा होंगे. इसमें वापस से मेरे को
senior, I did not say senior artists. What I said is at certain rounds, if a lot of seniors are free, we can have entirely pro debates. So like third and fourth year teams are debating against each other.
ठीक है. इसमें मेरे को बस यही कंसर्न है थोड़ा सा कि this is also similar to वही वाला क्वेश्चन की senior pull कैसे होगा?
I think the simple idea is कि probably third and fourth year seniors, they always do not want to debate always with the Repsi team. They may want to debate with their own year in general. And if these league debates happen and it's like one entire round is being entirely planned as entire senior year debates, I think they will want to debate like against people from their own year and they will still like come to these things as well.
I have one follow-up on this, like, when you get in a hotel lab, when you get in a hotel artist, who will then decide who the debates and who activities. My problem is this, that this is a subjective way because a lot of clashes are happening in this kind of scope, even 4th year artists are getting a lot of case credibility is being questioned. Things like credit, see who are who threats, who is more objective, having rotation is much more credible, probably more effective. So how do you solve having this subjective way of selecting the best people in writing where multiple teams want to go? I just see that it's going to be more factors. How do you solve this?
Like if that is certainly like a big issue, like if like two teams are present and the only ads that we have available is like someone who is like probably clash with the teams that are present there, I think then it's fair that just to just to make it fair such that no sort of BT happens, I think then we can get someone from outside probably who are friends of us to still add this debate. I think but for other things probably you can still call up seniors to add this debates, but probably to just avoid these hurdles, I think then it's fair that one particular debate is like being asked by someone who's from like outside.
Last question is to clarification if your guys will take over. Like in multiple answers during first second year writing questions, you said कि offloading हो रही है from what Ashwin said your words. So मेरे को क्या exactly to explain सकते हैं कि जो offloading का मतलब क्या है and क्या क्या offload कर रहा है?
Sure enough. I think offloading is basically that after certain periods, like after any comp that happens, you as the reps are like getting sufficient amount of time to like relax and like conduct like either do a like you have some amount of rest, so you're like not always working on weekends or you are not expected to har baar jaake kaam kar rahe ho. I think then if like Amperam happens in the first week or like depending on whether literati gets cancelled or not, if Amperam happens then you create sufficient gap between different events. Probably vacanza happens after 2 weeks and then whatever like if the plan I think end में वो like 3 things happening at the same time हो गया था, but I think in between a lot of like initial stages में a lot of like work existed. I think then just to ensure that some sort of rest is provided between different things, certain focus on freshers is something that does not happen. And if this like certain gaps are provided, more repsies stay active, and if they stay active and they're like not thinking that I'm always working in terms of like my other commitments or something that are getting neglected, they're coming more to these workshops and they're coming more to these workshops, they're organizing more things and they're ensuring that fresh or focus in the second semester is something that happens. They're able to like conduct more of these workshops, they're able to call up senior.
Answer like Ashwin के ट्रेनिंग में ट्रेनिंग का प्रेशर वर्कशॉप से क्या relation?
I think बीच में like like within work, I think problem हो गई थी like vacanza में there was like a lot like work for like some people. I think फिर then the other issue probably became that probably AMP just हुआ था in the same week you had to conduct the outrounds as well, and then just the subsequent week you had to have vacanza as well. I think then for these events to conduct it, you needed like the entire team to be present there. These things became exhaustive, which then meant that after then one period, Repsi probably wanted to take a break, and then like there came a certain period where a lot of people had their quizzes as well. I think then planning things out to a better manner that such in every event you have like 2 weeks of gap so that people are having time to rest within the Repsi team is something that I believe that probably it's not a huge workload for them, and so the issue that they probably want to rest more or they probably like want to like stop coming back is something that does not exist, which I feel is like something that
Deliberately पहले से सोचना चाहिए कि कैसे रेस्ट मिल सकता है
हाँ exactly
and उसके साथ में
हाँ
ये नहीं हुआ पहले
हाँ
because of whatever
हाँ
that's the last thing.
Perspective is non-com because like if it's a com, like people are like going to want to debate competitively. I think the idea is like also perspective becoming a non-com is like subjective upon like how much amount of time are we able to get after the midterm break, because I think it's an issue if we're not able to complete all our planned comp events before like PHM night itself. So I think if it's a non-com, I think it's an avenue where more people are like coming to debates, they're having fun debating and they're able to enjoy these debates more. But B, I think seniors also debate uh, with like probably like मतलब वहाँ पर they are like coming to these comps to have more fun in general. I think because it's probably the last comp that they are going to do, but they probably get busy with their jobs etc. as well. Yes.
What do you think English cares about Khana program DRC?
Yes.
No, well, I do not think that.
I mean, I do not see a point in you making this non-com for if you still go ahead and plan to do so, what does the new BRCA tally look like? Because you possibly cannot go ahead and make Amtram a comp tournament because Amtram teams are made by CAs based on whatever pairing they do. So then will you keep it at 50% weightage or forwards at 50% weightage? What does the tally look like?
Like, so perspective had like 15% weightage this semester. So you can have like intra having 30% weightage. You can have open beeping wing of 30% weightage, and like then you have vacanza, you have stalwarts. You can like increase stalwarts to 30% as well.
इसमें question that if you decide to again interchange that question, then will you make perspective form? Because your BT is only it is clashing with the BRC wala night is the reason to stop non-com करना, तो will you then take it back home?
Perspective as a com.
अगर पहले हो रहा है मतलब जब it's similar to the last calendar जो exist करता है कि पहले हो रहा है perspective बाद में इंट्रा हो रहा है but it is finishing before the BRC.
No question है कि you said
I got the question. So basically, if perspective is shifted to February, do you want to make it a PRC comp or not?
तो उसको फिट क्या करेगा?
then does intra become non-com?
वो तो नहीं करेगा वो
मतलब to be well like we like if like freshers have like sufficiently done BP at that time, we can make it a PRC comp. But if that does not happen, sure we can have it as a non-comp.
But after we serious लगेगा मतलब the entire struggle से entire question is either we need to get a perspective as a competitive comp, but you can still keep it competitive because मतलब your first PT was कि वो BRC night के बाद में हो रहा है या तो BRC तरफ से टाइम नहीं कर पाएगा is the reason to non-comp कर रहा है. तो we should fit back into the next year.
To like fair, then like we can still keep it as a compliment. So if you are able to manage the calendar well, you can get.
शेड्यूलिंग में पर्सपेक्टिव पहले जो पर्सपेक्टिव बात करी मतलब there are things reiterate कि there are that trying to keep the pressures and more better. That is mostly it. So मतलब at the end of the day, like people said, कि if people are is emotional attachment to each other, and that being the last form has some value. The इंटर का जो भी attachment का primary reason है ये तो last form है. मतलब there is going to be some mismatch with expectation. मतलब मेरा current circle क्या है? Would you be open to इंटर बार मेरी कैसे चलता है?
मतलब the reason that I wanted perspective to be like shifted at the last comp is because like obviously freshers are better prepared for BP, but secondly I think that since now the uh, idea of like NSSRs is something that does not exist, a lot of seniors who probably wanted to come earlier, who were like not उतना ज़्यादा active during the tenure, just because उनको NSS घंटे मिल रहे हैं, they probably won't come. Probably the active seniors are still going to come. But I think if perspective is the last comp of the tenure, I think this is like the last possible competition in which like you probably get to debate with some of the seniors that you haven't. I think this is not true for intra, because in intra you probably debate competitively. You only debate with like certain people probably with which you have better chemistry. I think then if perspective is the last comp, it's a non-comp and it's just a comp because like seniors are like passing out and they just want to have fun. Like if I'm someone from like who's close with some senior, but I probably do not debate more. But I just want to have this experience of debating with that senior. I think that is can.
So उस केस में अगर अगर मतलब थोड़ा expectation mismatch हो रहा है, if you're expecting कि इंटर it's not the last one, that does not happen to them. मतलब at the end of the day मैं ये पूरी अगर तीनों करना चाह रहे हैं, the idea is still giving go out this time when जो इंटर ठीक है, right? That is why इंटर is popular, right? So at that point if you believe कि इंटर में लोग competitively घुसेंगे पर्सपेक्टिव में बकचोदी करेंगे, that is your claim, like मतलब that is probably not going to be achieved by swapping these things. थोड़ा just try to okay, मतलब ठीक है, just keep it बाद में और पर्सपेक्टिव को कौन से तो तरह का नहीं पता नहीं कर सकते, but हाँ just keeping perspective as just another debate should be enough. मतलब ठीक है, this is just another कौन वहाँ पर लोग आ रही है
fair no मतलब sure
मतलब I guess पहले on time to do, but the BPR
अब के पास नहीं आ रही.
I guess पहले tournaments would be on time or would be finishing पहले, but the BPR with this year's intra-hours कि अब के last time we were used to start on Friday रात को and finish it by Sunday रात तक शुरू करना था, but this time it got extended and it was in the play कि शायद we will even push Monday around to Tuesday या we और आगे push रहेगा. So how would you ensure कि मतलब would you then ensure कि your com starts at Friday and this is the weekend like सब लोग free हो जाए? How would you try to drag it on? मतलब how would you ensure all of this happening on time and stuff? These not only on time clearly, which created a lot of other BTs existing.
Sure enough. I think the idea is that probably if you're like planning to hold the comp at like 12, you probably like start calling up seniors earlier so that they are able to reach the comp. But I think the other idea is you also want to set a precedent in the tenure that all your events from the first semester itself, there's like no delay associated. If there's like some event for a fresher which is like happening at 8 o'clock, you like want your team to be present at like almost like 15 minutes earlier.
पहले अगर तू 12 बजे रहेगा पहुंचना तो शुरू ही होगा 2-3 बजे से पहले और उसके बाद 6 और 9 बजे रहता है to around you will need to start you will need to start around call at least like start around at 10 itself ताकि people at least show up till 11-12 and at least start at 12 तक मतलब यही basic detail होता है तो fault था.
I mean इससे images list के मतलब कि पिछले साल में भी इतना ज़्यादा delays तो नहीं होता था, इस साल में ज़्यादा delays हुआ क्योंकि identify क्या problems आ रही हैं इस बार which you can solve.
I think one problem was that Repsi became inactive. So like just telling it on the group that आज और like कॉम कर लो. I think only very few people from Repsi actually reached on time कि 10 बजे आके calling कर रहे हैं. Due to which probably calling got delayed, so कॉम के हर चीज delay हो गई. Like even like a delay of like 45 minutes in calling is like comparatively a delay of like 1.5 hours कि लोग नहीं आते क्योंकि you probably need to call them up earlier as well. I think this was a major reason why this happened specifically in Nitra because like people got exhausted and they're like they do not want to like come to like another comment, they want to still work. I think then it's important like you space out things in the calendar. So if the spacing out of work exists, I think then it's by the end of the tenure, more FC staying active, and this issue never arises that like only like 2 or 3 people are like showing up and doing calling. I think if more people are showing up and doing calling at 5 or 6 in the 9 or 10 in the morning, I think then this issue will never arise.
The question I also a bit discussion sir, like one abstract question and probably a relevant thing was that. But Jim, how much time do you spend usually SOP sessions में लोगों से बात करते हैं?
SOP sessions में like depends like when I talk to Kumar, I spent like he had a lot of questions, 2.5 hours with him. Like some seniors के साथ probably like it was 1 hour or 1 hour 15 minutes.
Do you think वो जो questions उधर थे वो similar questions अभी भी है या फिर questions बहुत evolve कर गया, change कर गया?
Like the PT about like marketing and how BRC takes away your like funds. Like I did not know that no senior asked me that question as well. I think yeah, to some extent, I think a lot of questions have evolved here. Like probably like issues like seniors coming or like there being like availability issues. I think those questions when I talk to them in like during my SOP sessions, these are like probably not like asked by them. I think these questions are like came here. I think yeah, I think there was like a difference in question that I got asked there in here.
And was it difference in like SOP at large? जो पहले की था अभी भी वो या फिर evolve हुई SOP over time?
Like when I talked to the seniors and when I came here, yeah, to some extent, like the SOP world, like my initial idea was that maybe you could have scrap perspective. Then I talked to Bharat and he told me that perspective probably has like random team ups, and this is important if you want to like increase community. So then I tried to like adjust in my SOP that you can have perspective or you can create an incentive where like seniors are coming to debate. Yeah, so like between things, I try to like take feedback from the seniors and try to evolve the SOP in such a manner.
ठीक है, some people say कि उनको लगा कि जो तूने पहले सुनाई थी एक मिनट पहले वो अभी भी similar सी है and वो problem सी है. How would you respond to that? देखो लगता है इसमें true है. I'm assuming that the answer this is false.
Well, I think a lot of like different ideas that I had, I like tried to change them. But I think some things like that were the core ideas. I tried to like improve upon them and like try to add like ways that they could probably be improved depending upon what the feedback that I got.
This question का relevance basically है तेरा एक panel होगा जो तू set करता है. And often times वो लोग तेरे को nudge कर रहे होंगे towards कि ये करवा दो, ये particular people are not included etc. And हो सकता है तेरे से रह जाए वो चीजें करना. And then वो तेरे पास BP लेके आया था हम बहुत पहले से बोल रहे हैं and you are not doing this. How would you deal with like angry seniors?
Well, if this actually happened in my tenure and if the seniors actually come to me and say that we probably told you to do this earlier but you did not listen to us, then I think it's fair that it may be a fault of my part that I did not listen to the panel and consider their views. I think, sure, I'm the Seki, but I think panel members are probably more experienced, and if it's probably my fault that I did not listen to them and did things my own way. I think. मैं कह रहा हूँ कि like if seniors come to me and some big sort of meeting happens because like I did not listen to their advice earlier, and if they tell me that they're angry because I did not listen to their advice and this PT happened, I think I'll tell them that this is my fault and they like blame me for this stuff because yeah, sure, like this will be my fault because they're probably more experienced and they know more about themselves. So it was bad of me as a Seki if I did not consider them or take their advice into consideration and took decisions on that.
So what are the next steps?
Next steps, like in future, I'll like try to actively take decisions according to like what their views are, what their perceptions are. I'll try to hold like more meetings of any new stuff.
So तू समझते रहा.
हाँ.
तू तब भी सुन रहा है ना, presuming तू इसका responsible है, तब भी try करता हुआ करेगा. But उनको नहीं लग रहा तू करता है. So उनको कैसे बताएगा कि actually you have incorporated this?
Like, can there be like an example given, like just so that I'm like.
चलो कोई नहीं, काफी बाद में one last question. Fourth year.
Take care, random ask. कभी कभी कॉम्पिटिटिव कर रहा है और फिर छोटी
एक मिनट आवाज नहीं आ रही.
कभी कभी रैंडम कभी कॉम्पिटिटिव कर रहा है पर छोटी आजीबी so do this training as an hour every now to go and become panel if they are scored very well by the chair and by the teams. I will keep the trainees itself for the entire life. That's in your future.
I mean, sure, if they have extremely good scores, they can become the panel in an even room. But I don't think so. They have the trust and credibility to become a panel in probably in a 3-panel room, because it's unsure just because of one performance that how exactly are they reliable in giving OS. So in even panel room, it does not matter whether they are panel, because a chair is a good edge. But I think in all panel room it does matter.
Related question. Then would you be willing to make second year's chairs over like third, fourth year if they're so good?
I think this depends. Like if like for the first 2 rounds, if you have like extreme.
Last question.
I think if like in like competitions, or like if the Repsi is adding, and like after Open BP, specifically in the second semester, if in the first 2 rounds they have good scores, but in the third round there are like certain bubble rooms in which like probably seniors are more trustable as judges. Probably in those rooms, seniors will be the ones who will be present on the panel and as the chair. Probably in like lower rooms, which are like probably not bubble rooms, you can still give Repsi the ability to like give OAs in these rooms and improve their like gain feedback from the teams as to how they can become better judges.
With that, we come to an end to the presidential debate. I think firstly, massive shout out to both of these guys for having, in my opinion, successfully defended their SOPs over this 2-hour 15-minute period. I think just one note to all of you. I think firstly, thank you for all of you for showing up and staying across these 4 hours. I know it's been very tiring and it's been going for a very long time. And I think this is like truly what DevSoc stands for. I think this represents how much we care for the SOC in terms of spending 4 hours across first, second, third, fourth year to just sort of understand what these candidates look like. Related to that, I think what this also represents is that your vote is completely in your hands. I think you should at all points not get influenced by whatever your hostel is telling you. I think that the entire point of all of this is this, to sort of have an unbiased take, and that is why we essentially try to ensure that like at least the electorate is here for the entirety of the presidential debate. I think what this essentially means is that irrespective of whoever senior is pressuring you to go ahead and act in a certain way, I think there exist structures like me or the panel or in general any senior that you're close to who you can reach out to in terms of insofar as you face any sort of pressure or any sort of coercion. So just keep that in mind, and yeah, hoping for a good election and a further like a very good tenure.
So last words के लिए रुक जाओ बस मेरे. अब वही मैं एड्रेस कर रहा हूँ. So पहले तो एड्रेसिंग जो सबसे पहले हुआ, Harshit comes ahead and says कि DevSoc is a toxic relationship, and Harshit still stood यहाँ पे ऐसे बैठा रहा throughout both of these speeches, SOP's question. So the idea is कि regardless of जितना भी तुम्हें bad feel होता है at certain instances within SOC, I think this is a testimony कि you believe कि ये structures या ये systems improve कर सकते हैं, and you always expect कि अगले साल this would be a better place, and इसीलिए you invest your time in the first place. So I think that's something. But secondly, to first year team, oftentimes there would be people within your hostel जो कि तुम्हें force करेंगे कि XYZ को vote करो, ABC को vote करो. But the most important thing that you need to realize कि you have people like Panel या Smith जो कि protect कर सकते तुम्हें उनसे. Second thing, your vote never gets disclosed. But the third thing is कि just understand ये तुम्हारे लिए कितना important है. The both people की SOP से तुम्हें इतना समझ आ गया होगा कि your involvement is like very crucial within the functioning of the society, and तुम often times इससे बहुत ही ज़्यादा अपने दिन का time spend करने वाले हो. If you choose someone जिसको like मतलब probably तुम जिसके साथ agree नहीं करते थे, तो probably there would be a regret in your mind because this is not going to affect your hostel seniors as much as it's going to affect you. So just अपना decision बनाओ, and कोई भी hindrance आ रही है उसमें तो there are people who will stand by you. So with that said, let's end.
And rappers please clear कर देना जिसने भी खाना order किया.